All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are live. At least we should be now. This is day 2 of the now crazy conflict between Iran and Israel. We're calling it a war. It is officially an all-out war. It seems like both sides are characterizing this situation as an all-out war. And so now it seems like the gloves are coming off. Yesterday, Israel carried out a series of strikes all across Iran. Iran, when I ended my broadcast last night, I don't know, that must have been about 12 hours ago, Iran fired back at Israel by sending 100 of these little cheap $20,000 drones. 100 of them, seems like none of them actually made it over to Israel. All of them got intercepted on the way. Now, however, we have breaking news as of maybe 20 minutes ago now. Iran has allegedly fired off 20 minutes ago, Iran has allegedly fired off 100 ballistic missiles towards Israel. So you might note we have two different Israeli skylines here. This is Tel Aviv and this is Jerusalem. Jerusalem down here in the bottom left. We're going to be doing something a little bit crazy today. My plan is to just be live all day with you guys. This might be another 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 hour broadcast. I don't know. So it is not going to be concise. We're going to be monitoring everything as it happens live. We're going to do a little bit of a recap of everything that happened last night and over the last 12 hours. Excuse me, I need to catch my breath here. And then we're also going to be monitoring things as they unfold going forward. And like I said, it seems to me that at the moment, we're hearing from multiple sources right now that there are, at this very second, 100 ballistic missiles in the air flying towards Israel. So whether or not that is true, we're going to find out. But I want to probably kick off the broadcast today by seeing what President Trump had to say about all of this. About 7 hours ago, Trump released a couple statements. So the first thing we should probably read through right here is this. He posted this, President Trump posted this on Truth Social, like I said, about 7 hours ago. He said, I gave Iran chance after chance to make a deal. I told them in the strongest of words to just do it. But no matter how hard they tried, no matter how close they got, they couldn't get it done. I told them it would be much worse than anything they know, anticipated, or were told, that the United States makes the best and most lethal military equipment anywhere in the world by far, and that Israel has a lot of it. And that is the truth. Then he went on to say, where were we? And they know how to use it. Certain Iranian hardliners spoke bravely, but they didn't know what was about to happen. They are all dead now. And it will only get worse for Iran. There has already been great death and destruction, but there is still time to make this slaughter, with the next already planned attacks being even more brutal, come to an end. Iran must make a deal before there is nothing left and save what was once known of the Iranian Empire. More death, no more destruction, no more death, no more destruction. Just do it before it's too late. God bless all of you. So this ties into, we learned a couple hours ago, President Trump actually had a phone call with Iran probably 3-4 hours ago after releasing this statement. President Trump was on the phone with various representatives out of Iran.
He was traveling with his brother who didn't survive.
This is something unrelated, I think. So right now, like I said, we have two Skyline. You can't hear me? Well, you need to turn up your audio because everybody else can hear me. So anyway, like I said, it seems like at this very moment, there are around 100 ballistic missiles flying from Iran to Israel. Though last night we were talking about how long does it take a ballistic missile to actually travel. Roku, we have some breaking news, I guess, here.
Scientist Peter Kuznick is professor of history and director, Nuclear Studies Institute at American University in Washington, D.C.
Never mind, false alarm. It takes around 12 to 15 minutes for a ballistic missile to travel from Iran over to Israel. We were looking at a map. We were doing the travel time, doing the math on that. So, once again, where I don't know what's going on. What's going on with me today? Where are the missiles? Allegedly, they took off not too long ago. I want to take a look. We have several. It's a crazy time to be alive. We have numerous sort of like live feed tracker updates here, updating us with everything that's going on step by step. 14 seconds ago, there was an incoming attack by Iran against Israel, according to Israeli military officials. And folks, that was posted 14 seconds ago. So, hey, according to the Israeli intelligence and the Israeli military, there was an upcoming Iranian attack as of 14 seconds ago. We also have this over here. Let me take a look. I'm going to read through some of these breaking news updates. Is my audio working here? Hold up. Do we have audio here? Yeah, we do have something there. Okay, perfect. All right. And once again, hey, folks, thank you all for tuning in today. I think my allergies are going crazy. I don't know what's going on. I feel like I can barely talk today. My allergies are going bonkers. Getting sick. Yeah, I don't know what my problem is. I feel like I can't even speak today. What is going on? Okay, we also have another update here. French President Emmanuel Macron, as of 4 minutes ago, has announced that France will assist in the defense of Israel if attacked by Iran, but they will not participate in offensive strikes against targets inside of Iran. That's coming out of France right now. I got about 4 hours of sleep last night. This is 13 minutes ago. In addition to the Natanz nuclear facility in central Iran, the Israel Defense Force, the IDF, has now confirmed that the Air Force also heavily targeted the nuclear technology complex in Isfahan, south of the Iranian capital in Tehran. I wonder if I can find an Israeli strike map, like if we have a nice, beautiful map of. Oh yeah, actually, right here, great. So, folks, everybody take a look at this real quick. These are all of the strike locations in Iran that Israel has carried out strikes. Allegedly, there were over 100 individual strikes that took place at this point. It must be around 20 hours ago now, something like that. Maybe I can find some more information here. Looking for more information. Of course, the IDF themselves posted this. After the attacks had concluded. That's a lot of them. So we know the IDF, or the Israeli military, carried out targeted strikes on key Iranian military leaders, on Iranian nuclear scientists, on Iranian nuclear facilities, on Iranian military bases, and also Iranian surface-to-air defense apparatuses. And so right now, it seems to be the case that Iran pretty much has no defense against Israel at the moment. If Israel wanted to carry out another bombing run, it seems like Iran couldn't really stop them. Iran is at the mercy of Israel at the moment. That's what it seems like. It seems to be the case that Israel has pretty much just completely crippled Iran. You know, it's very hard to issue a command, a retaliatory command, if the chain of command has been blown up. As we know, dozens of senior-ranking Iranian military leaders, military officials, whatever, have been blown up or assassinated about 20 hours ago now. The chain of command has completely broken down. Let me take a look here. This is breaking news out of Russia. Let me close some of these tabs here. Russian President Putin offers to mediate peace talks between Israel and Iran to prevent further escalation. Russia wants to get involved, de-escalate. China last night, about 10 hours ago, expressed their very deep concern about this situation. As you know, Russia and China both have business, economic, financial ties to Iran. A lot of the oil that China gets comes out of Israel. Vladimir Putin. Okay, I'm gonna try to find some more breaking news updates for you guys here. Okay, demonstrations right this very moment are taking place in Iran. And what's going on here? This is in Iran, in Tehran, capital city. And so allegedly, I obviously don't speak the language they are speaking here. Allegedly, they are chanting, quote, death to Israel as an anti-air, as the Iranian anti-air systems come online. Okay, well, beyond the death to Israel chant, we have an interesting piece of information here. Folks, hey, air raid sirens are going off right now in Israel. You hear that? Maybe false alarm, I'm not sure. I'm sure you guys heard that though, didn't you? Keep an eye on this. 3 Israeli fighter jets down. You're kidding me.
As a fight for his country's very existence.
Let me try to find that.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat.
I'm looking for that.
For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction.
Okay, we have an unconfirmed report right here, folks. Unconfirmed news of a total of 3 Israeli aircraft losses. The moment Iranian air defenses were activated to counter Israeli airstrikes over the city of Tabriz. An Israeli fighter jet, the pilot can be seen ejecting with his parachute from the downed fighter jet. Wow. Take a look at this. So it would seem as if Iran has been able to activate their surface-to-air missiles, or their anti-air. This is over Tabriz. Hey, Truck, hey, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, hey, this is, if you're ever gonna pay attention to the news, now is the time to do it. Okay, there's a follow-up video. Well, this is during the day. This is a different time. When did this happen?
What is that, Joe?
I suppose it could have been a couple hours ago. Sunset in Israel or Iran, kind of same time zone, happened maybe 2 hours ago. Maybe 90 minutes. So allegedly, this is an Israeli pirate. This is an Israeli pilot that had his plane shot down and he ejected out. I can't speak English. I almost said he ejaculated out. He ejected. I need to wake up. What is going on? Speak English. You can speak English. You can do it. Turn on your brain. But so anyway, very clearly, these are not the same videos here. Very clearly. And so there's that. Okay, we're going to keep monitoring for breaking news updates here, folks. I'm going to double back to Sky News for a moment.
Are operating to intercept the threat. Of course, Iran did retaliate in the early hours of this morning, sending many drones towards Israel. But now a further retaliation is on the way. Let's go to our Middle East correspondent, Alistair Bunkle, who's in Jerusalem. Alistair, what more can you tell us?
I might need a coffee. Good point. I need coffee.
Well, only that, again, we have had the alert system on the phone. I was explaining that the Israelis now have the capability of
Real quick, folks, this is from the IDF themselves. I want to share this emergency breaking update. IDF official account. Go away. Sirens sounding in the Jerusalem area following projectile fire coming from Yemen. Our camera here is changing point of view. Maybe there's something in the sky. Everybody pay attention here. What is going on?
They didn't. And then it happened.
Folks, something you can see that something is up there in the sky. There are air sirens going off in Jerusalem right now. And by the way, that feed down there in the bottom left, that is Jerusalem. Up here in the top left, that is Tel Aviv. So we might have some... Oh, he's...
Out for air defenses. Yeah, I can see now.
Yeah, pay attention now.
Just a solitary... No, there's a couple of air defenses coming up now. No booms of interceptions.
UFO.
But if ballistic missiles have been fired from
Likely.
Iran, it takes only a matter of minutes for them to arrive here.
Ballistic missiles inbound, potentially.
Yeah, so there's a couple of interceptions, but no sirens have sounded yet, I should say. We've had the alert on the phone telling people to stay close to bomb shelters,
You can
as
see it up
people
there.
will now be doing. But there are no alerts, no sirens. Normally, you'd expect sirens to start sounding around Jerusalem and around central Israel, like Tel Aviv. But I can see just a couple of, you know, they look like sort of comets almost in the dark night sky going up there, and then you'd normally hear the boom of an interception. But none of that at the moment, and it seems
Very
to be,
curious, huh?
at the moment, fairly limited. So we'll just keep an eye out on that. But you know, the reason the alerts were sent out on the phone was because missiles had been detected being launched from Iran, and that is, of course, what everybody has been expecting all day, for the Iranians to launch a major
loud,
response.
but the video clips are quiet.
You know, let's just wind back. October 2024, Iran launched 300 ballistic missiles at Israel. And that was a major, major event. And the expectation was that something similar would happen this time around. So I think the Iranian regime has been in some disarray today, reeling from the attacks that the Israelis have carried out in waves throughout the day.
Iran
I can
looks...
see,
look
just
at that.
behind Jerusalem's old city.
Folks, take a look at that
A
right
number
there.
of interceptor missiles rising to the sky there.
These are interceptors.
Count. I don't know whether you can make them out on the camera. They're really just streaks of light. You can see one's now got a sort of a streak of flames behind it. As I say, they look a little bit like comets rising up into the sky. It can be very at night time. And this is, well, the third Iranian attack on Israel that I have experienced. April last year, October last year, and now. And of course, we've had a lot of attacks from the Houthis, from Hezbollah as well, from Hamas. And at night time, it can be very difficult to get your bearings and to understand sort of the geography of what's going on. So sometimes, you know, these interceptors and these missiles can seem as though they're very close, but actually it's happening much further away. It's very difficult to understand exactly what is going on. More interceptors now coming sort of kind of from northern
Well, if they are
Jerusalem.
sending
Still,
interceptors
I have to say,
up,
no
then
siren sounding.
Ballistic missiles are
Loads
inbound.
more
Something
coming
is
over the top
inbound.
of me right now. I don't know whether Finn can pick it up on his camera. We can see them. I've had no booms of interceptions, but I can see a whole series of the Israeli interceptors into the skies. Now, we talk about the Iron Dome a lot. That is, I suppose.
And here
There
are
we
the
go.
sirens.
Now sounding.
All right, folks.
We talk about the Iron Dome. That is a missile defense system, incredibly effective, but really most useful
It's
against
kicking off here.
The sort of missiles that Hamas have in their stockpile and Hezbollah. When it comes to ballistic missiles, which is, I think, what we are looking at now, it's a different system called the Arrow system, and also they've got the David Sling system as well, and they can engage
Scary, yeah, it is.
ballistic missiles that come in much, much faster, much, much higher up in the sky as well, and carry a
These
far
ballistic missiles
heavier
are fast,
payload.
too.
It's a
They're very
different
hard to
system,
intercept.
that they use to intercept that has been very effective. You've also got the American THAAD system, which is in Israel at the moment to provide an extra layer of defense. Let me just let you listen to what's going on here. You might be able to hear the thud of interceptions as well.
You can hear that up in the sky. Interceptions are being made.
So just to recap, we are now experiencing an Iranian, what we think is an Iranian ballistic missile attack on Israel.
We heard about 30 minutes
since
ago
Israel launched those first waves
that
of
Iran was
strikes
firing
against
100
Iran at around 3 a.m.
ballistic
this morning.
missiles.
Now the sirens have stopped.
Sirens have
That
stopped.
normally is an indication that the threat is over. I can see sort of the fire of some debris over to the east, sort of across the West Bank towards the hills, towards the Jordanian mountains.
Zero damage? Seems like it.
Falling quite rapidly. One of the biggest threats when ballistic missiles are incoming, and we experience them really very regularly here because of the Houthis, but the Houthis normally fire one, sometimes two at a time. With Iran, we could expect there to be many more than that. I'm seeing more interceptors going to the sky now, so perhaps the threat is not over. But one of the real concerns is falling debris from the interceptions. When they are intercepted mid-air, that debris can fall, and that is a real threat to people who are not seeking shelter. Okay, so we're just looking at the streaks of what we think are interceptors. It's incredibly hard at night time to understand what is an incoming missile and what is an outgoing interceptor.
Wow.
And often the sky is alight with these missiles right above us.
Yeah, thank you.
You can see the streaks there.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Very, very bright. Now, the assumption is that they will be big flames in the sky. The assumption is that the targets will be, and I'm just going to move here because it looks as though some of them are coming down to the ground pretty hard.
Oh, here we go. Iron Dome blasting off. Interceptors. Take a look at this.
The assumption is that the target would be Tel Aviv, military bases, but of course in Jerusalem you have the Israeli parliament and the seat of government as well. And so I think it's realistic to assume that that could also be a target for Iran. I'm just trying to get some detail on... Okay, I'm getting a message from the Israeli military telling me that dozens of Iranian ballistic missiles are en route to Israel. Now, dozens...
breaking news. This is from the IDF 35 seconds ago. All of Israel is under fire as Iran fires projectiles. The IDF says all of Israel.
Be too much of a challenge for these.
It appears as if in Tel Aviv we have at least one ballistic missile that has made landfall and actually blown up a neighborhood down there, right in downtown Tel Aviv.
Of a combination.
Maybe two of them.
We saw back in April of 2024, where it was drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles all hitting at the same time. Back in April 2024, there was forewarning. Iran gave countries around the region a warning that they were going to attack many days. A coalition was put together by Israel, of the Americans, the French, and the British.
Israel has taken some damage here, folks.
To come to Israel's defense.
Right over there.
I don't think that coalition exists in the same way this time, although we have seen, we think, some cooperation from Arab states over the course of the day. I suspect the Americans will be involved in the defense. Oh, God, there's a...
Alistair, it goes without saying that you need to take care as well and look after your safety and that of your crew as well. We're just looking at live shots now of Tel Aviv. You can see smoke there on the horizon. We know that air raid sirens have been heard across Israel after Iran fired missiles, numerous explosions being heard. And as Alistair was saying there, the Iron Dome, that defence system, so far working pretty much effectively, although, as you can see, smoke there on the horizon in Tel Aviv. Let's bring in Zippy Hotavelli, the Israeli ambassador to the United Kingdom. Thanks for your time this evening. I know you've been waiting patiently, watching these images with us. What do you make of what is happening? Iranian ballistic missiles attacking Israel.
Hi, Jonathan. And those are historic days in the Middle East.
Folks, this might be the first time that we have seen one of the Iranian missiles actually connect and do damage and you know, take out a target or something, actually detonate, land in Tel Aviv, in Israel. In the past, we've seen them get blown out of the sky by the Iron Dome defense system. This seems like they have a direct hit here. I hate to say it, whatever. It seems like this is a direct hit.
Regime, it was against the...
That does not seem like debris falling out of the sky. That seems like a solid hit.
And this is something that we take seriously. There is one lesson we have learned from the 7th of October, that when this very radical regime wants to destroy and eliminate Israel, and at the same time its capabilities are getting to the point.
We are continuing to look for those updates. All right, here's another look here from the IDF, just putting this out on X, saying all of Israel is under fire as Iran has fired these projectiles. And let's show you again just the moments here. Just moments ago, I do want to play this out just in case you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, getting the news here of this latest attack that Israel is under fire right now. Moments ago, this is what we were seeing. Take a look here as we were seeing interceptions, but also a huge loud bang and also big flash that came with a direct strike as well. So this was just some of the many interceptions of Israel's defense work going in place here. But again, this just shows just how fast and fluid these things can happen. And again, we are watching really with you here on Live Now from Fox Worldwide, again, breaking down the big story here of the day. Oh, we are getting another shot that I want to bring to you in just moments, but I want to play out just that strike that happened. Let's see, let me bracket right here. This is where we saw just more of those flashes come. And yeah, some big moments there that played out over Tel Aviv. All right, another camera angle that we are getting not too far away from the...
I wonder if we're going to have pictures here or live videos coming out of downtown Tel Aviv to see exactly what type of damage this did. If anybody can find on-the-ground footage, live broadcast, or pictures, let's try to get a hold of that, okay?
And right now, that had to be halted. They left and they ran for cover. About an hour ago, there was word that everyone in Israel should be close to bomb shelters. And that was a message that was put out to all of the residents. And now we are seeing just how fast these threats became a reality. And really just, again, showcasing Israel's security forces coming into work, but also the intelligence that they had where they felt that these attacks would be coming. So we are seeing just one direct attack, at least right now, waiting on a little bit more. Again, air raid sirens are sounding out in Jerusalem after Israel has said Iran has fired missiles. At least one explosion was heard in the distance, and we saw just one of that right now. Just moments ago. I should also just mention we are seeing really Dow now continuing to plummet. It was doing it all day, but now we are at session lows given the news that Iran has fired back right now. Breaking news continues to be followed for you right here on Live Now.
I'll be honest, man, I didn't think they could do it. I did not think that Iran was actually capable of delivering a missile into downtown Tel Aviv. They did it. It seems as if they have effectively pierced the Iron Dome, at least with one, maybe two missiles. We don't know exactly how many were fired at Tel Aviv, so what is the success rate of the Iranian missiles? We don't know, but at least one, maybe two, have made landfall and connected here.
Dangerous. And we are going to be waiting for more confirmation.
Michael P., I think you're right. Tomorrow is going to be a rough day.
Awaiting some response from the White House here. That should be happening in moments. And
by the way, I heard, so tomorrow we have these No Kings protests or riots taking place all across the country here in the U.S. In New York City, they are expecting 75,000 people to go protest and riot. 75,000 people in New York City alone. We're not even talking Los Angeles. This is across the country, folks. Tomorrow is going to be an insane day here in the U.S.
On Live Now from Fox, still very, very fluid what we are seeing. But again, just some of the many drastic moments that we are seeing play out of this crisis in the Middle East.
No Kings, we
continuing,
was Kings.
And we are watching it for you here on Live Now. Let's just listen to see if we could hear any more of the sirens going off in Israel.
Take a listen. We actually have a confirmation here, folks. Multiple ballistic missiles have impacted in central Israel. Central Israel is Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv is in central Israel. Multiple ballistic missiles have impacted.
All right, everyone, I do want to continue here with our coverage. We are in breaking news mode, continuing to bring you the developments that are happening right now. Again, a very, very fluid situation, but I do want to bring in our next guest to help break down what we are seeing play out right now over the skies of Israel. So let's bring in right now Andrea Stricker from FDD. Thanks so much for joining us here. Such a fast notice. We appreciate that, given everything that is happening. First off, I just would like to get your thoughts on what we are seeing right now.
Thank you for having me, Mike. I think what we're seeing is an unprecedented attack by Israel against Iran and Iran's expected retribution and counterattack. And while the Israeli Iron Dome defense system will likely shoot down many of the missiles, we can expect that a small percentage will likely get through Israeli airspace. We can expect that the IDF will focus mostly on any that might be headed for major military targets or civilian population centers.
Yeah, and as we take some look here of the images, it looked like at least one made impact, and we were seeing it really play out right here on Live Now from Fox. And this really comes at a time when just yesterday, with the strikes that were happening to Iran, they came out and said that there would be retaliation, and now we are seeing that play out. Was there any moment of that it would happen maybe this quickly, or was there some thought it could go into the weekend and we would see this type of retaliation?
I think we expected that Iran would act as soon as possible, given the extent of Israel's attack. Just hours ago, we had confirmation that one of its key uranium enrichment facilities was hit, the above-ground pilot plant at Natanz. And recently, the Esfahan Nuclear Center, the IDF confirmed, which is the site of a uranium...
Wow, folks, take a look at this. Everybody, pay attention right here, bottom left. This is the ballistic missile that pierced Israel's Iron Dome and had a direct collision with downtown Tel Aviv. Take a look right here. It made it... Wow. I mean, that's a direct hit right there. Jeez. So it seems like, you know, and actually there's one in the back. I wasn't even looking at that one. So two of them made it through. One in the back. Boom, right there. And another one, boom. Folks, that is downtown, right in the middle of Tel Aviv. Wow.
Centers that need to take shelter.
Things are heating. It's going to be a long night, folks.
There's also alerts on apps that let people know that there's rocket or missile attack coming. And it gives people about 90 seconds to get to shelter. And that's really the key time when any direct hits would be expected or any type of shrapnel that could be falling from the skies onto civilian centers.
And so many people, of course, want to know what is going to happen next. What will be the response from Israel? It seemed like already earlier today that there was more targeted strikes out in Iran. What can we expect this weekend? It seems like it's a very, very up in the air moment here. High tensions continuing to play out.
I believe we will see more sites attacked, especially nuclear sites. We could see additional missile and military-related sites hit, additional assassinations of key people and leadership. This is really a decapitatory strike against the military and nuclear programs, and it will attempt to prevent Tehran from responding, from gathering itself, really, and doing any serious further damage to Israel.
Yeah, it seems like for Israel, if you have this moment to strike Iran, that you better, when you strike, you better hit those targets and you better make sure that these...
Well, folks, after what we just witnessed right here, we have 2 ballistic missiles coming from Iran, detonating, colliding, impacting downtown Tel Aviv. Israel's going to retaliate. Israel is going to do something back. Okay, it's only a matter of time. Israel is not going to let this slide. This is a back and forth all night. Oh, no doubt about that.
Just a couple of floors where exactly they knew where these people were.
Right. The Mossad, the Israeli intelligence agency, has really penetrated Iran, and that was on full display and is still on full display. They have the locations of people's homes, and they're able to send very targeted missiles and strikes right into people's apartment buildings. So I think they're sending a message that working for the Tehran regime, working as a nuclear scientist and missile commander for the IRGC is a very dangerous position to hold right now.
And tell me about, what do you think the residents right?
Okay, folks, this is what I want to show you. So what does downtown Tel Aviv look like? So this is downtown Tel Aviv. It's very dense. It's very urban. It's jam-packed. Let's go ahead and drop in, take a look on Google Maps. Folks, this is the type of environment that not 1 but 2 ballistic missiles just made contact with. This is a highly dense, highly urban area. A lot of people, thousands of people, a lot of businesses, a lot of shops. 2 ballistic missiles just successfully made it into Tel Aviv. They blew up. If you want to see here one more time, this is what that looks like. There's one, boom, in the back. And another one right there. That's big. That's a big hit.
The terrible part there of that, just not knowing when another strike could happen, or barrage of strikes. Just looking at what we are seeing right now, I want to go back out here live to the images that we are seeing. And just from a look of it as of right now, it didn't seem like that barrage lasted too long.
We have a breaking news update from Khamenei, the leader of Iran here. Take a look at this. 1 minute ago, he said, "The Zionist regime has made a big mistake, a grave error, and committed a reckless act. By God's grace, the consequences of this will bring that regime to ruin." Khamenei here is, actually, he's posting a lot. Let me take a look at a couple of these. He said, "I extend my congratulations and condolences to the Iranian nation and the families of the martyrs on the martyrdom of our dear commanders, scientists, and a number of civilians, which is a heavy loss for everyone, of course." That was him about an hour ago. He said, "The Iranian nation won't permit the blood of its valued martyrs to go unavenged, nor will it ignore the violation of its airspace." This is, of course, he's making these posts after their ballistic missiles made landfall.
Iran may want to hit Tel Aviv. It's the largest population center,
and they might be sending more.
And it has the most people that would be going into shelters. And certainly Tehran has tried to hit in the past. They've mostly had success only with shrapnel. And I would expect, given the severity of Israel's attack, that Tel Aviv.
We have on-the-ground footage of that attack in Tel Aviv. I want to show you guys this. Everybody take a look. on the ground. So I'll be frankly, from this point of view, this seems a little bit underwhelming. What exactly happened here? There it is. It collides. So by the way, most of the smoke you're seeing right here is actually smoke coming from the Iron Dome itself. I'm not exactly sure, but anyway, the point is the smoke was here before the Iranian ballistic missile even connected. And then the Iranian ballistic missile connects. That is the new plume of smoke coming out right there. I mean, hey, that most certainly could have blown up an entire house or a building or who knows whatever was there. That is still, now that I look at it again, that's a pretty big blast. Yeah, that is. It really is, though.
To nuclear capability, and they were making huge waves in that. And then seeing really the fast pace here of those strikes from Israel. But how long do you think that those attacks from Israel to Iran
same spot could have been
were planned? Because, I mean...
Although, listen, we have another point of view here. If you're telling me 2 hit in the same spot, so you can see one of them hit way back in the background there. Another one comes in and it hits right there. This plume of smoke, though, is kind of static. We actually don't see on any of these videos where that plume of smoke specifically came from. There's the one in the back. There's the one up front. And this one up front is this one. It is this one. This is the plume of smoke in question here. Where did that one come from? I don't think we actually have that on video right now. We don't know exactly. Although you can see, look at the smoke. It kind of arcs off into multiple streaks. I would guess that this is actually an Iron Dome. I think this is from Israel. I think it launched out and then multiple Iron Dome interceptor rockets kind of spread out. That's my guess. I don't think this is from a ballistic missile from Iran. But hey.
And
are we on commercial break? No.
You know, we saw in the past here when Iran and Israel exchanged fire from each other, and you know, Iran seemed like they talk up a big game, but then when their retaliation came, it did not seem like it played out the way that they did. Does that happen a lot for Iran? Because it seemed like the last time they got pretty much exposed.
Right. I believe that Israel is using the element of surprise quite well.
Folks, the IDF posted 4 minutes ago, the Israeli Defense Forces, they say, quote, the Iranian attack is ongoing. Dozens of additional missiles were launched just now towards Israel. Dozens more inbound to Israel per the IDF 4 minutes ago. Now, it takes about 15 minutes for a ballistic missile to travel from Western Iran all the way. You got to go a long distance all the way over to Israel. So, give it 10 minutes or so, ballpark, we might have another volley of Iranian missiles inbound soon.
And breaking news mode that is happening right now over Israel. We appreciate it. And thank you so much for your insight.
What are we looking at?
Again, thank you again.
Thank you.
All right. And we will continue to follow the breaking news right now over Israel. We'll continue to break it down for you.
Up there.
Coming up next here on Live Now from Vox with more. You are watching as we are covering breaking news on Live Now.
Now, by the way, okay, keep in mind, this bottom left camera, this is Jerusalem. Over here on the top left, this is Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv is what's already been hit by 2, maybe more ballistic missiles from Iran. Down there, bottom left, is Jerusalem. So maybe something is happening down there also. Different city altogether, though. I'm going to pull up a map. One moment here. I'll tell you, folks, this evening is just getting going. This is far from over, no doubt about that. while we are on this commercial break. So, folks, we have had, this is Tel Aviv right here on the west coast of Israel. We have had at least 2 ballistic missiles make landfall in Tel Aviv. Now, Jerusalem, I believe, is down to the south of that, right? Where is, okay, southeast of that. There is Jerusalem. And that's what we're looking at here. Now, Tel Aviv, like we said, we have already had 2, not 1, but 2 ballistic missiles connect somewhere in this city. I'm not sure exactly where, but Tel Aviv is the most highly populated, dense urban center, dense town, city, whatever you want to call it, in all of Israel, as far as I know. A very dense place. A lot of people living there. We've had 2 ballistic missiles already connect. I mean, I mean, hey, you don't have to be creative to imagine how much damage a ballistic missile will do if it lands on a cafe like this, or on some apartment building like this. Can do a lot of damage. No doubt about that. But now, allegedly, let's go south here for a minute. We have the Houthi pirates down here in Yemen. Allegedly, the Houthis have also been attempting to launch drones. The Houthis also have ballistic missiles as well. Some, I guess. And so the Houthis from Yemen have been attempting to launch north into Israel. Also, I think a lot is going to be happening tonight. Give it some time. Lenny Jones. Matt, did I get any sleep? I need to ask the Mrs. Matt to get the pizza started. This is very, very sad. It is sad. It's sad both ways, every way. It doesn't matter how you look at it. The entire situation is not good for anybody involved. Oh. Folks, guess what? We're back in Tel Aviv. Lenny, take a look at this. We have interceptors coming off the ground now out of Tel Aviv, Iron Dome. And you can see there's a ballistic missile up in the sky right there. You can see, folks. Hey. It is happening in Tel Aviv again. Everybody hold your breath here. It is going on. Lenny, thank you very much. There you go. I got about 4 hours of sleep, by the way. It's okay. We're good. Give this some time here. This is just the start. You're right about that. The IDF has confirmed that more attacks are inbound. We are looking over the skies of Tel Aviv at the moment. Oh boy. What is going on here? Look at that. Where are the sirens? Good question. Yeah, good question. Where are they? Folks, there is a lot going on up there in the night sky right now. And it's hard to tell what is what. Iron Dome interceptors, ballistic missiles. What is going on up there? And by the way, Curtis, thank you very much. That's, oh. So those are Iron Dome interceptors right there. Curtis, that's a big super chat. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hilarious too. Hey, thank you very much. You know, so far we've just been covering the news. I haven't even really given my opinion yet. I haven't given you guys a reason to dislike me yet. Give it time. I will. I'm sure I will. Give it some time here. This is. I mean, you know, I think you have to acknowledge, opinions aside, this entire situation is bad. Whatever side of this you're on, I guess. None of this is good for anybody here. Not good at all. There's a lot of action up there in the night sky, and nothing is making landfall yet. Nothing yet. I wonder how many people unsubbed after yesterday. Pretty much no one. No one really. No one really. We are just watching this. You know what? I'm going to turn up the audio here.
Area and close to Haifa in the north of Israel. No sirens here at the moment, but we can see
folks,
interceptors going into
there are the
skies.
sirens.
And it looks like this is a second wave of ballistic missiles being fired from Iran at Israel. So the
second wave inbound
that we have been expecting all day now clearly underway. The Iranian regime, I think, had been reeling from the attacks that Israel launched on the country in the early hours of the morning and then throughout the day, but now seems to be showing its defiance and its response as everybody was expecting. A massive streak of light in the air now. We saw about half an hour ago when the first round came in, we've seen impacts in central Tel Aviv. Now, for those unfamiliar, the seat of Israel's parliament, the Knesset, is in Jerusalem, as are most of the government ministries. But the Ministry of Defense is based in central Tel Aviv. So it might be that that was the target of the Iranian missiles. We're unsure exactly where they've impacted in Tel Aviv. I've seen reports of several people being described as lightly injured and some damage to buildings. But
it's hard to tell exactly which way they're going, you know?
Say that
they're so far out there.
A military installation in Tel Aviv, and
it's hard
the
to tell what
intelligence
is
agencies. Okay, I think we're about to get sirens here in Jerusalem.
Yep. Jerusalem too now.
I think the Israelis will see that as an attack on a civilian center. Tel Aviv, a major populated city, of course.
Christy, thank you.
And I think the Israelis will consider an attack on their population center, and that could be the trigger for an escalation in this conflict.
Looks like it got intercepted right there last minute in Jerusalem.
To attack Iran's oil refineries, for example, if Iran attacks, big flash of light there in the sky. And I can see, sorry to break off from what I was saying, but I can see 7, 8, 9 missiles in the skies above me. Now, I think these are incoming missiles, and they are heading west over Jerusalem towards Tel Aviv.
They're on their way to Tel Aviv.
But as they come down towards the ground, they start to come down very rapidly.
Oh, folks.
You can hear the sirens now.
That might have been a collision there. I'm not sure. Look at this here.
As this second wave of Iranian missiles come in. So Iran clearly still has, despite everything that it has endured today, it has the ability still to attack Israel. How much capability they have, we're unclear. Certainly, Israel has spent a lot of the day trying to target Iranian ballistic missile sites. We've seen video footage of Mossad covert operations.
Breaking news here, folks. A third wave of ballistic missiles have been launched from Iran towards Israel. Third wave just got launched in the last 60 seconds.
Will have damaged. Okay, the sirens are now increasing their intensity. The Israelis will have damaged Iran's capability to respond, but they clearly have not eliminated it. And this has been a warning all day. There's been a sort of an uneasy period of calm here after those first attacks were launched overnight. But the warning from military officials all day is don't relax, don't be fooled. Iran is still expected to respond, and that is what's happening
now. History. Hey,
I'm just going to let you hear.
Thank you. That's a massive super chat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much.
Well, as we listen to those air raid sirens, Alistair, we hear the rumble and thud of those explosions in the background. I'm going to bring in Simon Gass, former British ambassador to Iran. When you look at this footage, you look at these scenes in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv as well, what's your reaction?
Well, I think this is exactly what Israel will have expected when it took military action against Iran. The Israeli Defense Forces have been warning the Israeli people that they need to stay close to shelters, that there was likely to be an Iranian response. We'll have to wait, of course.
Okay, so a little recap here with Iran's first round of ballistic missiles, they had 2 connect in downtown Tel Aviv. 2 definitely landed and did some damage. We just saw the second wave play out. Seems like all of them were intercepted. Seems like none of them connected. Wave 3 was fired 2 minutes ago. So here in the next 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes, we're going to have another round of ballistic missiles flying over. Oh, what's that in the sky right there? Take a look at that.
Tonight, especially as we understand the nuclear deal talks were due to continue.
Well, that's right. I mean, I think Israel has for many months become increasingly frustrated, has been planning this operation and has been straining at the leash to be allowed to strike Iran's military and nuclear capability. That is partly because they are concerned about progress in Iran's nuclear program. It's partly because they think that Iran is at the moment more vulnerable than it has been in recent years, partly because of the decapitation of Lebanese Hezbollah.
This is a map of where in Israel the air raid sirens are going off. So this is Tel Aviv. This is Jerusalem. What town is this further to the south? I'll take a look at that here in a second.
So, despite the UN, Western leaders, including our Prime Minister, President Macron as well tonight, all calling for de-escalation, accepting that Israel has the right to defend itself, but saying that both sides here need to step back.
Well, I think that's obviously correctly put. Both sides do need to step back, but I don't think Israel is going to do so until it's met its goals for the operation, which are clearly significantly degrading Iran's nuclear capability and its long-range strike ability, particularly in the form of ballistic missiles and drones, and the killing of a number of Iran's military leaders is consistent with that and is rather similar to what Israel did to Lebanese Hezbollah last year.
Give another 10 minutes here, and Wave 3 is inbound.
Think about this, and as Western leaders call for restraint, that they are probably also thinking to themselves that if the United States had stuck with the Iran nuclear deal that we negotiated in 2015, and which Israel lobbied against consistently, then we would be in a position in which Iran simply would not have the nuclear capability which it has today, because it would have been highly restricted and there would have been a very intrusive international monitoring regime. So Western leaders outside the United States and Israel may also be thinking.
Okay, we're starting to get some on-the-ground footage of that recent second round of Iranian ballistic missiles. I'm going to show you a video real quick here, folks. This is from round 2. Interceptors and an impact observed near Tel Aviv in central Israel. Okay, so guess what? There was an impact from the second wave of Iranian ballistic missiles. Take a look. Wow. Yep. Tel Aviv is getting lit up a little bit right now. Although, listen, that seems like it did that. No, it probably it collided. It definitely did. It almost looked like it got intercepted just before it. No, it did not. It definitely did make impact, 100%.
In his approach, and appears to be backing Israel, even if U.S. military support.
Yeah, so it's curious. So if you are Iran right now, specifically, what are you targeting? The first question is, to what degree is Iran even capable of targeting and guiding their ballistic missiles? Are they just kind of throwing them out and they hit whatever they hit? Or are they actually very highly targeted and precise, and they are strategically hitting very important key locations? I'm going to look into that here in just a moment. It's possible that Iran right now is trying to take out Israel's Iron Dome defense system, if I can speak English.
or Israelis or anybody else deciding their political future for them. So I don't think that that is likely, nor do I think that this is going to result in boots on the ground. I think that Iran is likely to be careful not to hit American targets so as not to bring United States military power down in on its head.
Hey, thank you.
I think it also probable that Iran will therefore avoid.
Right now, folks, I'm going to try to figure out to what degree does Iran have control over their ballistic missiles? How guided are these things? Give me a moment here.
Scared and desperate not to show weakness, which it thinks will be exploited by its enemies. So it is very difficult to forecast exactly how Iran will respond.
Of course. Well, we really appreciate your input tonight. Former British Ambassador to Iran, Simon Gass, thank you. Let's bring in Olli Heinonen, former Deputy Director of the International...
Real quick, folks, according to Grok, Iran's ballistic missiles have significantly advanced guidance systems reflecting a focus on precision and effectiveness over the past few decades. The guidance capabilities vary across their arsenal, which includes short-range ballistic missiles, SRBMS, medium-range ballistic missiles, MRBMs, and some emerging systems which claimed hypersonic features. Okay, do we have any... I don't know, military tacticians in the chat. Folks, what we are watching right now, are these hypersonic ballistic missiles or are these subsonic ballistic missiles? I can't tell, frankly. I'm not gonna lie to you. So do you think these are hypersonic right here, or are these subsonic? I don't know. Now, I will say I've heard for a long time that the one really weak point with Israel's Iron Dome defense system is that they have a very hard time dealing with hypersonic missiles. They're too fast. They're way too fast. You guys, everybody in the chat is saying these are subsonic. Subsonic here right now. Okay, so maybe Iran is still holding on to the hypersonic missiles. We haven't even seen those ones yet.
To respond. But this is not over by this.
Those might be coming soon.
Far not. When I look the information which is available in public, there's also a lot of information on those nuclear installations which are not in public, and we don't know exactly which prompted a certain day of the attack. There is more to come, and I think that now it is pretty much on the Iranian corner to think.
Here's a photo coming out of Tel Aviv,
folks. Should they like to have a pause on this and get to the serious negotiation, yes or no, or let the people take a little bit more shots and look how the international community and supporters of the US and Israel deal with this.
An Israeli spokesman has said today that Iran had enough nuclear material to create nuclear bombs.
The IDF has given a little update here. They are pissed, justifiably so, I suppose. They just said Israeli civilians are being targeted by the Iranian regime. The world cannot stay silent. And they posted this map of, I'm actually not sure exactly what all of these pinpoints represent, because this is most certainly not a map of every location a ballistic missile has made contact. There's way too many. There's no way. So what does this exactly represent? I don't know. But anyway, this is what they posted. The world cannot stay silent. Iran is trying to kill Israeli civilians, is what they're saying right now.
So, do they actually have one more facility somewhere, which we don't know? Intelligence doesn't
Folks,
know.
I need to take a quick 90-second break. I'll be right back.
They probably are waiting to see what takes place there. And where is the uranium? I don't think IAEA is sitting on top of it at this point of time.
No. But they have a huge amount of knowledge now, don't they? They've built up a huge amount of expertise. How quickly could Iran recover from this? Are we talking a year or two? Are we talking decades? It'll never stop the threat completely, will it?
That's true. It depends how they have prepared for this. When I read the statements of my old friend, Ambassador Salehi, or maybe Minister Karashi, I'm a bit worried, because they have been prepared to a situation where it goes actually back to the situation which was at the end of the World War II, when US wanted to or planned to attack Japan with the nuclear weapons. Have they done everything what is needed? And the only thing which is missing is actually the chips of fissile, machined, high-enriched uranium from the weapon. The rest is in place. Electronics, explosives, missile to deliver it, everything tested, done some cold testing to see whether it works. If they are on that stage, then it goes back to the very beginning of or very basics of the IAEA safeguards verification. There is a reason why the IAEA has set the time limits.
Okay, let's find some updates here, folks.
Uranium. It's 1 month. In 1980.
Get back here, inform us. All right, breaking news, folks. France has already surrendered.
One can produce a nuclear weapon.
France has given up.
That's where we are.
Take a look here.
Okay, we really appreciate.
I do see a warning going around. There are a lot of accounts on Twitter that are posting old footage from April of 2024, trying to say that it's actually footage of what's going on now. So that, guys, be aware, there's a lot of fake footage going on around town right now.
President of the United States earlier this evening, the leaders discussed the military action in the Middle East overnight and agreed on the importance of diplomacy.
I've known some of their military pilots amazing, and they fixed our F-35. Hey, thank you, Genevieve.
The Iranian state media that a third barrage, a third wave of missiles is on its way to.
This third wave is going to be here in the next 2 or 3 minutes, folks. Keep your eyes peeled.
Struck Israel in retaliation for that to deadly Israeli airstrike overnight on nuclear sites, military leaders, nuclear scientists as well. The rumble of explosions could...
We have a breaking news message from Khamenei, the glorious leader of Iran. He says, and I quote, "Life will definitely become bitter for the Zionists." A warning from Khamenei, the glorious leader of Iran. Okay.
A close. Let's join once again our Middle East correspondent, Alistair Bunkle. So, Alistair, we're hearing from Iran. I'm just having a look now.
I apologize. We actually have yet another breaking news update from Khamenei again. He said, and I quote, "Let the dear Iranian nation know this. Be certain and assured that every effort will be made in this regard." Let the dear Iranian nation know, be certain and rest assured that every effort will be made in this regard. Okay?
Skyline, you're looking at it now. It is all quiet at the moment, but we are on alert for a third wave of Iranian ballistic missiles.
Okay, speaking of Iranian ballistic missiles, I have yet another update for you guys. Give me one moment here. We actually have some numbers now. Take a look at this. Okay. Israeli officials report that at least 150 ballistic missiles have been launched so far by Iran, with only around 10 impacts reported by central Israel. Okay, so what does that mean? Israel is saying that Iran has a 1 out of 15. 1 out of every 15 missiles actually makes contact and is able to pierce through the Iron Dome and do some damage here. Seems like all of them are pretty much targeted at Tel Aviv also. 1 out of 15 according to Israel. Okay, there was another thing I wanted to show you here real fast though before we get back to that. The site of one such ballistic missile impact in downtown Tel Aviv. This is the impact site. We were talking, this is a dense urban environment. A lot of damage. This looks like an entire apartment building here has just been blown up pretty much. Andre, Israel will win. Long live Zionists. Thank you, Andre. Hold up. Folks, what currency is ARS? Where is that from? ARS. ARS currency. And by the way, thank you very much. Oh, it's Argentinian pesos. Folks, I'm not kidding. 1,000 Argentinian pesos is 85 cents in the United States. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are live. Hey, thank you for the 85 cents in Argentinian pesos. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. There you have it, folks. Thank you.
With waves of airstrikes, 200 Israeli aircraft taking off at the same time, conducting in an initial wave more than 100 strikes against Iranian targets, including their nuclear facilities, their ballistic missile sites, and
I saw that. I was like, okay, this is either going to be $1 million or it's going to be 85 cents. It's one or the other. It's $1 million or it's 85 cents. And it's 85 cents. Shit. Damn it. I was so close too.
We have also learned of a covert Mossad operation that took place concurrently as those first wave of strikes were happening. They had smuggled drones into the country, which they then launched at air defenses and ballistic missile sites. The Iranian regime has vowed to respond harshly, and tonight we have witnessed some of what they have threatened. Hundreds of ballistic missiles fired so far in 2 waves at Israel. A third wave reportedly underway as millions across this country have been sent for a second night to shelters and bunkers as this Iranian response continues.
Alistair, thank you. I want to bring you more now on the breaking news tonight as Iran has launched retaliatory attacks against it.
Breaking news as of 10 seconds ago. The spokesman for the Israeli Defense Force, Brigadier General Efi Defrin, will shortly resume the press conference he was giving earlier before being rudely interrupted by an Iranian barrage of ballistic missiles. Okay, so we're gonna have an IDF press conference here pretty soon, folks. Presumably after this third round of ballistic missiles, which are expected to arrive any minute now, really, any second.
Tehran, in the strongest possible words, to make a nuclear deal, but threatened what he called further brutal action if there was no agreement.
Hey, Peanuts, thank you for tuning in.
This was the scene as missiles struck Tel Aviv in the last hour.
So far, folks, 10 Iranian ballistic missiles have connected and done damage to Israel. 10 of them. This is a replay you're watching here. So far, 150 Iranian ballistic missiles have been fired, 10 of which have connected. So 1 out of every 15. What is that, like a 7% success rate, something like that? By the way, folks, this is a reminder. If you are tuning into the broadcast and you have not subscribed to the channel, do me a real quick favor. Subscribe to the channel. It means a lot. Thank you very much. Maybe we have new people tuning in here. This is sort of America First, Make America Great Again type of community here. So, hey, if that's for you, make sure to subscribe. And I will say also, make sure to follow on Twitter while we wait for this ballistic missile barrage. Here is my Twitter link. Drop a follow there if you could. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, folks. This is going to be going on all night, ladies and gentlemen. I have a feeling we are just getting going. And I'm looking for updates once again. I'm looking around the internet here. Okay, breaking news update. According to Axios, Israeli officials have confirmed that the U.S. is assisting with the defense of Israel against the ballistic missiles fired by Iran. Okay, so Axios is saying that the United States is helping to try to intervene and stop this missile attack. We are helping Israel blast these ballistic missiles out of the air, allegedly. According to Axios, at least. I'm taking a look around. Okay, hey, chill out on the spam here. No spammerino in the chatterino. I'm browsing around for updates here. Khamenei Jr. says, 35 minutes ago, we missed this one. He said, this is the leader of Iran. This is a replay you're seeing here, so don't worry about this. Khamenei Jr. said, our armed forces are ready and the country's officials and all the people are behind the armed forces. We saw about 2 hours ago there were protests in the streets of Iran, and the protesters were saying, death to Israel is what they were saying. People marching through the streets, chanting. So, you know, these,
Well, there's the latest
These Iranians are
pictures of the,
pissed.
strikes this evening. I want to speak now to...
This is 6 minutes ago. Take a look at this. This was during wave 2 of the Iranian ballistic missile attack. So, folks, what does this mean? If we are having ballistic missiles pierce through the Iron Dome, what does this mean? This means the Iron Dome is getting overwhelmed. The Iron Dome is overwhelmed if they are unable to stop all of these ballistic missiles from blasting their way through.
Night and agreed on the importance of diplomacy and dialogue.
Jumpin' Jack,
it goes on
I
to
think
say,
mostly
updating
you're right.
on his conversations with partners today, the Prime Minister reiterated the UK's grave concerns about Iran's nuclear programs. The leaders look forward to speaking again in the G7 in Canada next week. So a reference there to the other phone calls that Keir Starmer has had today with his...
How do you know the Iron Dome is not working? By nature of 10 ballistic missiles blowing up in Tel Aviv. I think that's like an indicator that some... okay, most certainly some of them are getting through, given the fact that some of them have gotten through. That's just like reality, I guess.
The pictures that we have been absorbing over the course of the last hour. Extraordinary images from Israel's largest city, Tel Aviv. They're just gone 10 o'clock in the evening. Dramatic pictures as we've seen the Iron Dome interceptor missile.
Ladies and gentlemen, on a totally unrelated note, check this out. George Soros is being called into Congress to testify over potentially funding the riots and radically progressive groups here in America. Folks, Congress has called in George Soros to testify in front of them. That I don't think that's ever happened. That is a big deal there.
Of instances in the videos that you played a moment ago, where it was clearly overwhelmed and some of those ballistic missiles hit targets in the center of Tel Aviv. We don't have details at the moment of quite what was hit or the extent of the damage, but you can be sure that these images were playing in the White House, that Donald Trump, who has been in the Situation Room...
We have an update here. A senior Israeli official has just said to Israeli media, he said, Iran will pay an unbearable price for firing on population centers. Iran is about to pay a quote, unbearable price for firing on Israeli civilian population centers.
These attacks were due to take place, that Israel had given prior warning to the Americans that they were going to carry out these attacks. Folks. But it is also the case that Donald Trump was, as he so often does, kind of trying to ride two horses. He may well give his sort of an amber light to what Israel did overnight last night. But at the same time, he was still holding out some hope, on the face of it at least, that the negotiations with Iran would have made some progress. And Steve Witkoff, his Middle East envoy, was due to be in Oman, in Muscat, for the 6th round of talks with the Iranians on Sunday. Now, from an American perspective, they are saying that he's still willing to go, but the Iranians...
Let me take a look at some super chats here while we are waiting for round 3 of these ballistic missiles to arrive here. Mustard Skaven says, Iron Dome is for short-range projectiles. They have sling and arrow for long range. Okay, you're probably right. Yeah, technically you're probably right there. Thank you for the little correction. Thank you. And Bradley Rush here says, can you get a pic of your dog when you step out? General Franco from France has announced surrender of all of Paris. There you have it. Yeah, I can show you a picture of my dog a little bit later. Hey, thank you, Bradley.
Playing the good cop against Netanyahu's bad cop. I mean, his social media posts this morning were kind of intentionally ambiguous, I think. But he appeared to be suggesting that, look, I did my best. We offered the Iranians this, that, and the other. We thought there could be a deal. They didn't.
We have a little update. We already knew this, but officially the United States military is now participating in helping defend Israeli airspace, but this is from the same source coming from Axios. Okay, so same source.
Israel's actions overnight actually, in his view, make a deal more likely, not less likely. I think they are calculating, both in Tel Aviv and in Washington, that what we're seeing unfold now was a predictable response by the Iranians. They have to respond. They need to save face. For the Ayatollah, self-preservation is the biggest pressure, perhaps, that he faces, and so he needed to respond. And I think the calculation in Washington.
So as you know, Israel carried out strikes on numerous military and nuclear facilities in Iran about 20 hours ago now, something like that. Here is a photo, satellite imagery of the aftermath of those attacks. This is the Natanz nuclear enrichment complex in Iran. This is what Israel's attacks did to it. So Israel, these are very precise strikes. Boom, right there. Boom, boom, right there. And over here, this building, this looks like a big warehouse. Just got completely obliterated. These are the attacks last night that Israel carried out against Iran. Now we have another big, wow, massive super chat. Thank you very much, Jerry. Thank you very much. That's a $50. You've pegged independent journalism for excellence and endurance. Thanks also to Mrs. Morris for her efforts. You both are a blessing. I got my brother to tune into your excellent TV channel. He's blown away by the detailed and timely content. All of this is breaking news. I'm trying to do my best to really. I'm sort of just like scrolling Twitter, trying to see what is happening here. But hey, I'm scrolling Twitter the best I can. So thank you, Jerry. I appreciate that a lot. You know, it's funny. My brother also was tuning in yesterday. My brother doesn't perfectly align with my political beliefs all the time, but hey, he was, and so we have nice political debates, my brother and I. But he was tuning in last night, the breaking news as all of this was unfolding, and he was in the audience too. Everybody's brother is tuning in today.
Primary focus for Israel right now will be in a military context to make sure that they are continuing to literally reload the Iron Dome missile defense system, preparing right now for the third wave that they are expecting will come imminently. And so they will be doing that, but also trying to assess the damage on the ground in Tel Aviv.
Okay, Mark, we're going to...
Oh, this might be a tough one to watch. Folks, take a look at this right here. Significant damage to the outside of a high-rise apartment building in Tel Aviv as a result of an Iranian ballistic missile impact. Take a look at this. High-rise apartment in Tel Aviv. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage, no doubt about that. Geez, and right now you just saw we heard from Israel. They are pissed. They have said that Iran is going to be forced to pay immeasurable consequences, something to that effect. Israel is going to make Iran pay for what has gone on tonight. But by the way, it seems as if the Iranian attack is not done. We're all sitting here waiting. Allegedly, there is a third round of ballistic missiles inbound on their way to Israel at this very moment. Any second, we're going to see those pop up here.
On high alert. The Houthis have reportedly launched missiles toward Israel, one of which has hit the occupied West Bank, causing injuries.
I'm looking around
Many
here,
regional
folks.
leaders have condemned the attack as a flagrant violation of international law and an escalation that is pushing the region toward more conflict and tension. According to Iran's state media and statements made by Iran's supreme leader today, at least 4 top Iranian generals and 3 leading nuclear scientists were killed.
Thank you very much.
A number of civilians have also been reportedly killed and injured. The supreme leader has promised severe punishment, and I quote, for Israel.
Severe punishment.
Madam President, I reaffirm the Secretary General's condemnation of any military escalation in the Middle East. I also underline the obligation of member states not to use force against the territorial integrity or political independence.
Here's a great little reminder here, folks. Reminder, Barack Obama handed Iran $50 billion. I think this was in 2014 or 2015, whenever they struck that deal. $50 billion, which they quickly used to arm themselves. So what you're seeing right now is our tax dollars exploding midair, being used to attack Israel. And as you know, we give Israel, what, $15 billion every single year? So what you're seeing is our tax dollars blowing up also our tax dollars. It is our tax dollars versus also our tax dollars. Americans, we are paying for all of this. Both sides of the equation, we have paid for all of this. Don't you love it?
Calls on Iran to meet its legal obligations and to fully cooperate with the IAEA to urgently remedy its non-compliance with its safeguards agreement. Finally, the latest dangerous escalation follows some significant diplomatic developments.
Yeah, I'm looking for updates.
Talks between Iran and the U.S. were to resume in Oman this weekend. I encourage such diplomatic efforts to continue. A peaceful resolution through negotiations remains the best means to ensure the inclusively peaceful nature of Iran's nuclear program. We must, at all costs, avoid a growing conflagration that would have enormous global consequences. Thank you, Madam President.
We do not want another war in the Middle East. We do not want American boots on the ground in the Middle East getting blown up again. We do not want World War III. We want to de-escalate this entire situation as quickly as possible. That is what we want.
For us to be able to contribute to this very important debate today. Early this morning, the IAEA was informed of the military operation launched by Israel, which includes, as Undersecretary General Di Carlo was just informing, which includes attacks on nuclear facilities.
Oh, folks, we have a breaking news update, actually. The IDF Home Front Command now officially says that civilians in Israel can now leave their shelters following the end of the ballistic missile attack by Iran. So I had thought that there was going to be a third wave here. That's what everybody was reporting. Now, allegedly, everybody can come out of their shelters. Maybe there is not going to be a third wave here. Let's give this a couple moments and really just kind of see what happens here.
Fuel enrichment plant had been attacked in today's strikes. This facility contains the fuel enrichment plant and the pilot.
I'm going to hop over to Fox here.
Fuel enrichment plant had been attacked in today's strikes. This facility contains the fuel enrichment plant and the pilot fuel enrichment plant. At Natanz, the above ground part of the pilot fuel enrichment plant, where Iran was producing uranium enriched up to 60% uranium-235, has been destroyed.
Wow.
Electricity infrastructure at the facility, an electrical substation, main electric power supply building, emergency power supply and backup generators have also been destroyed. There is no indication of a physical attack on the underground cascade hole containing part of the pilot fuel enrichment plant and the main fuel enrichment plant. However,
I want to take a look at this post here real quick. This post here says Iranian hypersonic missile impacts in Tel Aviv. This says hypersonic. Is that really hypersonic?
Oh my.
I don't know if that's hypersonic. Okay, take a look at this. This one is on the Israeli Ministry of Defense headquarters. What is going on here? Is this going to get hit or... Wow, there it is. Wow, that is damn fast. Look at that. That is really fast. Anyway, is it hypersonic, subsonic? I don't know. Everybody is saying no, that's not hypersonic. Okay, it's subsonic. Anyway, hey, so allegedly this hit the Israeli what? The Israeli Ministry of Defense headquarters is what this blew up here, allegedly. I'm going to try to find that on Google Maps. Here, give me a moment here, folks.
However,
Israeli Ministry of Defense headquarters.
Manufacturing plant, a uranium conversion facility, and an enriched UO2 powder plant are located. However, Madam President, I have to inform that at this moment, we do not have enough information beyond indicating that military activity has been taken place around these facilities as well, which initially had not, I repeat, had not been part of the military operation. But now there is enough information for me to say to you that these facilities are also concerned. All these developments, Madam President and dear colleagues, are deeply concerning. I have repeatedly stated that nuclear facilities must never be attacked, regardless of the context or circumstances, as it could harm both people and the environment. Such attacks have serious implications for nuclear security, nuclear safety, and safeguards, as well as regional and international peace and security. In this regard, as I also reminded the Board of Governors of the IAEA, there are numerous General Conference resolutions on the topic of military attacks
hard to tell exactly
against nuclear facilities, in particular resolutions General Conference 444 or 533, which
it's hard to tell exactly what that hit.
That any armed attack or and threat against nuclear facilities devoted
hey John, hey, thank you.
to peaceful
John.
purposes is a violation of the principles of the Charter.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Right now, we are tuning into Fox Live News. This is an emergency UN Council meeting that we are listening to. The UN is not happy about any of this. I'm going to let this play here for a moment.
And our statute, I call on all parties to exercise maximum restraint to avoid further escalation. I reiterate that any military action that jeopardizes safety and security of nuclear facilities risk grave consequences for the people of Iran, the region, and beyond.
So, folks, what we know at the moment is maybe the ballistic attacks from Iran have come to an end, maybe for the time being. Israel has said they are going to make Iran pay for this. In the last 2 hours, 10, at a minimum, 10 Iranian ballistic missiles have connected with Israel. Israel is saying that Iran was targeting civilian population centers. They were trying to recklessly kill civilians, Israeli civilians. Israel is pissed. They have promised publicly about 45 minutes ago that they are going to make Iran pay for this. Does that mean that they're going to carry out airstrikes tonight, now, immediately, right now? I don't know. It could be now, could be a half hour, could be 5 hours from now. I don't know. But Israel has sworn an oath of revenge effectively here.
Coming days. Additionally,
so anyway, this is not de-escalating anytime soon, is what I'm trying to say.
Several senior staff members to monitor the situation closely over the next few days, and they will be available 24/7, of course, at the disposal of the United Nations Security Council, as it should be. The IAEA stands ready to provide technical assistance and remains committed to its nuclear safety, security, and safeguards mandate in all circumstances. I stand ready.
We do have a breaking news. A U.S. guided missile destroyer, USS Thomas Hudner. This is a ship, U.S. naval ship, is on its way to the Eastern Mediterranean. I'm going to see if I can track that live.
Nuclear security
it's a missile destroyer ship.
Experts, in addition to our safeguards inspectors already present in Iran, wherever necessary, to ensure that nuclear installations are fully protected and continue to be used exclusively for peaceful purposes. As I informed today, the IAEA Board of Governors, Madam President, I have indicated to the respective authorities my readiness to travel at the earliest to assess the situation and ensure safety, security, and non-proliferation in Iran. I have also been in contact with our inspectors in Iran and Israel.
By the way, this U.S. military, this naval missile destroyer ship, this is the ship here. It seems like this boat is nowhere near. This is off the coast of Florida right now. I think this is it. So it still has to sail from Florida all the way over to Israel. This thing isn't even in the region. Maybe? Okay.
And the international community is one grounded in dialogue and diplomacy to ensure peace, stability, and cooperation. The IAEA, as the international technical institution entrusted with overseeing the peaceful use of nuclear energy, remains a unique and vital forum for dialogue, especially now. In accordance with its statute and long-standing mandate, the IAEA provides the framework and natural platform where facts prevail over rhetoric and where engagement can replace escalation.
Okay, folks, I want to ask you a question. Do you think the way this is going, that in the near future, America is going to get directly involved in this conflict? And by directly involved, let me define that. I mean American boots on the ground, Americans fighting Iranians in the Middle East, another war in the Middle East. American military soldier on the ground deployment, war in the Middle East again. Do you think that is the way this is going? Do you think that is going to happen? I'm going to be honest, frankly, I don't think so. Folks, we have something on the horizon here. Hold up, pay attention. What is this? What is that over there? What the hell is that? Do you see that? Folks, this is Tel Aviv. What in the living hell are we looking at? Keep in mind, folks, it's like 11 p.m. or maybe midnight or something. Oh, it's the moon. Ladies and gentlemen, false alarm. That is the moon? Maybe? That just like, it seems like it just came out of nowhere, I guess. Never mind, it is the moon. False alarm. It is not an Iranian super weapon. Oh my god, that's no moon. That's a Death Star. Ladies and gentlemen, the Iranians have a Death Star. They are pointing the Death Star at Israel. This is Alderaan 2.0, please. This is bad. Well, actually, no, it's probably a moon. No, never mind. False alarm. I think it's actually probably just a moon. Probably.
We are having to discuss a new, most dangerous and irresponsible adventure by West Jerusalem in the region, but this time it is also pushing the region to a large-scale nuclear catastrophe. In the early hours of the 13th of June, Israel
Look how bright that is,
delivered
man.
a number of
Right?
extensive strikes against the territory of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Peaceful sleeping cities were struck, civilian infrastructure, and peaceful nuclear installations.
We are tuning into an emergency United Nations meeting right now. We're going to listen to this, and I'm going to keep trying. I'm continuing to find updates, breaking news updates for you guys. I'm looking around, trying to see what's going on here. I do not think this is over. This is not done, by the way.
Of the UN Charter and international law. One is left with the impression that the leadership of Israel is convinced that they have a completely free hand in the region, and they probably think that Israel can flout any legal norms and replace all international bodies, including the Security Council and IAEA. The Russian Federation strongly condemns this action by West Jerusalem. West Jerusalem's military adventure pushes the region to the brink of a large-scale war, and the responsibility for all of the consequences of these actions lies fully with the Israeli leadership and those who...
We're just going to leave the Russian representative speaking there to get the thoughts of our Washington correspondent, Mark Stone, who's been standing by for us and listening to that United Nations Security Council meeting in New York, meeting over Israel's...
Okay, we have an update here. So far, the Megan David Adam, don't know who that is, says they have transported 17 people to hospitals for various injuries, most being minor to moderate. Search and rescue teams are still sweeping the buildings near the impact sites in and around Tel Aviv. So I don't think we've seen any death confirmations in Tel Aviv. Thank God. You don't want anyone to die. But anyway, Israel has not confirmed yet that anybody has died as a consequence of these ballistic missile strikes. But they are pissed still. They have talked about already carrying out a counterstrike against Iran. They are upset, very upset. And we had a massive super chat here. Whoa! First off, Brian says single pulse, one generator. You may fire when ready. Yeah, right. Exactly. Operational. And thank you. And also Lenny Jones, Operation Shoot the Moon. How many of you can say where that comes from? That I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Do we need to blow up the moon just to be safe? Folks, do we need to blow up the moon just to be safe? I think we should do it.
Of what was hit and the damage at those various different sites. We have got confirmation, Gillian, now that of two things to update you on. First of all, we know now that the American President Donald Trump has spoken to Benjamin Netanyahu. That phone call was scheduled. It has now taken place. We don't have any more detail on that. What we can also tell you is that the US military has confirmed that they have helped to shoot down some of the Iranian missiles that were heading towards Israel. This is to be expected. The Americans have military facilities across the region in Iraq and they've probably got naval assets as well in out at sea, all of which can be used to help to defend Israel, and that is entirely in keeping with what America has pledged to do. What we don't yet know, what will be interesting, is whether any other Western militaries have become, or Middle Eastern militaries have become involved in this. The last time this happened, when Iran and Israel exchanged fire some months ago now, the Brits, I believe, were involved in helping to shoot down some of those missiles, as were the Jordanians. So we will see whether there's any new information.
I'm going to say this again real quick, folks. We have already, over here in the U.S., we've been having these open border, anti-ICE, illegal alien protests and riots across the country, really predominantly L.A. for the past couple days. There are massive nationwide protests / riots scheduled for tomorrow. They're being called the No Kings protests tomorrow. We've heard from the New York City Police that they are expecting 75,000 people protesting, marching through the streets tomorrow, just in New York alone, and this is happening across the country. If you thought the situation was already bad with what we've seen in Los Angeles, burning cars, people getting assaulted, officers getting assaulted, whatever, all types of damage, graffiti everywhere. If you thought that was bad, now you know Saturday is going to be even worse. America, to some degree, is involved in what's been going on here. America has been helping Israel throughout this entire process. So now tomorrow, not only are we going to have illegal aliens marching through the streets, whatever, far-left radical progressives marching through the streets, now we are also going to have, I don't know, your sort of usual pro-Palestine, pro-Israel, pro-Iran, potentially, type of people on the streets. Tomorrow is going to be a wild day. The point is, tomorrow is going to be a wild day.
Be heard. That a section
Crazy
of the
day.
statement from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Hey, Carrie, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, let's move now to take you to Tel Aviv and speak to an Israeli resident there,
Looking for updates here,
Jordana
folks.
Gregor, who's currently in a bomb shelter. Thank you very much for speaking to us, Jordana. Explain to us your position and since what time you've been in that shelter.
Hi, good evening. Kind of lost the feeling of time, but I think it's been since 7:30 or 8 p.m. And now it's 10:30, I think. So it's been a couple of hours. I think right now we just got the message from the Home Front Command saying that we could leave the bomb shelters, but we have to stay close by.
Right, so you have been told that it's safe for you to leave now?
Yeah, but to stay close by.
Describe for me what it was like when you got the instruction to move to the shelter.
So it's been an interesting last 24 hours. It all started yesterday around 3 p.m. A siren sounded, which for the last almost 2 years, it's been quite a routine, unfortunately. So we just thought it was another missile from the Houthis from Yemen. And then we got like a weird notification, which wasn't really clear. It was basically saying to stay close to a shelter. And we turned on the TV and we understood that Israel had attacked Iran. So we was sort of waiting for a counterattack the whole night.
We do have a breaking news update here. The Israeli Defense Force, the IDF, has officially denied claims made by several Iranian state-run media outlets that 2 fighter jets within the Israeli Air Force were shot down. We heard that story a couple hours ago that Iran was able to shoot down a bunch of 2 specifically Israeli fighter jets. The IDF has denied that story.
To stay alert, and then later we got notification to stay close to a shelter. So there's a lot of buildings that don't have any shelters. So people that don't have a shelter in the building, they should make their way or stay close by a sheltered area. And then I think it was around 7:30 or 8 p.m. that we got notification to enter the safe spaces. And we've been there for the last 2 hours. Just now I let my children leave the room, but otherwise we've been here for a couple of hours.
We're just going to play some pictures of the attack, the counterattack from Iran. This is in the last hour. Obviously you can't see the pictures on screen, but it's just showing the missiles hitting
freaking
Tel Aviv.
Crazy.
Oh, you can see a screen? Yeah, so at that point in time, were you aware what was happening or not?
Yes, actually we heard the booms, and I spoke with some friends that probably live close by, and they told me the whole building where they live was shook. And we had on and off Wi-Fi in the shelter, so we could sort of understand what was going on and understand that.
Okay, folks, I wanna real quickly take a look and see what Steve Bannon over on the War Room, what are they saying here about all of this? We have a lot of footage coming out from Steve Bannon. Okay, let's take a look here.
All of you Burmers skipping around right now. What happened in Iraq? We were lied to. What happened in Iraq, the law of unintended consequences.
Weapons that are being used today have a degree of precision that no one ever dreamt of in a prior conflict.
The bombing, designed to shock and awe Iraq's military, centered on Baghdad, but also struck key targets in Mosul and Kirkuk in the north and Basra in the south.
We successfully accomplished our mission. We did everything that we set out to do. Everybody's back safe and sound.
All targets are designed to undermine the regime of Iraqi President Saddam Hussein.
All right, so what is Steve Bannon's opinion here? America should not get involved in another war in the Middle East. What is the message here? We should not get involved in this. We can, I don't know, maybe loosely help Israel. Israel, good luck. But Bannon does not want to get involved.
To convince his generals to turn on him or at least surrender. Such as, for instance, this presidential palace compound, which is located in downtown Baghdad. Others are defective. Southern, more than...
Yeah, okay. Bibi Netanyahu in a statement... What am I hearing? Where is that audio? There it is. I was like, where is that coming from? My bad, I apologize. Bibi Netanyahu in a statement earlier today said that this time it is time for the Iranian people to declare their freedom.
Bibi Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, in a statement earlier today said that this is the time for the Iranian people to declare their freedom. So that is a message here that this is a strategic blow against Iran. The intent here is perhaps regime change, that this is going to go well beyond striking the nuclear underground.
You know, this is a very curious topic here. How many people in Iran actually even want regime change? I have no idea. It's really hard to know. In fact, I don't think any single one of us knows. I don't think any single one of us really knows what is going on the ground in Iran. How do people feel? What is the overall sentiment? Because keep in mind, there's anti-West propaganda, pro-West propaganda, anti-Israel propaganda, pro-Israel propaganda, anti-Iranian propaganda, pro-Iranian propaganda. It is so impossibly hard to actually know, how do normal everyday Iranians feel about what is going on? Do they support their government, their regime, or do they not? Do they want them gone? Do they love them? I think it really is impossible. There's propaganda going every single which way. Who the hell knows?
Enrichment sites. Now, we do have reports that the Natanz nuclear enrichment site has been significantly damaged by the Israeli strikes. That's important. Why? Because Iran has two of them, Natanz and Fordow. The big one is Fordow. That is deep beneath the mountains, underneath the holy Iranian site of the city of Qom, and that we can expect the Israelis to strike that site as well. We are seeing some updates as we speak right now that there are new explosions being heard in the capital of Iran, Tehran, and in that holy site, city of Qom, where that Fordow nuclear facility is taking place. The Israelis certainly here are going, operation is going to take days, if not weeks.
Israel last night said that this situation is going to be going on for 2 weeks. Israel is committed to 2 weeks of this, okay? I see in the chat, Matt, there's polling that shows about 80% of the population wants the regime gone. Well, here's the deal. Once again, that very likely is bullshit propaganda. I mean, guys, we can't even believe the polls here in America. We all see a poll coming out of CNN or Washington Post and we say, oh, really? I'm not buying that. But also at the same time, we're going to believe every single poll about what's going on in Iran, where people don't even have free speech or whatever. Like, I'm sorry, I don't buy it. I just don't. Like, but at the same time, I'm not really giving an opinion other than I don't believe anything coming out of that. I don't believe any of that, right? Either way.
You've got Mossad deep behind enemy lines. The Israelis have managed to cripple the order of battle for the Iranian command by striking against the leadership of Iran's missile command and its ground forces, as well as the chief of staff of the Iranian military, Mohammad Bagheri. He is dead. Now, imagine that's equivalent if the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff was assassinated alongside others on the...
There are, I don't know, maybe 24 senior-ranking Iranian military leaders, most notably the leader, the commander of the IRGC. He's like the top guy, the top military leader, assassinated about 20 hours ago. Also, 24 others. Also, at a minimum, 10 Iranian nuclear scientists were also taken out. And so, you know, it is very, very hard for Iran to effectively retaliate when their entire chain of command is now dead, or most of it, a lot of it.
In the Pentagon leadership, that is what this is equivalent to. So right now, the Iranian military command structure, which is top heavy, is running blind. So this is going to escalate. We're going to see more of these Mossad attacks inside Iran and more of these Israeli airstrikes, given what we were hearing from the leadership in Jerusalem. Right now, the Iranians have not managed to launch their medium and long-range ballistic missiles against Israeli targets, but they're seeing.
Well, now they have. This video is a little bit old. Now they have. Now we have had at least 10 confirmed ballistic missile hits. This guy in the chat says, you are giving an opinion, an uninformed opinion. Hold up. Just to be clear, it is uninformed of me to say that I don't believe polling data coming out of a hyper-religiously zealous authoritarian country regime where people don't have basic free speech or basic liberties. You're telling me it's uninformed to not believe polling coming out of a country like that? Get out of town. I'd say if you believe everything you hear coming out of that country, I'm sorry, I think you are out of touch. You're clueless, man. That's my opinion.
They're trying to regroup right now, given the chaos that is taking place in Tehran. But no question, from an operational perspective, from a battlefield damage assessment, this has been a wildly...
Iran has taken a lot of damage. Now we have some super chats. By the way, D. Summers, I agree with you. I agree with you, and thank you again for that super chat. I'm going to heart that one. Thank you very much. Thank you big time. Now, Genevieve says, don't think that Iran won't come after this. They want us gone like Europe. This is what I'll tell you, okay? The single most incompetent, brain-dead, stupid thing that Iran could do right now at this very moment is start attacking U.S. military personnel or U.S. military bases in the Middle East. That would be the stupidest thing they possibly could do, because right now the U.S. has been relatively hands-off. Israel is kind of running the show here. The U.S. is helping Israel with their defense, but America is not helping with the offense, okay? We're not bombing Iran right now. However, if Iran starts attacking U.S. military bases, U.S. military personnel in the region, then they have now given us cause to start to break out the B-2 Spirit stealth bombers and dropping gigabombs, dropping super bombs, okay? They should not do that. That would be so unbelievably stupid of them to do that. Do not give our government a reason to do that. But hey, who's to say what's going to happen? Okay, thank you, Desert Vet. I appreciate that a lot. John Alville, thank you very much. Matt, have you reported that the Iranian regime is sending some dependents out of Iran? Love your work. Bronca reported that earlier. No, I haven't heard about that. Now, we do want to talk about all of the Iranian sleeper cells that are both in Europe, they're really across the world. I'm sure there are Iranian sleeper cells, would be future potential Iranian terrorists is what that means, in Israel, in Europe, in the United States, in Canada. And if things really go crazy, if Iran is facing potentially existential crisis, or the Iranian regime is facing existential crisis, what do? They say, activate the sleeper cells. And then this is where we start having real serious domestic terror threats because of these people, these sleeper cells that are embedded in our country or in Europe or in Israel right now. They activate them, boom, and this is when you start having, terror threats across the country. And keep in mind, by the way, folks, tomorrow we already have massive protests, potentially massive riots taking place tomorrow. So here's my advice to everybody here. I'd say, listen, folks, don't leave your house tomorrow. Or at least don't go to any public mass places. Do not attend the protests. Do not attend the riots tomorrow. Do not even go to the shopping mall tomorrow. I would stay home tomorrow. Stay home and do some spring cleaning or whatever. I guess it's summer now, but I would say stay away from all of these mass gatherings. I hate to say it. I think tomorrow is going to be a bad day. I think tomorrow, and I will be here live streaming all of that, covering everything that happens. But I'm seriously worried about what's going to be happening tomorrow. General Michael Flynn weighs into all of this. Let's see what he has to say.
We are seeing an exquisite level of intelligence operations by the nation of Israel. I mean, it's just extraordinary to me. This is definitely a warning. This is a warning to any other adversary in that region who feels like they want to take a shot at Israel. There's one thing that the Israelis have is they have incredible levels of very detailed, very tactical, very refined intelligence, because the targets that they are hitting and the precision that they're hitting those targets. And I'm talking about people, command and control, air defense, all the different battlefield operating systems that you have to take out in order to, in this case, to destroy the capability, the military and intelligence and security capabilities of a nation. The Israelis have done quite a bit of it in just a period of about 48 hours. We are going to see this continue. And again, this is a warning to anybody else in the region. I've already seen where the Hezbollah response has been nullified because they know the other countries in the region that.
Breaking news, by the way, real quick, speaking about what Israel is going to do about this. Israeli media is quoting Israeli officials right now, as of 1 minute ago, saying Israel is now going to start targeting civilian areas in Iran after Iran hit civilian areas in Tel Aviv. We all just watched that happen. Folks, we've been saying this for 2 days now. This situation is escalating, and it's only going to keep on getting dirtier, and not a good situation.
That have put out statements condemning this attack. They know they don't want to say it, Dave. They don't want to say it out loud, but they actually are applauding this attack because Iran has been nothing but a sore spot on the rear end of this particular region of the world. We cannot continue to have the spew that comes out of Iran and out of people like the Ayatollah, who's talking about the annihilation of not only the state of Israel, but also the United States of America. I applaud President Trump for how he has demonstrated enormous and extraordinary strategic patience, and he has given every inch of rope to the Iranians to make a better decision, and they have refused. They have basically, not made that decision. Absolutely horrendous call on their part. And and now what Israel is going to do is continue to destroy.
Trump gave him 60 days, and Israel attacked on the 61st day. Israel waited. It's funny because you see some of these narratives. I'm going to call this out a little bit. You see some of these narratives that, Benjamin Netanyahu or Israel, that they are leading President Trump around by the nose, that Netanyahu has Trump wrapped around his finger. I actually really don't think that is the case. We all know that Israel does have a tremendous amount of influence in the American government. This is like undeniably true. That's just true. But is Trump just completely at the beck and call, at the whim of whatever Netanyahu wants to do? I just don't think that's the case. In fact, 62 days ago, right now, let me rephrase this. For months, Netanyahu, for years really, Netanyahu has been wanting to bomb Iran. They've been pushing for this and talking about this for months and months and months and years. Trump gets into office, and what does Trump say? Trump says, Netanyahu, we're not doing this. You're going to wait. You're going to give me 60 days. Hey, Netanyahu, you're going to sit there and wait like a good boy because I'm in the White House now, and you're going to have to wait 60 days. I know you want to bomb Iran. You need to wait 60 days because I'm going to pursue diplomatic talks to de-escalate the nuclear situation, okay? Now, what does that mean? That means Trump told Israel, Netanyahu, sit there and wait, let me cook, let me work. Now, Iran chose not to work. Iran chose not to really show up in good faith to the negotiating table. And now Israel did. They patiently waited their 60 days or 61 days as of yesterday. And now Israel has said, you know what, we're taking matters into our own hands, I guess. But Trump did tell Netanyahu, hey, listen, sit there and wait for 60 days. And they did. They listened to Trump. They wanted to bomb sooner and they didn't. They waited for Trump to have his time frame. And Iran, I guess, blew that offer. Now, the deal went to shit. Yep. And then Israel got sick of waiting. And Lohash, hey, I see that super chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very, very much. That's a massive super chat. Go spend time with your family. Go see your family. How dare you have opinions based on your life experiences and extensive knowledge of history? New fan from Oakland County, Michigan. God bless you. Hey, Melissa, thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that a lot. I saw somebody, I'll say this real quick. I saw this in the chat. Somebody said, agenda-free TV is better than me. I want to touch on that for a second. I am not agenda-free TV. I like agenda-free TV, by the way. That's a really good YouTube channel. But I have my bias. I talk about my opinions or beliefs. I give you my input. Agenda-free TV, they make a really good, a genuine, concerted effort to not really, give an opinion on what's going on. They just cover what's going on. Here, I do have a bias. I do have my opinions, and I talk about them, and that's the way that it is, and that just is what it is. Okay. I want to, and by the way, thank you for those super chats. Theron, hey, long time no see. I remember, hey, long time no see, brother. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm gonna try to find some more of these clips. Let's see what is going on in the Steve Bannon universe. Take a look at this.
Very briefly, this war is going to go on in the Middle East for at least another 2 weeks. You're going to see a level of devastation that we have not seen probably historically in many people's lives, probably since World War II. And this is regime change time. Israelis are done, and I don't blame them. We need a benevolent leader inside of Iran to rise up. We don't need somebody flying in from Paris who's been making billions off the backs of other people. We need somebody from inside the regime, and we need the CIA the hell out of there.
Right, and what do you see? I mean, you know the region better than anyone. What's the probability of those events occurring, getting a better secular leader who's not at war with us?
Yeah, I think it's very high, actually. I think that there's some people that are identified. It is the most important thing is.
Are we in the next couple weeks or months here going to see a total and complete regime overhaul? Is Khamenei going to be dead or stepped down or deposed? I don't know. He flees to Russia, similar to a Bashar al-Assad a couple months ago out of Syria. Where does this go? Are we right now witnessing the beginning of the end for the Khamenei regime? Or is he just going to kind of pitter along for a couple more years? It's really hard to say where this goes here.
At what point in time does Israel make the decision, and they are hunting right now, they are definitely, the guys on the ground are hunting for the leadership they've devastated the leadership, just like they did devastating the leadership of Hamas, Hezbollah. They're devastating the leadership of Iran right now, the military, the IRGC, the political leadership. And, you know, we haven't heard about the Ayatollah yet. I guarantee he's in hiding. His life is at risk, and that's fine.
Yes, it is.
I do think that the Israelis need whatever capabilities they need, because this thing is going to go on. My belief is for another couple of weeks. They are not done with the level of destruction of the nuclear capability. We have to face the fact that since really the Obama regime, Iran, the leading state sponsor of terrorism in the world, has been developing a nuclear weapon, and they've had years to develop it.
Hey, real quick, I see some of you guys keep on trying to promote or advertise other YouTube channels in my channel here. Hey, you should just go watch them. You don't need to come to my channel and try to promote. I see some of you people, you're trying to shout out. Okay, I get you like somebody else. Just don't come here and try to plug them in my channel. We're doing our thing here, okay? We're doing the show here. If you want to go watch them, that's fine. You go watch them. But I see some of you guys are almost spamming it. I don't know if this is some type of weird promotion scheme that's going on here. But hey, listen, you can go watch them. It doesn't bother me. You can leave. That's fine. It doesn't bother me at all. But yeah, we're doing our thing here, folks. Now I want to take a look at the super chat here. Michael Pantera, absolute masterclass in coverage, Matt. Thank you so much for what you're doing. Everything. Big ups to your wife as well for letting you spend all this time. We appreciate you very much. It is true. I do have a good wife. I have a great wife. I'd say 10 out of 10. Hey, thank you very much, by the way. Maybe she can come down here and say hi to you guys at some point. I'm sure she would come down and say hi to you guys if you guys are going to be nice. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Big time. Thalion, yeah, I'll take a look at that message in Discord. I didn't see it yet, but I'll take a look after tonight's broadcast. Hey, thank you very much, and good to see you. Good to see you. Right now, folks, real quick, we have a live feed of Tel Aviv here in the top left, live feed of Jerusalem down here in the bottom left. We might be looking at more Iranian ballistic missile barrages soon. They have done 2 waves already. We heard of a rumored 3rd wave. Seems like that got canceled. There might be more tonight. Right now, it's maybe midnight over there in that area of the world. 10 Iranian ballistic missiles connected and did damage in downtown Tel Aviv or in the Tel Aviv area. So Iran has actually inflicted damage to Israel a couple hours ago, and Israel has sworn that they will exact vengeance against them. They're going to pay it back. When is that going to happen? Could be tonight. It could be tomorrow. I don't know, but we're just trying to keep tabs on everything that's going on here. And thank you very much. We have a massive super chat from Curtis. He said, that's $100 super chat. He says, some think war is never moral. Nothing could be further from the truth, but regardless, if Israel turns to targeting civilian population centers, they will lose moral ground. That's a tactic of immoral people. You know, to be fair, there are so many reports coming out right now from so many different places that it is hard to know exactly, did they say that? Is that true? Is this really what they are planning? What is going on? So I do want to say everything that we see here, to be frank, maybe we have to take with a grain of salt, because there is so much, guys. It's like Alex Jones says, info war. This is the info wars. There's misinformation everywhere. There is a war going on in the Middle East. There are most certainly various groups that are trying to push certain fake narratives, whatever. So who knows? So everybody, grain of salt. We're trying to get as much information as we possibly can, and we're working through this. But Curtis, thank you. Very, very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Fog of war stuff is going on. Absolutely. Absolutely. And South Wisconsin family, thank you. Okay, I'm going to try to find some more breaking updates. Take a look at this abandoned clip.
When I say law of unintended consequences, the other one, something else I mean is an old saying. There are more tears shed for answered prayers than for unanswered. Your closing thoughts as we go to the 11 o'clock hour, sir?
Yeah, sometimes we mere mortals get it all wrong and we don't follow God's will properly. Posobiec just nailed it, right? President Trump was going to get us out of the Ukraine in a day. And then the deep state and these other actors, and you see our heroes, right? Kash Patel and the superheroes we got in high places, and they're having a hard time turning the ship around. So that's what you're talking about, this unintended consequences, and the costs here are unimaginable. The greatest cost for a lot of institutions is your people, the salaries and the benefits. Can you imagine how many people up in the federal government today just got totally turned around and shifted their eyes away from the border invasion that we have to solve? That's
our responsibility.
There's some nasty stuff going on.
Listen, everybody, do not let this situation in the Middle East distract us from the fact that our country has been invaded by 20, 30, 40, 50 million illegal alien invaders. True, do not forget that. Do not forget about that. And also, by the way, tomorrow there will be massive anti-ICE, anti-Trump, open border, pro-illegal alien protests or riots taking place across this entire country. We cannot forget about that. In fact, tomorrow, it's going to be another probably 10 or 12 hour live broadcast tomorrow, similar to, I think, what we're going to end up doing today, because we're going to be covering all of the riots and protests across the entire country as they unfold tomorrow. So it's going to be a busy day today, and it's going to be a busy day tomorrow. Now, there is maybe a little bit of a micro update here. I want to show you guys some little tidbits are trickling in. Let me pull this up over here. Is this going to work? Yeah, there we go. Okay. So take a look at this. This is 10 minutes ago, the Prime Minister of Iraq, Mohammed Shia al-Sudani, is currently holding an emergency meeting with all of the Iranian-backed paramilitary and militia groups inside of Iraq to discuss the repercussions of a war between Israel and Iran. So, of course, in Iraq, there are various Iran-funded or Iran-supported or backed paramilitary groups in Iraq, and they're having a meeting with the leader of Iraq to discuss, what are we going to do about this? What the hell is going on? So that's the first thing. So, listen, concern, hysteria is breaking out across the Middle East, maybe justifiably so. Another update 6 minutes ago, the Israeli Security Cabinet is currently meeting at a, quote, undisclosed location to discuss a response to Iran's ballistic missile attack tonight against population centers in Israel. You know for a fact that Israel is going to make Iran pay. They will punish Iran for these attacks. We've seen at a minimum 10 ballistic missiles connect and do damage with various points, generally around Tel Aviv. Some hitting what look like urban civilian apartment complexes, living situations like that. Israel, you know how Israel is going to fire back. They're going to do that. They are going to do that. Is that going to happen tonight or now or 10 minutes from now? I don't know. Let's take a look at this clip. I'm going to find some more breaking updates.
Jack, I want to give you breaking news from NBC News and just talk to the president. The president said, hey, the Iranians missed an opportunity to make a deal. He gave them every chance. And now he says, they are calling me to speak. The same people we worked with the last time, many of them are now dead, but others are calling. They want to get together and continue the negotiations. At least this is what's coming out of the White House. Your thoughts about that? They've killed some of the senior people, some of the senior negotiators. Do you think Witkoff's going to be in Muscat, Oman this weekend, sir?
Well, Steve, we'll see. One of the big questions that I think a lot of people have for all of this regarding these negotiations, you mentioned how this crescent of instability really goes all the way up to Russia. And the real question for Witkoff, of course, isn't just the negotiations with Iran and what their status is. They're on, they're off, they're on, they're off. But also the fact that, yes, Bibi Netanyahu, the first world leader he called was President Trump, but the second world leader he called, we're told, is President Putin of Russia. And so the Russian response to this and Russia's negotiations vis-a-vis Ukraine and the United States are really going to be called into question now, because after a decapitation strike like this, you have to imagine that a lot of the Russian hardliners are going to be calling for the same. This is what Prigozhin wanted to do.
I see the comment in the chat. It says, Iran is pissed. Guys, we have a Okay, we have a report here. It says unconfirmed, and really, who the hell knows if this is true? Do we trust this account? Conflict radar. I don't know. Okay, well, what do they say? They say that there are unconfirmed reports that Iran may conduct a nuclear test tonight. That seems almost ridiculous. That seems almost too ridiculous to be true. Because what would that do? That would just give Israel further reason, another reason to try to carry out additional strikes against Iran. Because now they go, oh, wow, look, Iran is carrying out nuclear tests amidst all of this. As all of this is unfolding, now we got to go bomb them again. This seems like a dumb thing to do. Unconfirmed report. This could be coming out of anywhere. Who knows? I probably don't believe that here. Literal Who account. Yeah, I think so. Now, we have another thing coming out. This is from a sitting Republican congressional rep here in America. Breaking news. All Americans need to be on high alert with nationwide No Kings protests taking place tomorrow. Online reports suggest outside agitators are planning to escalate violence in Trump gear to frame MAGA Republicans. If you attend, do not wear MAGA Trump gear, apparel, hats, t-shirts. If you witness illegal activity, record faces and license plates and send it all to the FBI. Stay alert, stay smart. I didn't even think about this. This is totally possible, folks. I would say this is more than possible. This is likely that you will have agitators, Antifa members, far-left radicals, illegal aliens dressing up, wearing the Make America Great Again hat, waving the Trump flag, whatever it is, committing crimes, being violent potentially, in order to make Trump and his supporters and the America First movement look bad in the public eye, to set us up, to frame us. Totally possible. Completely, entirely possible. Okay, this is a emergency UN Security Council meeting. Let's take a look. I'm going to tune into this here for a moment.
All states in the region
I'm going to find some
underscore
updates.
the need to avoid provocations and retaliatory measures that may trigger wider regional conflagration. We also express our support for the important work of the IAEA in monitoring nuclear programs and ensuring peaceful use of nuclear energy. The independence and impartiality of the agency must be respected by all member states.
Does anybody really care what the leader of Sierra Leone has to say about this? I hate to be rude, but do we really care what... Oh man, World War III? Oh man, Israel versus Iran? Oh man, somebody get a hold of a representative from Sierra Leone. We need to know what Sierra Leone has to say about this. This is urgent. Yeah.
I think Netanyahu displays a gross misunderstanding of Iranian mentality and of Iranian political culture if he believes that his request will do the trick.
8 minutes ago, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has officially called on Iranian citizens to overthrow Supreme Leader Khamenei. Right now, if you are Supreme Leader Khamenei, where are you? You are hidden in a bunker somewhere. Folks, what are we looking at here? What is this?
He respected the Iranian people, but he basically
pay attention here,
we'll
boys
tell you what's good
and
for
girls, ladies and gentlemen.
And by saying that, he
this might be a replay,
demonstrates an almost total misunderstanding of Iranian political culture, which highly resents attempts from the outside to impose any kind of political control on Iran. Well, Iranians are not great supporters of the Islamic Republic, surely. They support
I think that's a replay.
External attempts to tell them what to do and what to think and how to act, even less, significantly less. Just like Israelis have rallied around the flag that Netanyahu has hoisted with the strike on Iran, so are Iranians rallying around the flag as Iranian sovereignty is being violated in unprovoked, illegal fashion. Any attempt to suggest that this is the way to topple the Islamic Republic through a popular uprising is, again, as detached from reality as such an observation could be.
But might there be Iranians who do not agree with the Islamic Republic and are not in favour of the system under which they live?
There are plenty of Iranians who do not agree with the Islamic Republic. There are plenty of Iranians who do not like the Islamic Republic. But those Iranians don't take orders from Benjamin Netanyahu. There are plenty
Well, not only do they not take orders from Benjamin Netanyahu, do they even have the means to overthrow their own government? Like it would take an effective military coup. The military would have to turn on Khomeini in order to make this happen, because as far as I know, in the U.S. here, everybody owns a gun. We've all got guns here in the U.S. In Iran, do they have private gun ownership? I don't think so. So even if 80% of them wanted to overthrow Khomeini, if Khomeini still controls the military in Iran, I think the civilians, they don't really have an option. It is what it is.
He also said that Israel's fight is not against the Iranian people. He said this is your opportunity to stand up and let your voices be heard. But you are describing it as a threat.
It's very much a threat, and I think it's a threat that's already been substantiated. Israel has killed, I think the number is now up to 110 people, many children as well, in its strike on Iran. It continues to kill.
Yeah.
Our Minister of Defense expressed his anger for Iran after Iran bombed civilian districts.
No guns
Israel
in Iran.
did very much the same as it bombed in the heart of Tehran. Any attempt,
well, at least not privately owned, generally not privately owned, at least.
Such blatant, again, unprovoked attacks on Iran. I think there's a general consensus among the Israeli community that this is not a preventive strike. Any attempt to suggest that such a politically motivated strike is actually altruistic in nature, calling on the proud people of Iran to fulfill their potential and do Israel's bidding, is very much disrespectful.
Okay, we have a new video of some of these ballistic missile attacks from maybe 2 hours ago now. Take a look at this.
Okay.
Wow, shit.
Go.
This is in Tel Aviv.
Go! יא בני זונות, יו, אני בהלם. אני בהלם.
Wow.
אני בהלם. יו. אני בשוק. אני פאקינג בשוק. אני פאקינג בשוק.
One more time, play that back.
Okay. Go.
It was a little bit too close. A little bit too close for comfort. We have more news coming out of Israel here. Casualties from the Iranian ballistic missile attack tonight against Israel have risen to 40 injuries, with 2 of those in critical condition. Most are being treated at Al-Sheba Medical Center, as well as Sorovsky and Beilinson hospitals. Okay, so still though, no confirmed casualties, 2 in critical condition, and 40 injuries as a consequence of these ballistic missile attacks. Okay.
Any modicum of decency or veracity.
You're suggesting that the initial attack on Iran is a diversionary tactic to take the eyes of the world away from Gaza, but we know that this attack has been planned for, if not months, some years, we've been told.
Sure, and it was timed precisely to be carried out exactly when it was needed the most. It was not needed the most because Iran was days away from constructing a bomb. Even the IAEA report, which accused Iran of real violations of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, even
Matt, I'm a bit out of the loop, but I see a lot of people on the right hate Israel, and I'm not sure where that comes from or why. Any insight? I think, okay, first off, a couple things to say here. Right now, this is just undeniably true. Whether or not you agree or disagree, this is just the truth. American support for Israel right now is at an all-time low. American support for Israel over the past couple of years has absolutely cratered. Young Americans, especially young Americans between the age of 18 and 30 or 40, they're kind of like, why do we really need to support Israel? So that is a big demographic age change. It's generally older Americans and generally more very Christian Americans that are super in support of Israel. But younger, less religious Americans are less in support of Israel. That's the first thing. So there's an age demographic factor to it. Beyond that, I think this is also, I think, just seems to be true, is that America, is really in a tough spot right now. Our national debt is insane. We just had 20 years of war in the Middle East. We have a ton of homeless veterans with PTSD and their limbs blown off, and we have an invasion in our country right now. Genuinely, we have millions and millions, tens of millions of foreign invaders in our country right now. You're going to see all of them on our streets tomorrow across the country. And so I think a lot of Americans nationwide are looking at the scope of the picture and saying, listen, Israel, you do your thing. You guys take care of yourselves, but we need to take care of ourselves. Listen, America, we can't get involved in another war in the Middle East. We here in America, we need to focus on our country first, America first, for the first time in, I don't know, decades, in generations. We have to fix our own problems before we get involved again in the Middle East. That is an overwhelmingly common sentiment amongst Americans right now, amongst sort of the America First, MAGA, Trump-style Republicans. Listen, support for getting involved in the Middle East is at an all-time low, very, very low. We just can't do it. We need to focus on ourselves right now. In fact, there was a, you know, Michael Knowles, who works at the Daily Wire, trying to find his Twitter page. I don't know how to spell his name perfectly. Michael Knowles, there he is. Okay, I saw him. He conducted a survey the other day. Right here. Okay, so folks, take a look at this real quick. This is Michael Knowles. Michael Knowles is a very pro-Israel guy. Michael Knowles works at the Daily Wire, which is a very pro-Israel media organization. Michael Knowles, he's not some Israel hater. He conducted a survey on his Twitter page, okay? Said, should the U.S. go to war with Iran? 89% of people in his own community said no. 89% of people said, no, we should not go to war with Iran. Now, this is where it gets a little bit muddied, though, is he asked another question. Should President Trump allow Iran to develop a nuclear weapon? Likewise, 89% of people said no. Okay, well, you can say, okay, well, we don't want to go to war, but we also don't want to have them, you know, get a nuclear weapon. You're in a little bit of a snafu. So it's a very complex situation. I want to take a look at this here. Bass or Base, probably Bass. 1999 super chat. Thank you very much. The only one unscathed in this action has been the moon. Very suspicious. Yeah, you'll notice the moon is up there, not taking any damage, just looking down on everybody, watching all of this unfold. What do you think that moon is up to? Between you and me, I don't trust it. I've got a bad feeling about that moon up there, man. I don't know about that. Good point. And also Roger Bradley. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very, very much. Amanda, okay, with Super Chat. Matt, can you say Mike S. in Surprise, Arizona? We are at home listening to you and he can't see the TV. Mike S. in Surprise, Arizona. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. And also thank you, Amanda, for the Super Chat. Thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you very much. No, you know, especially my generation. I'm 31. I have my entire life has had the backdrop of a never-ending war in the Middle East. All through my teenage years, my early adulthood, the backdrop of this country was war in the Middle East. And then you have the questions, why are we there? Should we even be there? Young Americans are getting blown up in a desert halfway across the world. Can anyone really explain why? Not really. As we know, we were there under false pretenses. Weapons of mass destruction, yellow cake, was all of that true? We now know it wasn't. Why were we there? Why did we go into trillions and trillions of dollars of debt to make that happen? Listen, regardless, we don't want to do it again. People my age especially and younger, we don't want that. And also, as all of that is happening, our own country here domestically is deteriorating. Our own country has been invaded. Our infrastructure is crumbling. We've got tens of millions of illegal aliens in this country right now that are tearing the country apart, that are causing problems. We have all types of issues, the debt, the deficit, all of these issues going on. We cannot allow this country to get involved in another war halfway around the world. That is not America first. America first means for the first time in decades, we need to focus here on America and fix our issues, folks. We've got some big freaking issues right now. That's just the truth.
It's offensive. I don't think it aided it actively. I think what Trump told Netanyahu is, go ahead and try. If you make it,
I'm going to look for some more updates here, folks.
I'll be happy to share part of the credit. If you don't, it's your problem. So I believe that Trump is happy to step in and receive some of the limelight. I think Trump still really does want a deal that may demonstrate his great naivete, but I think he definitely wants a deal. And I think that's what he's going to try and press for.
Trump
I think
does
this would be
still
a
want
good
a deal.
chance for powers like Russia and China to actually step in and try diplomatic efforts. And I think it may be a good chance for the global North and the global South to work jointly to end these hostilities. Nobody wants them, but I think it's a general consensus in the Middle East that nobody but Israel is interested in a war. And I believe that if all...
I see the comment in the chat, no deal is possible now. You know what? Let me play devil's advocate for a second. We already know that Iran, prior to these attacks, was really not interested in a deal. Donald Trump gave them 60 days. They weren't really cooperative. These attacks took place yesterday. That's day number 61. Is it possible that in the aftermath of these attacks, Israel's attacks against Iran, that Iran is more likely to make a deal? We already know that they weren't really looking to make a deal because they were dragging their feet. They didn't make a deal. Is it possible that now that these attacks have been carried out, that they will be more likely to make a deal? Now they've lost 10 or more of their top-level nuclear scientists. They've had numerous military installations and bases across Iran get blown up and decimated. They've lost numerous nuclear enrichment facilities. They've lost at least 24 senior-ranking IRGC military leaders. Is it possible that they have taken so much damage in the last 24 hours that now they're kind of forced to come to the table? Is that possible? Yeah, I think it is. It would be foolish to say it's not possible. It is possible. Who knows? Time is going to tell. We're going to have to see.
Iron Dome missile defense systems activated over
Give it another
Jerusalem,
day.
and this certainly is that as well. I don't know how long ago these were, but it has been a pretty sustained barrage of missiles, the Iranian counterattack over the course of the last few hours from what happened overnight last night. I just wonder when we'll hear from Donald Trump. It is quite surprising that we haven't yet heard from him. I was struck too with your last guest.
Oh, you are so uninformed, Mr. Morse. I actually think what I said is genius because, by the way, let's find some historical examples. The Soviets only made a deal after the Soviet Union had dissolved, right? So only after they had been defeated time and time again in places like Korea and Vietnam, only then did they make a deal. How about Nazi Germany? How about Germany? How about the Japanese after World War II? The Japanese only made a deal after we had dropped nuclear bombs on them, right? The Germans only agreed to make a deal after we had thoroughly defeated them. So this idea that beating the living shit out of someone doesn't compel them to make a deal, I don't think there's historical precedent. In fact, I think it's the opposite. I think that sometimes you can actually force someone to come to the table if you just beat the living hell out of them. That's just like the way that history has gone always. You know what I mean?
At face value is that they clearly saw that the
seems to be
a number of things happened at the same time. Iran, they believe, became critically close to getting a nucar weapon. They also believe
like for better
that,
or for worse,
they say
also.
they have intelligence to back
this
this
kind
up,
of is how it is.
although they haven't released it at the moment, that there was some sort of planned coordinated attack by, yes, the very depleted Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, and Iranian proxies in Iraq as well, all of them working together. There was a plan, so claim the Israelis, to carry out a coordinated attack on Israel soon. So the fact that Iran was very close to getting a nuclear weapon, the fact that they claim this intelligence represented a clear and present danger to the homeland, plus the...
Yeah, but they lost wars, Matt. Listen, folks, Iran and Israel are in a war right now. Iran and Israel are at war right now. That's what we're talking about.
But yet, from the Israeli perspective, they're putting all this together, and they believe that now was the perfect opportunity to carry out what Benjamin Netanyahu has wanted to do
maybe,
for so
maybe,
long.
Nino, maybe.
And what is also clear is that it was shock and awe early with the first strike, where they hit 100 jets.
You're
they
right
had
about
Mossad
that.
agents on the
I'm
ground.
trying to find some breaking
they
updates
took
here,
out
folks.
nuclear
Give me a moment here.
scientists. They took out Revolutionary Guard leaders, missile sites, nuclear facilities, all in one go in one night. It was an extraordinarily audacious attack to try and degrade Iran proper, the Iranian homeland, quickly, swiftly, and prevent them from carrying out any sufficiently capable counterattack.
OK, Mark, for the moment, thank you. Just want to bring you some live pictures from Tel Aviv, just showing
on the ground.
some of the damage that has been wrought on the city. Emergency workers, we can see there, working under the glare of light.
Real quick, breaking news, folks. The White House has just made a statement that President Donald Trump has spoken by phone just now with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, as well as he has concluded his meeting with his National Security Council. So Trump has been oddly quiet over the last couple hours. The reason why, he's been in a National Security Council meeting talking about all of this internally, and also he had a phone call with Netanyahu about all of this as well.
To our guest in Tel Aviv, we can speak to Yossi Beilin, former Minister of Justice and initiator of the Oslo Agreement. Good evening to you. The first question that I'd like to put to you is that this strike on Iran is the result of months of planning.
No question. I mean, it was well planned. The different security forces, arms in Israel, coordinated in order to achieve it. And it is, I must say, a very, very big surprise to see something so much coordinated and sophisticated like that.
Mr. Beilin, sorry to interrupt you. I wonder if you might just stay on the line for us. We want to go to the UN because the UK representative is speaking now.
That this crisis escalates.
Okay, listen up.
With serious implications for peace and security across the region and beyond. This is in no one's interests. Colleagues, our first priority must be to prevent further escalation in the Middle East. We urge all parties to urgently step back, show restraint, and reduce tensions.
Hey, Raya. Wow, thank you.
The UK did not participate in this action. And let me say clearly and unequivocally that Russia's claim that British sovereign bases on the island of Cyprus were in any way involved is nonsense. It is deeply irresponsible at moments like this for Russia to be spreading disinformation. We firmly support any diplomatic efforts to return to stability. Today, we have spoken to Israel at the highest levels, and our Foreign Secretary has also spoken to Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi. We have urged both sides to show restraint and de-escalate tensions. We continue to engage partners across the region to ensure we are collectively doing our utmost to push for a peaceful outcome. The UK, in partnership with the E3, has always championed a diplomatic solution to address Iran's nuclear escalation, which has no credible civilian justification. We will not be deterred from this. As my Prime Minister said today,
I want to say real quick, I think J.D. Vance said it best a couple months ago. It is very possible that the United Kingdom becomes the first radically Islamic nuclear state. And what I mean by that is the UK already has nuclear weapons, and every single year they are becoming increasingly radically Islamic. It probably will be the case.
Confrontation and pursue a negotiated solution. President, this is time for a strong, united position from members of this Council. We must take urgent action to de-escalate and provide an opportunity for a return to diplomacy. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for her statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of Slovenia.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me begin by thanking...
So that ending the statement from the UK representative there speaking, saying that the first priority is to prevent further escalation, show restraint and reduce tension.
Oh, we have a little clip from Bibi. We haven't seen this yet today. He said this about an hour ago.
Tonight I wish to speak to you, the proud people of Iran. We're in the midst of one of the greatest military operations in history, Operation Rising Lion. The Islamic regime, which has oppressed you for nearly 50 years, threatens to destroy my country, the State of Israel. The objective of Israel's military operation is to remove this threat, both the nuclear threat and the ballistic missile threat to Israel. And as we achieve our objectives, we're also clearing the path for you to achieve your objective, which is freedom. In the past 24 hours, we've taken out top military commanders, senior nuclear scientists, the Islamic regime's most significant enrichment facility, and a large portion of its ballistic missile arsenal. More is on the way. The regime doesn't know what hit them. They don't know what will hit them. The nation of Iran and the nation of Israel have been true friends since the days of Cyrus the Great. And the time has come for you to unite around your flag and your historic legacy by standing up for your freedom from an evil and oppressive regime. It has never been weaker. This is your opportunity to stand up and let your voices be heard. Woman, life, freedom.
All right, I'm gonna become a conspiracy theorist here. Is it possible that Mossad and the CIA have revolutionary agitators already inside of Iran that will try to agitate a sort of like Arab Spring style uprising in Iran? Are we going to see that happen very soon? Maybe being provoked or agitated by us, by people over here in the West, CIA or Mossad? Could be. I mean, this is what he's asking. He's saying, hey, listen, Iranians, it's time to rise up and overthrow your leadership. It's time. It's go time. Activate.
Zan, Zandegi, Azadi.
Go time.
As I said yesterday and many times before, Israel's fight is not with you. It's not with you, the brave people of Iran, whom we respect and admire. Our fight is with our common enemy, a murderous regime that both oppresses you and impoverishes you. Brave people of Iran, your light will defeat the darkness. I'm with you. The people of Israel are with you.
Yeah, we actually had an argument about this about an hour ago now. How many people in Iran actually want to overthrow their regime? I don't know. I think we're just going to have the same conversation again. I think it's impossible to know that. I think it is impossible to know that. Is it 10% of Iranians that want to overthrow? Is it 20, 30, 40, 50, 60% of Iranians that want regime change? I don't know. Keep in mind, all of these people in Iran, they have grown up their entire lives for the past 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years under Iranian regime propaganda, right? It is entirely possible that they actually love their regime. They've all been super heavily propagandized. In fact, it could be very similar to a kind of a North Korea situation where they all love, most of them, they genuinely do love their glorious leader, Kim Jong-un. They love him because they have lived in this. It's almost like a religion, right? It's a never-ending, societally saturating propaganda. Everywhere you look, it is propaganda, right? Totally could be the case. I don't know. Okay, so I'm going to try to find some more updates here. I'm going to flip this back on. Actually, I have some updates for you right now before we move on. This right here, let me close some of these tabs. Okay, so I don't know what this means. You guys have to tell me. Breaking news, the Domino's Pizza restaurant that is closest to the Pentagon continues to have an abnormally active Friday afternoon. More people at the Pentagon right now are ordering pizzas than ever before. Maybe 4 times. There are 4 times more pizza orders being placed at the Pentagon Domino's Pizzeria than average for a Friday afternoon like this at 3 in the afternoon. What is going on? What's up with all the pizzas, the Pentagon pizzas? I don't know. Pentagon pizza party. I really don't know what to tell you about that. We have another one here. This is breaking news as of, just 6 minutes ago. Israel right now is preparing to escalate strikes on Iran following the Iranian ballistic missile attack. Okay, folks, things might seem kind of calm right now, excuse me. It is entirely possible, I would say likely, that we see Israel execute a series of retaliatory, I don't even know who's doing who now. Israel is very likely going to carry out attacks on Iran here very soon. They've been publicly talking about that. They want to make Iran pay for these attacks that they carried out on Tel Aviv about 90 minutes ago, maybe 2 hours ago. So we're just going to continue following the story here.
Kill each other and hurt each other, and eventually also civilians are paying the price on both sides. It is much better to go back to the...
And real quick, hey, if you guys are new to the stream, to the live channel, make sure to follow on Twitter. That helps a lot. It is a big deal. Thank you very much. And please, one basic request, if you enjoy the news coverage, the broadcasts, the videos, everything, make sure to subscribe to the channel here on YouTube. It is free. It helps a ton. Thank you very much. And the Twitter page. Okay, I'm going to let this play. I'm going to try to find some breaking news updates for you folks. Give me one moment here.
Do you respond to that?
Nonsense.
Because
you see, I mean, it is not that Israel is divided and the center left is saying that Netanyahu is doing these things in order to divert the attention to something else. We are living under this shadow for years.
Okay, here we have some updates, folks. This is as of 2 minutes ago, ladies and gentlemen. Israeli strikes against Iran appear to have resumed, with air defense activity and explosions now being reported over Tehran. Tehran is that big capital city in Iran. So maybe actually this very moment, Israel is carrying out airstrikes over Tehran this moment. And I actually have some follow-up for you guys here. CNN is reporting now that Israel is expected to escalate its strikes against Iran, destroying economic and infrastructure targets such as oil and natural gas facilities, as well as maritime ports, in response to tonight's Iranian ballistic missile attacks, which appear to have mainly targeted population centers, according to Israel. Okay, folks, things are continuing. Things are ongoing here.
Warmonger. But Iran is as cynical as one could think. The damages that Iran caused to the world, to the region, and to Israel are endless. With Hezbollah, with Hamas, with the Houthis, with the others, they are all arms of Iran. And now with the nuclearization.
What do I think of Zionism? Okay, you want my answer? Everybody get ready to be super mad at me. My take, listen, we had a long conversation about this last night. I really am a diehard America First guy. At this point, we have so many problems in our country that I don't think American blood or American money should be spent overseas defending other countries. I think we need to focus here domestically. I am unapologetically diehard. I'm an America First radical. I'm radically America First. I think all of our money should stop being sent abroad, stop funding foreign wars, stop subsidizing the defense of other countries, NATO, whatever, Ukraine, bring it back home. American soldiers. I think we should have American soldiers in our own country deporting illegal aliens. America first. So that's my opinion. Now, does Israel can defend themselves and exist and do their thing over there? I guess, yeah, that's how I feel. So I guess in that regard, you call me a Zionist, but I just think that America really shouldn't be involved. That's my take. Israel can do what they want, defend themselves, do whatever they want, but America should we need to take care of ourselves. That's my take right there, okay? Now, let's play this here.
Of Netanyahu's direct address to the Iranian people, in which he was essentially asking them to rise up. He said that he respected them.
That's right. Yeah.
He said that Israel's fight is not against the Iranian people. Our fight is against the murderous Islamic regime that oppresses and impoverishes you. You know, this is your time, basically. They're clearing the path for you to achieve your freedom. What did you think of that video address?
I don't believe that such an address will convince them, but the point is that people of our age still remember the very close relationship between Iran and Israel. It's not a situation like it was with Jordan or with the Palestinians.
Real quick, this is a very interesting video. I'm going to try to pull this up for you folks. One moment here. Man. Okay, 3 minutes ago, footage showing an Iranian one-way drone being downed earlier today by an Israeli AH-64 Apache attack helicopter. Take a look at this. They got it. Look at that. Damn. So they just turned on the Gatling gun and blasted that thing out of the damn air. Look at that with an attack helicopter, with an Apache attack helicopter. Wow. So these Iranian suicide drones, they actually move relatively slowly. They're not really that fast. They just shot that thing out of the damn air. Look at that. Impressive. Wow. Wow. Whoa, we have a lot of super chats here. Hold up. Okay, wow. Let me see. Mustard Skaven, Iran has national slogan, death to America, but Americans also think they aren't involved. Listen, I'm sure a lot of people around the world don't like America. They don't like us. That doesn't mean that we need that we need to deploy American troops to go kill them. Okay, people are free to not like us. That's fine. I think it's one thing to try to stop domestic terror attacks, but also I think I'm going to give a very controversial take. I think it's entirely possible that one of the reasons a lot of countries don't like us is because for the last 70 or 80 years, we have been so in your face projecting our power all over the world. Do you think that's a little bit fair? That maybe a reason why so many countries don't like us is because we have been projecting a little bit too much around the world. I think that's also entirely possible. So what I'm saying is America first. Let's focus a little bit domestically here. Let's be a little bit less interventionist. Okay, I think that's a fair take. Listen, folks, once again, we have various serious problems in our own country. We have massive issues in our own country that we need to get taken care of, because if we don't, we're not going to have a country. We are not going to have a country if we don't. Okay, America, frick, yeah, Bloody Timo, that's a massive super chat. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very, very much. I want to make sure, that's a big one. Thank you. I want to make sure I don't miss anything. Grandpa Barney is right there. Again, every day. You're a baby, Matt. I'm 62. You are 2 times my age, exactly. I'm a high voltage lineman, and I'm working overtime for super chats. Now that's some manly, wow. I have a cousin that is a lineman. That is a tough job. That's a rough job. Okay, so power to you. That's a big deal. This country would not exist. We wouldn't have anything we have in this country without the linemen like Grandpa Barney, the heroes of this country in a lot of ways. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Massive. You cannot be MAGA and not be a Zionist. I disagree with you. Israel has every bit as much right to an Israeli state as America has to an American state. Yeah, listen, I agree with you. Like this is such a weird argument. Yes, Israel has every right to an Israeli state that they do that we have here in America. But listen, if you are telling me that you can't be an American patriot without supporting Israel, I'm sorry, I disagree with you. You can totally 100% be an American, diehard American patriot and just be like, I don't really care about Israel. There's nothing in conflict there. I will die on that hill. That's not exactly my belief, but like that is the truth. American patriotism is not predicated on this idea that you are a diehard Israel supporter. I'm sorry, but that's ridiculous. I think that's ridiculous. Thank you for that super chat, by the way. Now, like I'm sorry, I'm going to say it again. This idea that you can't be a proud, patriotic American unless you give your undying loyalty to a foreign country? I'm sorry. That's nuts. That's just freaking nuts. Okay? If you're an American patriot, all that means is you are loyal, patriotic for this country, not some other foreign country. Okay. Acid burn, and that's no shade against Israel. I'm just talking about America right now. Acid burn with the $50 super chat. CNN, ABC, MSNBC, PBS, MSNBC, NBC, all the socialist fake news. Anyone, I repeat, anyone watching them are crazy. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Sometimes we watch them to kind of look at that, to kind of laugh at them a little bit. But yeah, if that's where you're getting your news on a daily basis, yeah, I think so. I'm with you. And I appreciate that massive super chat. World views America as Zionism. Can't separate the two. You are a fool to try. Does it matter if you think you're a Zionist? The world views you as it's whatever. I don't care. I'm not going to argue with you about this. Boner, all SJWs, thank you, by the way, reveal themselves when Israel is brought up. Israel has a right to exist also. Americans cannot want more blood and treasure in the sand. Israel can defend itself. I think you can have both. Yeah, we can say America should not be involved in foreign wars, especially right now of all times. Also, Israel, do whatever you want. Do your thing. That's kind of my opinion. And also, Peter, thank you very much, Peter here. Foreign wars are very profitable. That's why the Lindsey Graham warmongering types try to drag us into them. I think there's a lot of reasons. I think that's one component, though. I think it's really multifaceted. I see this comment, and by the way, thank you very much. I see the comment in the chat. Monroe was right. I'm a very American founding father, traditional, ideologically, I'm a Washingtonian American. I like the Monroe Doctrine. I like the Manifest Destiny outlook to the West, not the East, not the Old World. I appreciate George Washington's farewell message, his golden rule that he projected to all of us Americans in his farewell address. He said, listen, Americans, you should never maintain permanent foreign alliances. That's antithetical to Americanism. That's George Washington that said this. And you should also steer clear of the conflicts of the Old World. That's back in Europe. That's back in the Middle East. That's George Washington that explicitly said that. That's my opinion. I agree with that. Those are the ideas that this country were founded upon, those ideas. And also this country operated on those ideas for the first 150 years. That really changed, arguably with the Spanish-American War, definitely World War I. But anyway, these are the ideas, the philosophy, political philosophy that made this country great in the first 150 years of this country. And I agree with the founding fathers on this. That's how I feel. I'm a founding father American. I have those beliefs. Okay, we are still listening, though, to the United Nations Security Council meeting. I want to take a look at this. I'm going to listen in here for a minute.
But could spread across the region and beyond. Only a regime devoid
I'm going to find some breaking news here, folks.
Humanity and responsibility would endanger millions of lives in pursuit of its destructive ambitions. These actions stand in direct violation of numerous legal instruments, including the IAEA.
Oh, shit. Everybody pay attention right now. Pay attention. This is from the IDF as of 6 minutes ago. Raw footage. Iran launched multiple ballistic missiles towards Israel in the past hour. The IDF cannot and will not allow. Okay, so this is actually footage from 2 hours ago recorded by Israel, and they're uploading it right now. Take a look. So yeah, these are attacks from a couple hours ago. But still, now we have some better footage. Yeah. It's a little montage. It's a lot of them. That is nuts. It's a crazy time over there right now, folks. Indeed it is.
This violation of its territorial integrity in a letter to the Security Council and the Secretary General. Madam President, those who support this regime with the United States at the forefront must understand that they are complicit by aiding and enabling these crimes. They share full responsibility for the consequences. Supporting Israel today is supporting war crimes crimes against humanity and deliberate undermining of global peace and security. The Israeli regime's long-standing crimes against the oppressed Palestinian people, its repeated violation of the sovereignty of regional countries, and its possessions of undeclared weapons of mass destruction have made the Middle East
this guy here is from Iran.
Chronic instability since
I'm going to listen to this, folks.
It is long overdue for the international community to act. This regime must be disarmed of all weapon mass destructions, placed under international supervision, and held fully accountable. Madam President, this is not a regional issue. This is not merely an attack on one country. This is a direct assault on the international order, an attack on the Charter of the United Nations, the UN system, the global nuclear non-proliferation regime, as well as the authority of the IAEA. Israel's leadership, including its criminal prime minister, has shamelessly and publicly claimed responsibility for these heinous acts. Israeli officials say that this aggression aims to wreak nuclear talks. This confession alone is enough to reveal the real motive behind the attack: to kill diplomacy, to sabotage negotiation, and to drag the region into wider conflict. This leaves no room for denial. Furthermore, the aggression was intentional, coordinated, and fully backed by a permanent member of this council, the United States. The United States' complicity in this terrorist attack is beyond doubt. The officials of the United States have expressly and brazenly confessed their willful aid and assistance in the crimes and gross violation that Israeli regime committed as of last night, including the deliberate transfer of arms. We will not forget that our people lost their lives as a result of the Israeli attacks with American weapons. These actions amount to declaration of war. They are the latest in a long and well-documented pattern of lawless, destabilizing, and aggressive behavior by the Israeli regime, a regime that acts with impunity because it is shielded by powerful allies. This must end. Madam President, the Security Council must act now, firmly and decisively. In 1981, this very council responded unanimously to the Israeli military attack on Iraqi Osirak nuclear reactor by adopting Resolution 487, which unequivocally condemned the aggression as a flagrant violation of the Charter of the United Nations and international law. The Council also called on this criminal regime to refrain from any such acts or threats in the future. Had the Council enforced that resolution and held Israel accountable at that time, this regime would not have been emboldened to continue this unlawful behavior with impunity. The current aggression is a direct consequence of decades of inaction and double standards. Madam President, the Islamic Republic of Iran reaffirms its inherent right to self-defense as enshrined in Article 51 of the UN Charter. Iran will respond decisively and propose.
By the way, real quick, folks, right this very moment, Israel is carrying out attacks on Iran right now. We're going to have an update about that here pretty soon.
Threat. This is the natural, legal, and necessary consequence of an unprovoked military attack. Iran's response will be firm, lawful, and essential to restore deterrence, defend our sovereignty, and uphold the principles of international law. No aggressor can be allowed to act with impunity.
Thank you, Joel Martinez.
Madam President, we have requested this emergency meeting because we expect this Council to fulfill its Charter mandate. The Security Council must condemn, in the strongest possible term, Israeli unlawful aggression. It must take immediate, concrete measures to hold the Israeli regime accountable and to prevent the further corrosion of international peace and security. Anything less would signal to collapse of the international system and invite chaos. Let me.
Okay, so there is that. That is the Iranian propaganda, effectively. Right now, we have live cams looking at Tel Aviv over here, and this is Jerusalem down over there. Let me take a look here. Okay, Joe Martinez, if you support another country, go live there or go fight their conflicts. The problem is people say stuff to sound virtuous, yet do nothing to support their cause. Like, you know, I think you can support a country and wish them goodwill, but also not want your taxpayer money or young lives being spent in their defense. We don't have to defend every country in the world or give them money. No, thank you, not right now, sweetie. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm stuffed up. Genevieve says, I want my money back. Yep, it's your channel. You've managed to glean a few thousand brown nosers out of millions. BFD, you are a narcissist, and I've seen better. Run, people. God have mercy on you. You are welcome. I think you can charge back the money on your end if you really are upset with something I've said. That's totally fine. Doesn't bother me. I wish I was a millionaire. I'm not a millionaire. I wish I was. Maybe someday, but not yet. Not even close. Listen, I'm gonna be resolute in this. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I feel very strongly about this. If you are going to actually try to tell me that in order to be an American patriot, I have to give my undying support and loyalty to another different foreign country somewhere around the world that's not America, that's bullshit. I'm sorry, that's fucking bullshit. If you're telling me, and I'm not even anti-Israel. Listen, I really think I have one of the most fair, like, unbiased takes here. I'm very America first. A lot of people, they say this slogan, America first. I mean it. When I say America first, I mean it. America first. That's what that means. America first. We have problems here. We've got to deal with those problems here first. We do not, guys, we have $40 trillion worth of national debt. We don't have money for this. Okay? Our country is being invaded by 50 million illegal aliens right now. We cannot afford to dispatch another 100,000 soldiers to the Middle East to go fight another war. Even if we wanted to, our country is so unbelievably screwed right now. We need to fix it. We need to focus on ourselves first. We just had a referendum on this 7-8 months ago. That's why we voted for Trump. America first. That's the slogan, America first. Our country is screwed. We're not going to have a country. We're not going to have a country 5 years from now or less unless we fix these problems. And also, it actually pisses me off. It pisses me off. My family has been in this country since 1635. 1635, that's almost 400 years. That my blood, my family's blood, this is Revolutionary War, this is Civil War, this is World War II, this is World War I. My family has spilt blood in every damn war this country has fought. My family came across the Oregon Trail. My family pioneered. They were westward expansionists. They fought Native Americans. If you're telling me that I'm not allowed to be a patriotic American unless I give my undying loyalty to some country halfway around the world, fuck you. Fuck you. I hope you take back your money. I don't want your money. Take back your fucking money. Take it back. How dare you? How fucking dare you? It's actually it's insane that you would try to say that. It's nuts. It pisses me off. It pisses me off. Now, if you want to support some other country, that's fine. That's great. That's great. Okay? Seriously. Good luck. Every country has a right to self-determination, to defend themselves. Do that. Great. Okay? But we need to focus on America first. America first. We have problems. We're not going to have a country unless we actually put America first. That's what this is all about. I'm sorry. It's insane. Take the money back. Take the money back. Seriously, take it back. In fact, I'm so upset. I'll pay you. I'll double it. I'll pay you to take the money back. Take the money back and I'll double it. I really don't want it. Acid burn, thank you. Thank you, acid burn. Now I'm in a bad mood. Well, great. Now I'm in a bad mood. Now I'm pissed off. I hope you're happy. Thank you, acid burn. That's a massive super chat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All of these pro-moon rebels are against the MAGA movement, said, yeah, well, hey, the moon is gone. Hey, where did the moon go? The moon used to be right there, and now it's gone. What happened to that? That's pretty suspect. I don't know what happened to that moon. I don't like that. Who knows where that moon went? Thank you, Curtis. Hey, listen, I'm done. I don't care. I'm done arguing with you about the definition of Zionism. I don't give a shit. I don't care. If you want to take that money back too, I'm sorry. I just don't. I don't care. Okay? I'm sorry. I'm not. I don't give a shit. Okay? So, Curtis, I'm done talking about that. Now we do have a breaking news update here. Earlier tonight, the Israeli Defense Force released details about strikes it carried out earlier today against the nuclear technology complex in Isfahan, adding that the strikes dismantled a facility for producing metallic uranium, infrastructure for reconverting enriched uranium, laboratories, and additional infrastructure. Okay, so these are photos the IDF has released detailing all of the locations in Iran at this nuclear facility that they took out. Infrastructure for converting enriched uranium, facility for producing metallic uranium, and this is their nuclear lab right here. They took it out. There you have it. There you have it. Right now, this is a super emergency United Nations meeting that we're having right now. Kyle Sneed him and feed him. Sneed it or keep it. I'm going to keep it. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. This Marine salutes you. Hey, Corey, I appreciate that. My uncle is a Marine. They say you're never not a Marine. Once a Marine, always a Marine. So, hey, I've got a Marine in the family. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate that a lot. Listen, like, I feel like I'm not even the biggest, like, Israel hater in the world. Okay, I'm just like, hey, listen, good luck. I just don't want young Americans getting blown up in the Middle East. I know, screw me, right? Screw me. I guess I'm a bad guy. I guess I'm an anti-Semite or whatever, because I don't want another generation of young Americans getting blown up, and I don't want us to send another $1 trillion or more to fund another war in the desert halfway across the world that we shouldn't be involved in when we already have $40 trillion of debt. Screw me, right? It's like, guys, come on, like, give me a break. I'm not your enemy. I'm not the bad guy here. Really, I'm not. I just, some of these talking points, I'm sorry, they're fucking ridiculous. I'm sorry. They're nuts. They are nuts. Okay, and Raya, thank you again. Thank you again. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I know, it's my YouTube channel. This is my live stream. I know. I'm going to give my opinion. I know. If that bothers you, I'm sorry. Really, I'm not. I'm going to take a listen to this, though.
One that openly dreamed of wiping our nation off the map was not an option. We will not hesitate. We will not relent. And we will not allow
this is footage on the ground here of
to endanger our people.
Of Tel Aviv.
Third, we struck the core of the nuclear program, the underground enrichment facilities at Natanz. This facility was operating at a military-grade capacity. Intelligence confirmed that within days, Iran could have produced enough material for multiple bombs. We targeted the heart of that effort. Madam President,
Abraham
this operation was carried out because the alternative was unthinkable.
Thank you very much.
How long did the world expect us to wait?
Oh, this is Israel here.
Let's speak about it. Until they assembled the bomb? Until they mounted it on a Shahab missile?
Thank you, Cookie Monster. Thank you, guys.
Until it was en route to Tel Aviv or Jerusalem, like the more than 100 missiles that they sent an hour ago? How long should we wait? And if anyone in this chamber still believes Iran would never use such a weapon, I invite you to remember October 7. On that day, we saw what Iran's proxy Hamas was capable of. And then in Gaza, they did it with Kalashnikovs, with grenades. They butchered families, they burned children alive, they mutilated women. Imagine what the head of the snake would do with a nuclear warhead. To that end, we uncovered intelligence revealing a multi-front plan directed by Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas for a future assault on Israel. This one would be far more sophisticated than October 7. It envisioned mass missile launches, first from Iran, then from Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and Yemen, followed by coordinated infiltrations of our borders. The plan was not aspirational. It was operational, and it was nearing execution. This council has convened countless times in recent months. You have passed resolutions, called for restraint, demanded ceasefire. You met in emergency sessions when Hamas was under threat. But when Iran marched toward nuclear capability, you said nothing. When they crossed line after line, you drew none of your own. So we acted. We acted to ensure our people alive. We acted so that Jewish children in Jerusalem will not wake up to the sound of air raid sirens triggered by a nuclear launch.
Thank you, Michael.
We acted so that Iranian missiles will not carry radioactive payloads into civilian neighborhoods. We acted because history has taught us that silence is complicity and hesitation is fatal.
Yeah, I'm looking for updates here, folks.
80 years ago, the Jewish people made a promise to ourselves, never again. That promise applies to a nuclear holocaust as well. This was an act of national preservation. It was one we undertook alone.
Okay, folks, like I said, over the last 10 or 20 minutes, Israel has been carrying out further additional strikes over the skies of Tehran in Iran, and right now we have footage of that happening. Take a look at this. So this is Iranian anti-air fire trying to shoot down Israeli jets. This is going on right now as we speak, pretty much. Yeah. Also, Azerbaijan has facilitated the evacuation of foreign nationals from Iran through the Astara border checkpoint by providing essential support, including transportation, medical teams with an ambulance on standby, and okay, so Azerbaijan is helping people evacuate. Okay.
Even more basic. Moral clarity. Stop equating aggressors with defenders. Stop treating a genocidal regime and a democracy under siege as two sides of the same coin.
Looking for more here.
The Iranian regime was preparing for war. This war would have stretched across the Middle East, to Europe, to Asia, to the Americas. It would have been against the international order. We acted to prevent a threat that would endanger not only Israel, but the entire world. We will not sit quietly while our people are targeted. Not again, not ever. Empty words will not stop Iran. Israel will. We did not wait for the bomb to fall, and we will never allow that day to come. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Israel for his statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of Iraq.
This is Iraq.
شكرا جزيلا السيدة رئيسة المجلس على استجابتك لعقد هذه الجلسة.
Okay, that is a subtitle episode. I think maybe we're not going to listen to that one. No English, no care. As of 4 minutes ago, Israeli strike on Iran causes radioactive contamination. The International Agency for Nuclear something confirms. Yeah, I think that's just kind of the way that this is going to go. That's just the way that this is. Now, I wish we had some type of live stream coming out of Iran. I think we don't. OBS for multiple screen inputs. Hey, Ben. Yeah, I saw your name change on Twitter. I don't have it's not a special plugin. I'm just screen capturing a bunch of different windows. Can you see this? I'm just doing various window captures. That's how I'm doing it. Thank you. I hope you're having a good afternoon. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. It's nothing flashy. Well, frick. Okay, folks, I'm trying to find some more breaking news updates here as this is unfolding. Right now, it does seem like, oh, hey, 4 seconds ago, I've got something new for you folks. Real quick. Take a look at this. Iran is continuing to fire anti-aircraft guns into the sky over the capital of Tehran, as if that is going to do anything against the fighter aircraft or munitions used by the Israeli Air Force. Take a look. So this is anti-air fire. Yeah, you know, you've got to imagine the odds of shooting down a fighter jet with anti-air fire like this is probably pretty low. These days, it's all about like guided missile systems. Probably pretty low. Okay, let me take a look here. Tenno, hey Tenno, thank you very much. Pretty sure that ambassador just said it was an action Israel took alone just before you cut it to the Twitter feed. I heard that right. Glad to hear a little distance between USA. I didn't hear that. I'll take your word for it, though. I must have missed that. It's weird because we've heard so many different stories now, both from the U.S. and from Israel. America was involved. America was not involved. America is giving our support. America is not giving support. America is helping intercept Iranian ballistic missiles and drones. America is not helping intercept. So, I don't know. I don't know.
Israel were woken to sirens and then the news that Israel was carrying out waves of airstrikes in Iran. Those airstrikes continued throughout the day. People here in Jerusalem and in Israel stayed close to bunkers and to shelters, awaiting the response from Iran. That response came this evening in multiple attacks, hundreds of ballistic missiles fired at central Israel, some of them impacting in Tel Aviv. Iran waited to recover, to regroup, and then this evening it issued its response to the Israeli attacks today.
That response, well, the Israeli response is going on right now, this very moment.
After hours of Israeli attacks on its country, Iran launched a response. More than 100 ballistic missiles were fired at Israel in multiple salvos. As sirens sounded across the country, there were interceptions over Jerusalem and a number of missiles impacted in central Tel Aviv. There were reports some people were likely wounded and buildings damaged.
Thank you very much.
This attack on a major Israeli civilian center could well trigger an escalation in this war.
Okay, folks, we have seen some crazy updates from this account here, Conflict Radar. You know, this is the account that said maybe 90 minutes ago that Iran was doing a nuclear bomb test tonight. This account might be total bullshit, guys. It just has an update right here. Very soon, we will launch a missile so powerful that the world will be shocked by what it sees. Okay, generally, if there's just only one account exclusively reporting some piece of news that's very bombastic like this, I don't know. I think this entire account is spewing a bunch of baloney. That's what I think. I think that's all they're doing here. But I don't know. Hey, listen, the night is young. The night is still young. Who knows? Who knows, folks? I think probably I will be live for another 6 or 7 hours. Is that, well, let me ask, is that okay with you folks if I continue the stream here doing live coverage for another 6 or 7 hours as all of this unfolds? Well, that is if I can simmer down, if I can stay cool and calm and collected, then we'll keep the show going. But if I get too irritable, if I get too irritated here, then maybe I'll wrap it up. But no, things are good. Everything is fine right now. So we're going to keep following this. And so, by the way, right now it is, I think, around 1 in the morning in Israel/Iran. They're kind of the same time zone, just about. And so, you know, a couple hours from now, the sun is going to be rising. Give it 5 hours, probably maybe 6. Sun is going to rise. Who knows? So we're about halfway through the night over there. Let's see what's going on here. Iran is making threats. I don't know.
Towards Israel, but they were all shot down before they reached Israeli airspace. In an extraordinary covert operation, Mossad spies operating deep inside Iran took out ballistic missile sites from the ground, using their own drones smuggled into the country in preparation. Israel has warned that the operation could continue for days, possibly weeks. It is a dangerous moment for the Middle East. The region is on edge, but Iran has few allies coming to its
Unknown
defense.
Moses, thank you.
World leaders have urged de-escalation.
Also, there was another super chat before that. Thank you. And also Pocket Rex. Thanks for your live coverage. Been following the channel for a while now. Totally unrelated. Do you have a favorite RPG? Yeah, Warcraft. World of Warcraft. Warcraft was that's my big RPG, the whole Warcraft universe. I was never a big fan of the Japanese RPGs or anything like that. Anything anime adjacent, I was never a big fan of.
Stone in Washington. We'll hear more from them in just a moment. But we have heard from Benjamin Netanyahu this evening. Let's take a look at his address.
The Islamic regime, which has oppressed you for nearly 50 years, threatens to destroy my country, the State of Israel.
Looking for updates here, folks.
The objective of Israel's military operation is to remove this threat, both the nuclear threat and the ballistic missile threat to Israel. And as we achieve our objectives, we're also clearing the path for you to achieve your objective, which is freedom. Israel's fight is not with you. It's not with you, the brave people of Iran, whom we respect and admire. Our fight is with our common enemy, a murderous regime that both oppresses you and impoverishes you. Brave people of Iran, your light will defeat the darkness. I'm with you. The people of Israel are with you.
Let's return to Alistair live in Jerusalem for us. The address that we've just seen is particularly aimed at the Iranian population.
Listen, at this point, I want to see some public statement from Trump. I want Trump to have a press conference and talk about this. President Trump, wake up. Let's go. Come on, somebody. Let's go. Give us a public statement sometime, anytime now.
Its intention, its justification for carrying out these strikes is to target Iran's nuclear facilities and to either hamper or potentially, if it could do, destroy Iran's ability to produce a nuclear weapon. But in that clip that you heard from Benjamin Netanyahu, he hints potentially at more, speaking about delivering freedom for the people of Iran, saying that he stands by the people of Iran against the murderous regime. And so as we move into the next hours and days, and this is a war that will last, at the very least, a number of days, I think we...
You know, I was going to say this earlier. It just popped back in my brain. Right now, one of the big concerns is whether or not America is going to get really directly, kinetically involved in this. American boots on the ground. Is America going to be bombing Iran? So far, we've not done that. We've kind of helped play defense a little bit. But are we going to have an all-out American war in the Middle East again? That's one of the big concerns. I personally think probably not. I think really probably not. My big concern now is, check this out. If the Iranian regime crumbles down and there's massive instability, Iran is destabilized as a consequence of this entire situation, what happens next? What happens if Iran is totally destabilized, the government is turned upside down, they have no leadership structure, etc.? What happens? There's a massive refugee immigration crisis. We saw this in 2015 after the Arab Spring. Okay, what happens is millions of people from the Middle East are looking for a new home. They want to leave. They're getting out of town. They want to go to Europe. They want to come to America. We saw this in 2015. We saw all of these people from North Africa and from the Middle East, specifically Syria, come flooding into Europe, and it caused a lot of issues, big time problems. And they're actually still grappling with those problems to this day, 10 years later. You know, that is my big concern, I think, is what do we do with 15 million Iranian refugees? That might be what we're looking at here in a couple months. And by the way, real quick, that was a big super chat from James. I'm watching you on my China-made iPad while playing the Scottish game of golf in the great state of Montana. USA, USA, keep up the great work. You're very appreciated. Thank you, James. Thank you. I see you look like a military guy. Thank you, James. I don't want you to have to get deployed to the Middle East, James. Thank you, James. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Military targets and nuclear targets. But I really think that speech from Benjamin Netanyahu was pretty explicit in the way Israel sees this. It's not just an opportunity for Israel to try and push Iran's nuclear program back significantly. It is also an opportunity to really degrade Iran's military capabilities, and as I say, potentially an opportunity for them to bring about regime change in Iran.
Alistair, for the moment, thank you. Well,
let me take a look at this. This is a big-time super chat from Yo Seidman. Seidman? Probably Seidman? My father taught us to give credit where credit is due. You are doing an amazing job. Just discovered you. My son now is an IDF lone soldier. I don't know what specifically is a lone soldier, but he's in the IDF. Okay. I'm going to Google that here in a moment. Your live stream has been a big comfort to us to know what is going on. God bless you. Thank you. Listen, like, I don't want to loop back on this too much, but you know, I'm not anti anything or anybody or anything that's going on. I'm just aggressively America first. And so I want to say, I hope everybody that you know, if anybody has family or friends in Israel, your son who's in the IDF, I sincerely hope that everybody is safe and okay. This is a very bad situation for Israel, for Iran, for everybody in the Middle East, for America. This is, you know, exactly what nobody wants. This is a bad situation all around. Hopefully this entire situation gets de-escalated and nobody has to lose their lives and nobody has to die or pay the ultimate price or whatever it is. That's how I feel. So thank you. Good luck. I hope everybody stays safe and I hope everything is fine. And thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's keep tuning into this here.
Israel did overnight last night something that successive Israeli governments have wanted to do for over 3 decades. And in one strike or one night of strikes, they managed to decapitate so many parts of the Israeli, of the Iranian government, whether it was taking out nuclear scientists, taking out nuclear facilities, taking out the ballistic missiles, or many of them, that would form the counterattack that they knew would come, and taking out so many senior officials of the Iranian government and the Iranian military echelons as well. You know, all the people in Iran who would have met this morning under normal circumstances to ascertain how they would react to what Israel had done are dead. That is how successful, from an Israeli perspective, the attack has been. The other observation is America's response or lack.
We have said this earlier. You know, Israel. Oh, did my stream just die here? I think I'm still. No, I think I'm still live. Everybody say hi. I think I'm still live. Israel, you know, pretty much has been running the show here for the last couple days, really for the last couple months. Israel over the last couple months has dismantled Hezbollah, effectively dismantled Hamas. The Houthis are weaker than ever. Iran's military, you know, terrorist proxies throughout the region are weakened. Iran is the weakest it's ever been. And right now they're just getting the living hell blown out of them. Israel is undeniably, regardless of whatever you think about this entire situation, the fact of the matter is Israel is pretty much calling the shots right here. Well, maybe that's the wrong way to put it. Israel is running laps around Iran. That's probably the best way to put it here.
Like that peace in the Middle East is anywhere close.
Indeed. Mark, thank you. Well, the Prime Minister has spoken to Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu to discuss today's events. Earlier this evening, before the Iranian strikes against Israel, we heard this from the Foreign Secretary, David Lammy.
I spoke to my Iranian counterpart today to urge restraint at this time and calm.
Breaking news here as of 6 minutes ago, folks. I want to show you an image here. Israel is on alert again. Drone intrusion alerts now for the city of Eilat in southern Israel. So this city here in southern Israel, they are sending out drone invasion alerts, drone intrusion alerts. So if you are in Eilat, be careful.
Let's go now to our political correspondent, Nick Martin in Downing Street. And Nick, a busy night of diplomacy for the Prime Minister. We heard the Foreign Secretary there speaking, and he did go on to say in that interview that the UK wasn't involved in the strike. But what he didn't say is whether they were made aware beforehand.
The Prime Minister has spent today talking to Western leaders in an attempt to send a message to both Israel and Iran that might have prevented some of the scenes that we're seeing unfolding across Israel tonight, and potentially any future escalations in the days and weeks to come. The message from the UK government has been this, that whilst they have been concerned about Iran's nuclear program for
Israel didn't put one boot on the ground in Iraq or Afghanistan, so I don't want a single boot of ours over there for them. You know, let me pivot here for a second. You know what country? This is immediately after 9/11. This is our subsequent invasion of Iraq. You know what country? I'll say our number one ally in that instance, immediately following the catastrophic 9/11 terror attack. Who was really our number one ally? Who showed us the most love, compassion, and support? I'll never forget. It was the British. The British were immediately up to bat. America, whatever you need, we got your back. America, you're invading Iraq, we're invading Iraq. And of course, you know, we probably shouldn't have invaded Iraq. Now we know that. But regardless, at the time, the British were immediately there. No questions asked. America, you have a problem. You're having an issue here. We got your back. Brothers, kind of like brothers, you know, we're the Anglo-Saxon brothers, I guess, in a lot of ways.
That they had no part to play.
True.
So much so that David Lammy was meant to be on a plane this morning to
Tony
Washington,
Blair,
D.C. to meet one of his counterparts. And at the last minute, when all this started to unfold, was turned around to try and assist the Foreign Office operation. This is now a gravely serious situation.
True, Pastor Mike.
The Prime Minister is positioning himself with other Western leaders in trying to calm things down. But as we see in Israel tonight, that is far from happening. The Prime Minister due to travel to Canada for G7. He'll meet Donald Trump, and this unfolding situation is sure to be very high on the agenda.
Thank you very much.
Nick, thank you very much.
Massive.
Just want to bring you some breaking news, and this is regarding casualties in Israel. We're just hearing that 34 people have been injured in a rocket strike on the Gush Dan, in the Gush Dan area. This is very close to Tel Aviv. The people injured include one woman who's been critically injured, one man seriously injured, and 2 moderately injured, and 30 lightly injured. The woman's around 60 years old, in a critical condition in Beilinson Hospital. And the man, who's about 65 years old, is in a serious condition at Sheba Medical Centre. The woman in a moderate condition is 50, and a man in his 50s is in a moderate condition.
The drone launched in Eilat was how to speak English, was successfully, it wasn't sexually intercepted, it was successfully intercepted. My bad, sorry. The defense establishment is investigating where it launched from. Yeah, we had this IDF alert about 10 minutes ago that there was a drone launch in Eilat, southern Israel. Take it from you, it's been shut down, it's been intercepted. It's been sexually intercepted.
Which were either intercepted or fell short of their target. A number of missiles did breach Israel's Iron Dome, injuring people on the ground and causing damage in Tel Aviv. There are now reports of dozens of injuries across the country.
It's one of the serious hits we've seen recently. Probably, as you know, in the last 2 years, we have many incidents of missile and rockets from all kinds of different areas, from the Hezbollah in Lebanon, from Gaza, and now from Iran. And we are here to help them to search and rescue all the trapped people inside, all the innocent civilians, and take them to a safer shelter, to rescue places, to hotels, everywhere we can take them. And of course, treat all the injured.
Well, folks, we have more drone alerts in Israel right now. We might have successfully intercepted one of them down in Eilat, down there, I believe is where it is. But guess what? Now we have, coming out of the IDF, drone intrusion alerts pretty much all across the southeast Israeli border. We got to see what happens here. Okay, concerning.
Massive, sophisticated military operation involving at least 200 fighter jets and thousands of personnel. It's thought to have taken years to plan. The primary target's Iran's nuclear enrichment sites and its ballistic missile program. Blasts were first reported at around 3:30 in the morning in Tehran. Israel's biggest ever operation against Iran was underway. Natanz, a remote location in the desert, which is at the heart of Iran's nuclear program, was among those hit. The global atomic watchdog, the IAEA, says no signs of radiation have yet been detected. Before they did any of this, the Israelis were trying to assassinate the entire top brass of Iran's military and intelligence agencies, most of them in their homes in the dead of night. At least 20 senior commanders are reported dead, from Iran's highest-ranking military officer to the commander-in-chief of Iran's Revolutionary Guards and many others in between. The
Iran is dismantled right now.
Entire command and control elite. So what happens next? Well, Israel says there could be days of this. Iran is, it seems, still...
Okay, folks, real quick, check this out. We had a weird report about this about 30 minutes ago, but now it's becoming more official, maybe. Iranian media is claiming that a nuclear test may happen tonight. Once again, though, unconfirmed reports from Iranian media allege a nuclear test could take place this evening. This is multiple unconfirmed sources share similar claims with no official verification. Source South Asian Index and the Clash report. This is the second time we've seen this pop up. It seems almost unbelievable. I kind of don't believe it.
Here in places like Qatar, Kuwait, and Iraq. The Americans say they weren't involved in the attack, but Iran will not believe them. The Iranians may try and destabilize the oil market by attacking tankers and installations in the Gulf. A fifth of the world's oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz, around 20 million barrels a day. One of the busiest and most important strategic waterways in the world would then become a...
There was a guy in S-Fan's offline chat who lives in Iran who was saying the regime was testing a nuclear weapon. What do you mean was? Doing it tonight or a week ago or what? We had a report about a week ago of some underground nuclear weapons test. You remember there was a story about that around a week ago before all of this happened. It was also unconfirmed. Man, who the hell knows?
Captain David Beckham has been knighted as part of the honours for his...
David Beckham is now Sir Beckham.
Rescue all the trapped people inside the building.
Can you tell us the number of people? I'm looking for updates here, folks.
According to the Israeli media, it's approximately between 14 to 15 people.
Can you say your name just again?
My name is Yossi Greiver.
All right, so we did want to bring you that update. It was great to get that insight there from the ground in Israel as well. So we did hear about those rescues that were ongoing, saying that approximately 15 people were trapped after those Iranian missiles struck some of those buildings there in Israel. So we'll continue to keep our eye on this situation, keep you updated with those numbers as they're coming into our newsroom. We're going to slide away now for a 2-minute commercial break. But on the other side, we're going to continue with our coverage there in the region, continuing to bring in guests to help us make sense of the situation. Stay right here with us on Live Now.
Okay, so folks, once again, about 25 or 30 minutes ago, we know for a fact that Israel was carrying out a wave of jet strikes over Tehran, dropping more bombs. So I'm sure here pretty soon we're going to have footage and sort of some damage reports coming out following that. Of course, in Iran, we don't have these 24/7 live cam feeds in the same way that we do coming out of Israel. Now, hey, take a look at this. We just saw this kind of a moment ago. The IDF has just reported sirens sounding in the area of the Negev due to the infiltration of hostile aircraft. Okay, how about this, folks? I'm going to try to find a live stream from this area down in Israel. How about that? So What do you think is a town down here that might be kind of at risk? Maybe we could find a live stream down there. I don't know. Well, frick, I just don't know where exactly it's down. Doesn't seem like there are any really massive big towns that would have. Okay, you know, maybe I can find an ILAT live stream. Okay, so give me one moment here. I'm going to see if I can find that on YouTube. Let me see here. And in the meantime, maybe I have this for you here. This is an Israeli news source.
100 kilometers from home in the most sensitive period amidst multi-front warfare, being attacked by several enemies at once. The senior officials emphasized that this was a move built in real time alongside ongoing fighting with Hezbollah in the north, Hamas in the south, and other threats.
I can't find one.
We don't
ILAT.
embark on such a move without the entire state of Israel being with us. This is an operation that requires total national responsibility, from the security system to the home front's functionality. This is a rolling operation, not a one-off mission. Our responsibility.
I don't see it. I don't see it.
Right now, in the area near Tel Aviv, after some of these missile strikes there from Iran made it there to the country of Israel. So we're continuing to track this and the aftermath, and to help us continue to have better conversations and understand more in depth of what's going on there in the region, I now want to bring into the conversation Mona Yakubian. She's a senior advisor and the director of the Middle East program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Mona, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you.
Well, let's start with the very basics. There has been long ongoing conflict between Israel and Iran there in the region. And of course, things got to a fever pitch yesterday, or earlier, I should say, in the day on Friday for Israel as they launched those attacks in the early morning hours on Iran. Now Iran has since retaliated. Can you sort of walk us through what you're seeing there in the region?
Super chat here from Patriot M. Patriot 101 says Israel has the air superiority with the very best equipment the U.S. has to offer. Their pilots are unparalleled. No need for boots on the ground. I think that is kind of the situation. I think that's a fair assessment. I think this entire situation can maybe be managed through air superiority. At least that's what we're seeing so far.
Paramilitary forces. This is the first of what we understand from Prime Minister Netanyahu will be a days-long campaign.
Matt, how can you stream as much as you do? You've been putting in time. You know, so prior to doing all of the political content for the last 8 months, I was a full-time streamer over on Twitch. I used to stream every day for 10 to 12 hours every day, and I did that for 8 years. So for me, streaming, you know, ranting and monologuing and complaining about things and streaming like we're doing now, it comes very naturally. It's only very recently that I've been not streaming and making videos all day instead. So it's kind of nice, a little bit of a break to do some live streams again. Between the riots and all of this crazy, terrible stuff, I have an excuse kind of to do these live streams again. But in a lot of ways, I'm like kind of more of a streamer than a YouTuber in a lot of ways. I've been doing it for so long.
Those targeted attacks that Israel said that they launched into Iran. You mentioned the key point. Several of the leaders there in Iran were killed in those strikes. That was intentional. We're going for. So explain what that means for the structure there in Iran in the days and weeks moving forward, now that some of their top military folks are not going to be involved moving forward.
I took Adderall for about 4 months when I was 14 in high school. My mom thought I had some ADHD or something. And I took Adderall for 4 months when I was 14 or 15, and I hated it. I hated it. And I never took it again. Never took it again. I do consume a lot of caffeine, though. This is an explosion. Hold up. Breaking news update. An explosion and large fire occurred in the Kurdish city of Ilam in western Iran near the border with Iraq. It is not known if this was caused by an Israeli strike or what. Take a look. Eastern Iran. Okay, so that's kind of weird footage there. Footage showing a possible drone interception off the coast of Eilat in southern Israel as of 7 minutes ago. Interception.
Yo!
Wow, impressive. Wow. Snipped that thing, plucked it right out of the air. Impressive, impressive.
And former Conservative Special Advisor Anita Boateng, welcome to you both. Let's start.
I was going to listen to this one here, sorry.
Countries can embark on a cycle of escalation because, of course, when civilians are killed, that's going to prompt perhaps an even stronger counter response. And so that's why I think we are in such a dangerous moment in the region.
And so as we're continuing to see those images come in as well from Tehran, we also want to put up a little bit more of what we're seeing right now in Israel, because they're the ones who have just been hit more recently. And we just heard as well from their paramedic services saying that 34 people have been wounded in the rocket attacks on the Tel Aviv area, including a woman who was critically injured after being trapped under rubble. So we're still seeing those emergency services on the ground, showcasing that this is really an active situation.
Crazy. Thank you, Acid. Thank you.
That's exactly right. And I think the questions really ahead will be, you know, are we going to see, is this just the first of multiple rounds of an Iranian retaliation? It's not.
We have a statement from Matt Walsh. You all know Matt Walsh here from the Daily Wire. He says, this is 15 minutes ago, Israel is its own country and perfectly capable of taking care of itself. We do not need to be involved in this and should not be. Our country is under invasion. Our cities are besieged by crime and dysfunction. Those are the problems we should be focused on fixing. Our people need to be protected and prioritized by the leaders we've elected. America first, always. That's pretty much my opinion. I've said pretty much the same thing 50 times now over the last 2 days. Yeah, I pretty much feel the same way. In fact, I exactly feel the same way. Good opinion. I agree, Mr. Matt Walsh, Mr. Walsh. You know, here's what I think. I think everybody that is named Matt is a genius. You think that's the case? Wow. I think if your name is Matt, you've got to be really smart. You have to be super duper smart, I think.
Of course, we know it is also a time of very fraught politics in Israel. How this campaign against Iran will play out in the domestic politics of Israel, I think, is something we'll have to wait and see.
And so it's not just politics there on the domestic side, and Israel is also international politics that are all involved in this as well. So we do know that the 6th round of talks on the nuclear program to discuss what was happening there with the nuclear program in Iran was set to happen in Oman, and we're supposed to see U.S. officials also attending that meeting. Mona, it's unclear at this time if it will still be ongoing, being that there are active attacks there in the region. But what's your thoughts on this? What do you believe that will go forward with those attacks as those talks were set to happen in Oman?
Yeah, I think that the prospects for those talks to go on as scheduled this Sunday are very, very low. I think it's hard to imagine nuclear disarmament discussions taking place at a time when there is active conflict and hostilities taking place in the region. Yep. So I think that unfortunately efforts to negotiate on Iran's nuclear ambitions are going to be delayed at best.
Delayed at best, and we're also getting some of this response in from the United Nations, putting this up on the screen as well.
Take a look at this.
Saying that nuclear facilities must never be attacked.
Really?
This is according to the chief. He's stressing this following the Israeli strikes on Iran, saying such attacks have serious implications for nuclear safety, security, and safeguards, as well as regional and international peace.
So as we know now, Israel has pretty much blown the living hell out of at least one Iranian nuclear facility. So the United Nations is not happy about that.
Facilities are attacked.
Of course. I mean, those are very specific types of targets, right? And when those kinds of sites are attacked, there is concern, and I believe there's reporting that there may be radiation contamination already as a result of some of those strikes. So I think that it does raise big concerns for the safety and security of not just civilians in Iran, but frankly surrounding countries as well.
And so, again, we're continuing to see some of this reaction still come in from the independent Senator Bernie Sanders saying talks to address Iran's nuclear program were planned for Sunday. Instead, Netanyahu launched illegal strikes on Iran, killing a top ceasefire negotiator, undermining U.S. diplomatic efforts and putting countless innocent lives at risk. We can't be dragged into another Netanyahu war. Of course, he feels very strongly.
You know, between you and me, I was kind of getting a little bit burned out with the YouTube grind set, making 2 videos a day. So hey, we're sitting here doing streams. It's almost like a little bit of a YouTube vacation in a way. So it's almost like a day off, kind of. I don't know. It feels kind of weird. I'm not sitting here editing videos all day, which is what I normally do. KSG, but yeah, thank you again, and also Unknown Moses. The United Nations. Thank you.
To help intercept, for example, some of the missiles being fired off by Iran. So I think we can expect a heightened U.S. military presence in the region, but it will be largely for defensive purposes, not to join into the attack.
And so, Mona, as we're continuing to watch some of the video footage that's still coming in and that they're putting out this one from the IDF of some of those missile attacks that came in from Iran, I have to ask you, as we're looking ahead, what else should we be paying attention to?
Well, I think the key is going to be, do we see this conflict expanding? Is there a way in which other countries are brought in, perhaps unintentionally?
At this point, I don't think so. Do you see a situation where China or Russia, because those are really the two big concerns here. Do China or Russia get involved with this situation? I don't think so. In fact, I'm going to tell you kind of a funny joke here. Right now on Twitter, you see this image. It's a guy who says, it's an American guy wearing an American hat, and it's like a meme. And the meme says, "I'm not freaking dying for Israel." I'm not freaking dying for Israel is what this meme is. And so everybody's posting this. All the Americans are posting this right now. I'm not freaking dying for Israel. Well, you have to imagine the very same meme is probably circulating right now in Russia and China, but their version of the meme is, "I'm not freaking dying for Iran. I am not, hey, Chinese guy here, hey, Russian guy here, I am not dying for Iran." So they're probably saying the same thing on the opposite side of the equation. They don't want to be involved in this. Nobody wants to be involved in this.
Still stuck there, but also a number of civilians in Gaza suffering under both strikes and siege-like conditions in terms of no real access to humanitarian assistance. So the region is really in an incredibly fraught and fragile place this evening.
Mona, before I let you go, we were just talking about in my last conversation a bit more about what some of these other backers are doing for certain countries in the region.
We do have a small little update here. Check this one out, folks. As of 39 seconds ago, the Israeli Defense Force confirms the interception of 3 drones launched by either the Iranian-backed Houthis in Yemen or Iran earlier off the coast of Eilat and along the border with Jordan. I gotta say, guys, the Houthis seem just totally incompetent. The Houthis, they're always trying to do things. They're like wannabe terrorists. They want to be successful terrorists so badly. They want to be successful at terrorism, but they're just too stupid to do it. They're not even smart enough to be effective, successful terrorists. Depressing. Sucks for them, I guess. Where was our? There it is.
Relationships with Prime Minister Netanyahu. So there are also ties to Israel that Russia will seek to preserve. So it's going to be really important to watch and see how Russia chooses to conduct itself in these coming days and weeks.
And we'll continue to keep our eyes on it here on Live Now from Fox. Again, we've been talking here with Mona Yacoubian. She's there with the CSIS. We appreciate you so much for being with us here on Live Now. Any final thoughts before I let you go?
Thanks so much for having me. No, I think I appreciate the coverage. This is an incredibly fraught moment in the Middle East, a time of great peril, and it's really important, I think, for your audience to be tracking and watching as things unfold there. Thank you very much for having me.
Absolutely. We appreciate your time. We are going to, though, continue on with the very latest as we're giving these updates. Let's slide away for a 2-minute commercial break. Stay right here with us.
2-minute commercial break. Stay here with us. Okay, I'm sitting here refreshing. Matt, you're slowly losing viewers. Oh no, what do you think I should do? You think I should start dancing and singing? What should I do? Okay, guys, I am sitting here refreshing, looking for updates here. Matt, how are the riots? I'm actually checking on riots and protests also today. Nothing is happening anywhere. I'm taking a look around the country. I think everybody is waiting for tomorrow. Tomorrow, folks, tomorrow is going to be yet another 10 or 12 hour live broadcast here on this very channel. And the reason why is because we're going to be doing riot watch and protest watch all across the country. So, you know, I guess you guys are going to be sick of me here pretty soon because we're streaming all day today and we're streaming all day tomorrow. We're going to be monitoring World War III. Tomorrow we're going to be monitoring the riots. And also we're having the U.S. Army's 250th anniversary, I think, in Washington, D.C. tomorrow. We're going to watch that together. So I'm going to be here so much that you're going to be sick of me. It's going to be a lot. And then I should probably get back to actually making YouTube videos. But, whoa, folks, take a look at this. Guys, this is breaking news, not related to this Israel-Iran thing. 3 USAID executives plead guilty in a bribery scheme worth over $550 million in contracts. 3 USAID officials have now pled guilty to a $550 million racket. And this is them right here. So it is these 3 guys. They were scamming USAID. They pled guilty to it. $550 million. Wow. That's a lot of money. And the Democrats said it didn't happen. And the progressive left said that this wasn't happening. It's not happening. Imagine that. It actually was happening.
There in the Middle East. Again, these search and rescue efforts there in Tel Aviv are still ongoing at this hour. We have a few live vantage points. This is in response to some of those Iranian missiles that were sent over to the city in retaliation for the targeted attack that Israel launched in the early morning hours against Iran. So we're continuing to break down the very latest there, but some of these numbers that we have there coming out of the region, we do know that at least they're from some of those Israeli officials saying that at least 34 people have been wounded in these attacks there in the Tel Aviv area. This is according to Israel's paramedic service. And again, these launched attacks that Israel launched first on Iran amid those simmering tensions over Tehran's rapidly advancing nuclear program. For years, though, according to the Associated Press, Israel had threatened such a strike, and successive American administrators had.
All right, folks, we have a breaking news update from Tucker Carlson. I have not read this. I'm positive that this will be controversial. So everybody get ready to be mad. Everybody get ready to be pissed off. Here we go, Tucker Carlson. The real divide is not between people who support Israel and people who support Iran or Palestine, or the Palestinians. The real divide is between those who casually encourage violence and those who seek to prevent it. Between warmongers and peacemakers. Who are the warmongers? They would include anyone who's calling Donald Trump today to demand airstrikes and other U.S. military involvement in a war with Iran. On that list, Sean Hannity, Mark Levin, Rupert Murdoch, Ike Perlmutter, and Miriam Adelson. At some point, they will have to answer for this, but you should know their names now. Tucker Carlson is dropping names. Tucker Carlson is going scorched earth. Tucker Carlson is pissed. That is the Tucker Carlson take. There you have that. I don't know about these other. I'm actually shocked that Sean Hannity is calling for direct U.S. involvement. Sean Hannity is. I know Mark Levin. I know kind of that's his thing. I know that, but Sean Hannity really. I wonder, can I find a maybe Sean Hannity had a broadcast last night? Let me watch. Can we see what he said about this last night? What did Hannity have to say? Sean Hannity. Let me see here. Fox News. Okay. Because, you know, most certainly he would have said something about this last night here. Because he's got a late night evening show, so it would have been somewhere. Well, you know, maybe this is Mark Levin. Okay, maybe Hannity was not on last night. Maybe. But we can take a look. You know, why don't we take a look at what is going on in the Fox News universe? We can watch a Fox News video real quick. Let's see. Okay, this is Trump, Israel have strong coordination, behind the scenes report. Iran launches. This is the attack they did a couple hours ago. We can take a look at some of this. Let's see what's going on.
Moment now to bring in Brett Baer, who is with us as well with his. You know what? First, we're going to take a listen to this most recent barrage, and then we'll go to Brett. Watch.
Whoa. Whoa.
Okay, this is some short-range systems. Stay here, Yaniv. Pull out a little bit. Okay, there's just a massive amount of fire coming to Tel Aviv right now.
Define terrorism. I'm pretty sure the official definition of terrorism is anyone that uses violence to instill fear in order to push a political agenda or political ideology. I think that is the definition of terrorism, right? So these attacks happened about 2 hours ago here. We saw those live.
Get ready to pull it off the sticks. Get off the sticks. All right, let's go. Time to go.
Wow.
Okay. Guys, come on, everyone move. Everyone move now. Stay with us, stay with us. Pick up the gear, let's go.
They were close.
Just a short time ago. That was our Trey Gates reporting from a balcony in Tel Aviv, and this is the site of one of where these explosions hit. We're waiting for more word on injured, but at this point, in the early information that we've received, it does not appear to be a large-scale injury in terms of casualties on the ground. So
I want to skip to the breaking news part here.
President Trump have been in a phone call discussing these regional developments, including these Israeli strikes, obviously, on Iran, and stressing the importance for de-escalation and resolving the disputes through diplomatic means. And, you know, it really sheds light. Then you have Netanyahu chiming in and talking about the fact that Iran has never been weaker militarily, politically,
that is true.
In terms of the structure of the remaining leadership in the government, which has been decimated, as have their proxies.
New voice.
You have interviewed the Saudi Crown Prince and all of the players here over the last year and a half or so. What does this say about the larger shift and Iran's vulnerability and how the power structure may move because of what we've watched?
Well, I think that's a great question. One in which I think Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Israelis believed that this was the time to act. If negotiations were stalled, if the U.S. essentially had said, you do what you have to do, they believed since they struck in October that the air defenses inside Iran were really taken out significantly and had not fully been rebuilt, enabling perhaps a window that may have been closing to take out some of these targets. As far as the Middle East, you're right. The Crown Prince is now sitting in a position of prominence as far as trying to get different parties to talk, trying to get all of the parties together. He definitely spearheads the leadership along with the UAE in the GCC countries, and has a significant role in talking about where the Middle East is going. I think what they say publicly in the Middle East in some of these countries may be a little bit different than what they say privately. And they would like this to be over soon, but understand Israel's actions tonight.
You know, Brett,
So this is a video from 2 hours ago. I'm just kind of checking around and seeing what Fox News is saying here. This is Netanyahu's statement from, like I said, around 2 hours ago once again. This is a live news feed coming out of Israel. This is from TBN Israel. This is live.
This relatively light response to Israel's strike has left many analysts and other citizens, including me, puzzled but relieved at this situation. And according to Israeli reference scenarios, the initial Iranian response to strike was supposed to come immediately, and it was believed that it would be massive. This assessment was one of the reasons for the decision to activate the red alert warning at 3 a.m., sending millions of Israelis running to their bomb shelters to protect themselves.
Oh, folks, we have breaking news as of 45 seconds ago. Check this out. Tehran's air defenses are being deployed as drones, missiles, and fighter jets can be heard across several parts of the city, according to an NBC News crew in Tehran. So, folks, in Iran right now, in Tehran, the capital of Iran, Israel is carrying out more strikes. Israel right now, it seems like, with drones, missiles, and fighter jets, they are bombing the living hell out of Tehran at this very moment. Now, we don't have a live feed of that. I imagine we're going to have photos here pretty soon. In fact, I'm going to try to find some of that for you folks. Give me a moment here.
Act first. This is exactly what Israel has done today. We have risen like lions to defend ourselves. Over 3,000 years ago, Moses gave the people of Israel a message that has steeled their resolve ever since. Be strong and courageous, he said. Today, our strong and courageous soldiers and people stand together to defend ourselves against those who...
This is Tehran at this very moment. Take a look. Tehran is a war zone right now. You can hear it popping off. Okay, I'm going to try to find some more updates here for you guys.
On the region, but we do know, again, today, as Israel is bracing, I should say, for more attacks by Iran. I want to play out a moment that happened there on the ground. Our Fox News correspondent, Trey Yingst, he's there in Tel Aviv as he's responding to some of this. Let's go ahead and listen in to what he has to say.
Impact sites in Tel Aviv. We have seen a number of people coming out of this residential area, some receiving medical attention. There's just some debris on the ground from the windows that shattered when this blast took place. This is one of many impact locations all across Israel. And it's an indication that while Israel's missile defense system was able to shoot down a lot of the incoming fire,
it's a war.
Much of it slipped past the Arrow system and the
Disagreement.
David
It's a war.
Sling and the American defense systems.
In fact, speaking of war, also we have more footage coming out of Tehran right this moment. This is Tehran. So Israel seems to be continuing their assault on Tehran right now. Seems to be the case. This is anti-air fire they're trying. Look at that. It is a mostly peaceful war. That's right. Another one here. Lisa, I will be here all day tomorrow, Lisa. I'll do all of it. Yep. Everything. Do we even see anything here? A couple little explosions. Joshua Aldrich. Hey, I know you. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Good to see you, dude. No, folks, this is not Iron Dome. Iron Dome is in Israel. This is over Tehran. This is in Iran. Tehran is the big capital city of Iran, and so right now Israel is carrying out a series of airstrikes, drone attacks, and missile bombardments over Tehran at this very moment. Yeah, okay, Iranian state-run media is reporting Israeli strikes now on northeastern Iran. Guys, Israel is every single outlet right now is reporting that Israel is blowing the living hell out of Iran right now. And I'm gonna try to find more of this right here.
But also to stay within the four corners of the evolving, somewhat stalled now nuclear talks between the United States and Iran. The president had made clear in the past that he wanted to attain some sort of compromise, some sort of meaningful compromise and agreement with Iran. What Israel did, at least initially, was create a framework that didn't run counter to that. In fact, you could make the argument that Israel empowered President Trump to do what he did this morning, which was to again try to re-engage the Iranian regime.
This is Tehran right now. Like we said, Tehran is getting the living hell blown out of them at this very moment. Chaos. Chaos. Okay, I'm gonna try to find more of that. I'm gonna try to keep you guys posted on this, okay?
Ping-ponging back and forth.
By the way, I saw the question real quick. Kind of nothing is happening in the U.S. right now. It's kind of the calm before the storm. Tomorrow is going to be nuts. Everybody, come back tomorrow. If you're bored today, I don't care about this. Come back tomorrow. I'm going to be live all day tomorrow. We're going to be covering the protests, the riots, the No Kings situation, and it's Flag Day, Donald Trump's birthday, and the United States Army 250th birthday as well. So tomorrow's going to be a crazy day. I'll be here all day, but right now we're going to keep going today with this. So let me try to find some more for you folks.
No, I think the footage in particular really drives home the point that we're talking about two different and qualitatively different strategies. When Israel attacked Iran, it did so through aerial strikes, planes that traveled over 1,000 miles. It carried out pinpoint strikes, very significant, very damaging strikes, but they were narrowly tailored. In contrast, what Iran has just done in Israel and why we're almost guaranteed.
Carter Kaser, hey, listen, we have bad news, Carter. Thank you very much for that big-time super chat. Thank you. Breaking news, guess what? A new wave of Iranian ballistic missiles have been launched towards Israel. That is what I'm seeing right now. I suppose the report is technically unconfirmed, so give this a couple minutes. We might get the confirmation. Allegedly, there's another wave of Iranian ballistic missiles inbound towards Israel.
A counter value strike targeting Israeli population centers and Israeli citizens.
And so let's talk about...
Yep, folks, we have a confirmation. Okay, now it is official. Here we go. The Israeli Defense Force confirms that another wave of ballistic missiles have just been launched by Iran at Israel. Allegedly, these are the target locations. I'm not sure exactly. Oh, hey, did you see that right over there? What was that? I just saw something fly up in the sky there. Okay, everybody, hey, listen. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I need to go take a 90-second break. Before things really start heating up here, everybody go to the bathroom, 90-second break, and then it's going to get crazy.
May of 2018.
Right back, gentlemen.
That's when President Trump, during his first term, pulled out of the JCPOA, the 2015 nuclear deal that had been hammered out by his predecessor, Barack Obama. And the president's complaints back then, the reason he made the decision to pull out of the JCPOA were essentially threefold. He said that the deal was too short, that it wasn't open-ended. It had a very short time horizon, and all of the provisions would be expired within a decade. He said it was too generous. It provided too much sanctions relief to the Iranian regime, and that it was too narrow. It covered only Iran's nuclear program. It didn't cover other things like ballistic missiles that were very important to the overall threat that Iran posed. Those principles still attach. And so the real difficulty for the Trump administration in trying to negotiate a new agreement with Iran right now has been to create a stronger agreement that doesn't create these loopholes, doesn't let Iran fall back into this very permissive structure that was created by the Obama administration. And most of all, the most important part is that in its second term, the Obama administration stepped back from its demands that Iran not be allowed to enrich uranium inside the country. And since then, in the years since then, Iran has dramatically expanded its domestic enrichment of uranium, which can be used for a nuclear weapon. And so the Trump administration has an added task of trying to roll that back. That's what these conversations over the last couple of weeks have been all about. And that's why Israel has decided to move militarily against Iran.
So I'll tell you what, folks, I've seen this critique levied towards President Trump. People say, oh, this nuclear deal that President Trump has been working towards with Iran over the last 60 days, it's just a copy of Obama's nuclear deal. Listen, the real big fundamental issue with Obama's nuclear deal with Iran was that he gave them a bunch of money with no strings attached, and then he imposed 0% additional oversight. He didn't ever check in on them again. And so Iran, they said, yeah, we're gonna stop enriching our uranium past this point. But then they took the money and then they just kept on doing it because there was no oversight on the back end. So if Trump has a deal similar to Obama's, where it's like, yeah, you can't enrich uranium over 6% or whatever it is, that part is fine. That part can be the same. The problem with the Obama deal was that there was no oversight following up. Okay, that was the issue. So you need to have the oversight. Are alarms? Alarms are going off. This is Jerusalem. What about Tel Aviv? I'm looking at Tel Aviv right here. I don't have that. I'm watching right now. Everybody pay attention here, though. We do have alarms in Jerusalem. Video not live. Both of both of those are live. This is the newscast. Everybody give this some time here. Give this a moment. Because I'll tell you what, folks, things are... Oh, hey, Tel Aviv right there. Take a look. Iranian ballistic missiles are inbound. Our camera's pivoting around, looking up in the sky. Pay attention now, folks. Things are going to get a little bit crazy here, I think. Mostly peaceful ballistic missiles are inbound. Ballistic missiles of peace. Ballistic missiles of peace and tolerance are inbound. Oh, hey, right there, right there. Hey, look the other way. Look the other way, dude. Dude, you're looking the wrong way. He just looked the opposite of the... Okay. Okay, come on. Hey, this is Jerusalem. There's a big one coming down in Jerusalem right here. They intercepted it. Got it. Intercepted that. Wow, that got so close to the ground. They really wait till the last minute. Wow. Oh, here we come in Tel Aviv. Multiple inbound. Oh boy. They got it. They got it. They're smacking them right out of the air. Anything else coming in? What is coming in? We have an update from the IDF. Oh, take a look. Here's another ballistic missile. Ballistic missile inbound. Looks like that one exploded very high up in the air there. There's more coming in. Wow, folks, I don't think any of these are getting through. Wow. The Iron Dome is just plucking these things out of the damn sky. That looks like it got intercepted also. There's a few of them coming in on the left there. Multiple. Oh! Oh, shit. That was a direct hit. Wow. Man. Terrible. Oh, hey, Jerusalem, look at that right there. Intercepted. Jerusalem is bottom left. We don't know if that one hit in Tel Aviv. You can't see. Damn it. That's an interceptor going up. Oh, hey, Jerusalem, take a look on the far left. Intercepted. They got it. They got it. Well. One confirmed hit. One ballistic missile has made contact. Yeah, I'm looking at Sky News here. There you go. This is the same angle that we have. I think up here with the AP with the Associate Press. You think it's over? That might be it here for now. Well, we're looking around. Now we need to get up close and see what type of damage that one did, because one of these did connect big time. Okay. Yeah, I think Sky News is just restreaming the AP. In fact, I think Fox News is streaming AP also. Okay, well, I'm going to take a look at Twitter here for a moment and see if we have any updates here. 4 minutes ago, once again, here, I want to show you something here. This is the IDF. Once again, millions of Israelis are currently running for shelter as sirens sound all over Israel following another missile launch from Iran. So these must be all of the siren points. You hear that? I think that's nothing. Okay, sirens are blaring. That's the drone attack an hour ago. Okay, we can take a look at this here too. Okay, interceptions seen in the sky over central Israel. Take a look. I want to see a follow-up. I want to know what happened with the one ballistic missile that actually did make contact. I want to know what happened there. Yep, yeah, this is it. A direct impact in downtown Tel Aviv is where that was. Frick. Okay, I'm going to try to get an update on that. Gotta dig around here for a minute. Okay. There's a lot going on. That was brutal. Yeah, so that is the... This is what you just witnessed right now. This is the third wave of Iranian ballistic missiles. The second wave happened about 2 hours ago. So we have had about a 2-hour gap in between these waves. Prior to the third wave here, during which it looks like 1 missile made contact, 10 in total had made contact earlier in the night between the first and second wave. So some of these are making it through.
Pushing in on a point you just made, you talked about the prior attacks that Iran had sent last year to Israel. Many people, if they're waking up or they hadn't been paying attention to what's been going on in the region, maybe feel as though Israel had struck without any warning to this. But this has been ongoing, a back and forth between the countries, and Iran again struck first last year.
That's right. The very brief history is that Iran and Israel have been in conflict for the better part of a quarter of a century. But that conflict has overwhelmingly...
How long, man, dude, how long has the Middle East been at war? 3,000 years? Maybe more? Yeah, probably more, honestly. Yeah, a very long time. A very, very long time.
Last year was a qualitative change in that conflict. First in April, and then again in October, the Iranian regime lashed out directly, firing missiles directly from its territory to Israel. And both times, Israel responded. But before that happened, and this is what I think we're heading into right now, before that happened, those volleys were intercepted. They were intercepted not just by Israeli missile defenses, but also by Allied missile defenses, including airplanes, including missile defense batteries that were forward deployed in the Persian Gulf at the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. And so what we see, the longer these volleys go on back and forth, the more likelihood there is that Israel is going to require assistance both from regional partners and from the United States in order to intercept them.
And I'm glad you brought the United States up into this, because we have heard from the U.S. saying that they're going to be working to protect their own assets there in the region as well. Speaking about some of the warnings that they're also putting to American citizens in the region. And they, again, on your screen, I'm just replaying a few of those moments there that happened when this new attack of missiles began to fall there in Tel Aviv. I have to ask you, Ilan, is there a reason that they're specifically targeting Tel Aviv at this time as opposed to some of the other cities there within Israel?
Good question.
Right. Well, Tel Aviv is the place where the Israeli command authority is sort of scattered over 2 cities. It's scattered over Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Tel Aviv is where the headquarters of the Israeli Defense Forces are and where the headquarters of the Mossad, the Israeli Foreign Intelligence Agency, is. In Jerusalem, you have the Knesset, their parliament, and you have the offices of the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. Jerusalem, though, is in many cases a harder target because it's much closer to a foreign country. It's much closer to.
Okay, maybe this is a dumb question. Is it possible that Iran is not as interested in bombing Jerusalem because Jerusalem has, what's it called, the Temple on the Rock or the Dome on the Rock, whatever it's called? We're looking at it right now. Does that make any sense at all? Whereas in Tel Aviv, you don't really have any iconic Islamic locations, but in Jerusalem you do. Do you think that is a part of this? I really don't know. I don't know.
Ground air traffic in the country to a halt, because the airport has issued a ground stop. Flights have been canceled or diverted. And so the outsized impact, both in political terms and also in economic terms, of striking Tel Aviv is pretty significant.
And so as we're continuing here, Ilan Berman here with us, I have to ask you before I let you go, as we're still diving into those active attacks that happened in the region, taking another live look, though, at Tel Aviv, as we talked about, it seems like they're in that sort of space where there's a lull. And again, you said this is typical of these types of attacks that happen.
So this is video footage of that, of the recent Tel Aviv strike, the one that connected. There it is. This happened 3 minutes ago. Wow. Right in the center, right in the heart of downtown Tel Aviv. That is freaking nut. Look at that. Wow. Freaking nuts. Right downtown, right in the middle. Where was our...
are overwhelmingly Sunni, different sect of Islam. They have been ideological competitors for years and years and years. And so what these states say publicly may not be what they're thinking privately. And in fact, a lot of these countries are equally menaced, maybe not equally, but also menaced by Iran's expanding nuclear program. They're menaced by Iranian proxies. And so what Israel is doing is not likely to generate a massive regional response directed against Israel. Instead, what's happening right now is precisely what you can expect, which is that these countries are sitting quietly. They may issue pro forma condemnations, but they're waiting to see how this spins out because they understand that Iran generally is a menace to the region. And, quietly, they're wishing Israel well.
And so we'll continue to watch here on Live Now from Fox. I want to put this up on the screen. This was tweeted out by the Israeli Defense Forces not too long.
Little highlight clip here of what we just saw. We have a lot of interceptions up here. I wonder how much does one... Whoa. Folks, did you see that? Look at that. Whoa. Look at that. Interception right there. Very cool. Cool. Looks cool. I don't know. Ooh. Wow. Ooh. Interception here. And then it's just falling down to the ground, I think. Yep. Okay. Okay, I'm going to look something up. What is the price of one Iranian ballistic missile? How much money are we talking here?
All right, wanted to bring that story to you here on Live Now. We're going to continue on with our coverage. We'll be in coverage of this for the remainder of the conflicts that are happening there in the Middle East.
My pleasure.
All right, wanted to bring that story to you here on Live Now. We're going to continue on with our coverage. We'll be in coverage of this for the remainder of the afternoon. Want to show...
My dog's name is Laika. Laika, L-A-I-K-A. The cost of one Iranian ballistic missile varies by model and capability, with estimates ranging from $100,000 to $10 million. For example, basic models like the Shahab 3 are estimated to cost around 100 grand to 400 grand per unit, while advanced models like the Fatah 1 hypersonic missile may cost up to $6.5 million. Wow, these things are pretty damn expensive then.
He's there on the ground in Israel. He says, here. We're sheltering underground, large explosions throughout the Tel Aviv suburbs. We also heard some more from him as well. I want to play this out as well. We have here in just a second from Trey Yinks as he's there on the ground. We've been playing out some of his videos that he's been able to put out on his X account while being there in the region. This is the very latest one. Let's listen in.
So a couple months ago, Iran put out a propaganda video, and we're going to watch it here together. This is the Iranian missile bunker complex right here. Just never-ending tunnels. Never-ending tunnels full of missiles and rocket launchers, all types of stuff. Look at that. So this is where this stuff is coming from. They've got a lot of them. Sure looks like it. That is a lot of them. AI? Hold up, wait a minute. Why are you guys saying AI or CGI? Guys, we know Iran has a hell of a lot of missiles, and we know that because they've been launching them all night. They've got to store all these missiles somewhere. We know that they have, you know, mountainside bunker complexes. Do you really think this is... Guys, I think this is real. I think Iran has extensive mountain bunker complexes full of missiles. I think that's totally real. I do not think this is AI. We know they've got all the missiles because they've been fucking... Sorry, I swore, I'm swearing. Because they've been blasting them off all night, you know? I don't know. Also, we have a, whoa, massive super chat from Michael P.
We're down to the final moments.
The final moments. Michael P, thank you. Let me read through this here. This says, Matt, for the gorgeous German Shepherd, check out Snoozer, made in USA, hand-sewn dog beds. You can get one for her size, around the price. Thanks again for your displaying your outstanding talent and stamina. You know, okay, I want to ask you. My wife and I were talking about dog beds 2 nights ago. We saw that MyPillow makes dog beds. My wife has found, I haven't seen it, but my wife said she found one. So we've been considering buying a MyPillow dog bed. Does anybody have one of those? Maybe we're going to buy her a MyPillow dog bed. I think that's probably a nice thing to do, but... So, hey, thank you, Michael P. Thank you a whole lot. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. And also some super chats. This is an old clip of Iran tunnels with missiles. I watched that video years ago. Not everything is... yeah, I think that's real, guys. That's my opinion. I think that's probably real. There was another one here. Iran always teaches death to America, just like some American Marxists. And we have a lot of those in the country. No doubt. No doubt. Thank you very much. Thank you all very much. Michael P. Huge. Thank you. So they're on commercial break here. Is our Associated Press live? Okay, we still have that. Let's touch base. Let's touch base with Sky News here for a moment, and I'm going to try to find some updates for you folks, okay?
It's not the same. I think you should make knighthood unisex. And when someone has, you know, where it's been a great Olympian, male or female, they can be sir. They can be sir something. I don't think that's necessarily gendered. I think that should we take the gender out of it, and everyone could be. I could be Sir Susie Boniface.
Shut up. Shut up.
Right. I don't think they're not revolutionary in the gongs. Well,
I like that they've overhauled the right of male heredity in the royal family, so why can't we do it?
This is next, absolutely. There's nothing like a...
Okay, we are not watching Sky News anymore. I've seen enough. I've seen enough of Sky News. Yeah, you're not going to be a knight. Okay, check this out. Breaking news as of 2 minutes ago. Authorities are reporting 4 sites where impact or debris fell on central Israel, with at least 1 building said to have suffered damage, though so far no injuries. Folks, I don't think anyone in Israel has died as a consequence of all of these ballistic missiles. I don't think anybody has died. We have a couple people that are injured. I heard 2 people that were critically injured in Israel, but I don't think anybody has lost their lives. So far, thank God.
A live look there in Tel Aviv. We've been keeping our eyes on the skies there, as so many of those cameras are capturing these moments when it all happens. So it just happened about 15 minutes ago. We were able to capture the moments that some of these missiles had fell there on the country. Before we do that, I want to bring into the conversation with CSIS, Tom Caraco. Tom, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. You're the director there of some of the missile programs there within the organization. I want to play out some of the video that we saw of these missile attacks there on Tel Aviv and get your response to it live. We were watching this as a part of the defense system was seemingly able to capture it, but I want to play it out for those who missed it as well, and for you to get some of your response as well. So let's watch this.
Hey, Free Soul, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Looking for updates here.
And this is the moment here, Tom, when we're starting to see what we saw about 15 minutes ago, those missiles falling there in the region.
Jeez. This is a replay here.
And so at first it was a little bit of a lull, but we were able to see as some of those defense systems were seemingly working there in the country. I want to put this up on your screen as well. This is from Liz Frieden there with Fox News saying the U.S. is assisting Israel to shoot down the Iranian missiles. A senior official was able to tell Fox News that in a statement. There are hundreds of thousands of American citizens and other American assets in Israel, and the U.S. is working to protect them. Tom, what's your response to this?
Thank you.
Yeah, well, that's certainly the case. The United States has both some Aegis ships for missile defense purposes and also, frankly, a couple THAAD batteries, THAAD being terminal high altitude air defense. And they've been busy. They've been busy in the recent months. They've been busy in the region generally since October 7. And frankly, it has been helpful for our Israeli friends to have them there. The challenge is there's a lot of missiles coming in, as your videos are depicting. There's a lot of missiles coming in, and the issue is, frankly, capacity. How much U.S. and Israeli missile defense capacity is there before we kind of run out of bullets? We know that the missile defenses work. They're hitting stuff all the time, but there is nevertheless a finite amount of defenses, which is a...
The IDF has just released a statement saying that civilians are now able to leave their bomb shelters. The third wave of ballistic missiles has concluded, and people can now go back up to the surface world.
Iranian.
Also, I see the big-time super chat here, and once again, by the way, Polish Gun, thank you. And Michael James, thank you very much. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much. I think those are Iranian propaganda videos. I love your channel. I started watching you a couple nights ago. Where in Washington do you live? Skaky County. I am somewhere in western Washington, and that is until we move to Idaho, maybe in the next year. Somewhere in western Washington, somewhere in a small town. Hey, thank you very much. Well, okay, so most certainly that video we had up, this is definitely an Iranian propaganda video. Does that mean that this is AI or artificial intelligence? I don't think so. I think this is a real video. I think they really have these tunnels, and I really think they have all of these bombs. Right? Sometimes propaganda can just be like showing off what you have, and I think they have all of this, no doubt. Simple questions. Do the Iranians have elaborate mountainside bunker complexes? Yes, I think so. Another simple question. Do the Iranians have hundreds or thousands of bombs? Yes, I think so. In fact, we know so because they're launching all of them tonight. So yeah, I think this is a real video. I don't really see why it would not be. This is replay right here.
Double digits, perhaps 10 or so. And look, this number is changing all the time. But out of that large number, that's still pretty good shooting.
And so we're watching this, and these attacks have seemed to come in waves. Tom, I have to ask you, when it comes to these defense systems, is that important for them to be able to take a second and regroup when these attacks come in waves? Because the missiles will be launched
tomorrow.
There'll be a little bit of a lull after
the protests and the riots.
Yeah, you know, it's not just about how many missiles a country has, but rather how many launchers they have for the missiles. And so it is in the interest of the attacker to group their shots, to mass their fires with a lot of missiles at the same time. That actually poses a significant technical challenge for the missile defense side, for the defender, because there's limitations on how many objects a radar can track, and likewise the number of interceptors that can go out at any given time. And so the attacker has to reload, and so likewise does the defender. And so more larger salvos, frankly, on both sides is certainly an advantage. And so there are those lulls because they have to do those sorts of things.
And so as we're continuing to watch, this is some video again from earlier this hour as another wave was sent from Iran there to the Tel Aviv area. Tom, I want to pull up some of the footage as well that we saw in the aftermath of these attacks. I want to put this up on the screen so folks can see what happened when some of these attacks happened there. We did get a report there from the paramedics in Israel saying that 34 people have been wounded in the aftermath. Can you sort of speak to what that looked like? And is that an impressive number? I mean, 34, these attacks, we've been watching as these missiles have been heading there. 34 seems wounded, no dead at this point that have been reported. Can you sort of speak to it?
Yeah, I hope that's the case in terms of the no fatalities. I will frankly be pleasantly surprised if that remains the case. When
Iran has a 600,000 person army, you know, at this point, it's kind of like, does that really matter? Having a 600,000 person army only matters if you think you're going to have to fend off a ground invasion, or if you are going to have to ground invade somebody else. Right now, we're just trading missiles back and forth. It's all, right now, this entire dynamic is ballistic missiles, drones, and fighter planes and bomber jets or whatever. You know, let me ask you this: does it help Iran at all at this moment so far to have 500,000 soldiers? Like, not really. They'd be better off to have 500,000 ballistic missiles. You know what I mean? As far as they're concerned. Now, you know, if World War III breaks out and Israel or the U.S. tries to invade Iran or something for some stupid reason, then yeah, that's where their military comes in. Their soldier count comes into play, I guess.
Put up the video. Tom, I'd like you to kind of talk through what we're seeing here, because Israel did put out that they did these very targeted attacks there in Iran.
Yeah, so I mean, look, we're seeing the Israelis hitting, and they're releasing the video of this stuff, obviously, hitting some pretty high-value targets, missile launchers, missiles, and various other things. Presumably also some air defenses. It sounds like they took apart and suppressed any leftover air defenses fairly quickly, and are now basically flying over Iran with impunity, which is going to give them definitely a strategic advantage here in the coming weeks. I'll just say, I think it's important. It's great to see these videos and to see these Iranian hardware blowing up. But the larger context here is frankly political. And we saw Netanyahu give a speech I think maybe just a couple hours ago, maybe an hour ago, basically saying that they're in this for the regime change, and basically calling on the Iranian people, saying that they support the Iranian people, and they support the Iranian people in kind of rising up against the mullahs. Yeah. And that's basically the gamble. So earlier I talked about the principle that missile defense will only its purpose is to defend you long enough to end the threat by other means. And so what this is about is buying time and sufficiently living.
Well, okay, so far publicly we know that the U.S. is helping defend Israel by intercepting drones and ballistic missiles. Beyond that, the United States is not actively carrying out any bombing raids or anything. Israel is doing all of the offense and most of the defense. America is helping with a little bit of the defense so far. But so far, that is the extent to which the U.S. is involved.
Clearly, the Israelis would have liked to have had American firepower, American bombers, and frankly, American bunker buster bombers to help, no kidding, get these hardened and deeply buried targets.
Good evening.
But nevertheless, the Israelis, as a political calculus, seem to have made the bet that they need to do this, and that they're going to do their darndest to do it. Fundamentally, I think frankly, this is the post-October 7 context. They're mad as heck, and they're not going to take it anymore. And they're using the Hezbollah leadership targeting playbook to go after the Iranians. This has kind of been a long time in the coming. There's no love lost, of course, between Israel and Iran for many decades now. And this is a pretty momentous moment. It's not clear what the outcome is going to be by any means. It is hard to do scud hunting. It is hard to hit all this stuff on the ground before it's launched. That's why they're getting off so many shots towards Israel. So it's going to be sporty here in the coming days and potentially weeks.
And Tom, we appreciate you for being with us to help add this additional context. But you mentioned something.
This is like kind of the unfortunate reality. Iran really is such a beautiful country. Like, really it is. And it has such a rich, insane history. Iran really does genuinely have a lot of things going for it. But yeah, the country has been hijacked by the mullahs, and they are pretty much insane. Iran really does, though, genuinely have the potential to be a really cool, awesome, totally awesome country. It just is not, because of its leadership structure. Insane. The Persians, yeah, no, the Persians are cool. Back in the day, they're cool. Sure.
Not just what types of interceptors you have, but how many and how long you can continue shooting. And so then this brings it to the question that you just asked there in terms of the politics, in terms of the U.S. role in the region. Obviously, the U.S. has an interest in protecting our friends, our allies in Israel, but there are real costs, right? There are trade-offs. The United States inventories of missiles and missile defense interceptors are finite, and it would be problematic, to say the least, in terms of the U.S. broad global role to expend all of our things in a Middle East conflict. This is, in some respects, the dilemma and the perennial dilemma that has been going on for the past a couple of decades, frankly, in terms of
here,
the Middle East keep drawing us back in. I think for the moment, it probably makes a whole heck of a lot of sense to go in there, and if it is possible to frankly change the calculus, and if possible, get
everything
rid
seems
of this
pretty
Iranian
quiet right now, to be honest with you.
The regime, which is to say, once and for all, if that is possible. And so I think, frankly, it's perhaps unfortunate that the U.S. so far has not had a more forward-leaning stance. I think we've seen the Israelis pull off some pretty spectacular successes. Turns out that when you go on the offense, although in this case it's a delayed counteroffensive, when you had that counteroffensive momentum, they've been able to do just a whole heck of a lot of success. Again, the Hezbollah case being perhaps the most useful guidance here. So I think there's definitely interest in helping them finish this fight, but of course this is not the only problem we have in the world.
I want to ask you specifically about this, Tom, before I let you go, but taking a look here at this tweet that was put out by Fox News, saying that the U.S. Army is assisting, as we just talked about there, in those incoming Iranian missiles with Patriot PAC-3 missiles. Is that the specific type that we should be paying attention to in the days ahead?
Okay, this is a post I see. This is probably not real, and is Israeli F-35 fighter jet is reportedly shot down near Iran's Tehran city. I'm gonna guess this is not real. I'm gonna guess this did not happen. I'm gonna look into this for you.
A system in some way or another, and a number of folks that are trying to get it probably bullshit here soon. And Israel, of course, has their own programs, but the fact that you have confirmation here, this is a good scoop here by Lucas Tomlinson, that it's not just Stab, but definitely Patriots that are shooting stuff down. And I would not be surprised if the Aegis ships and probably some standard missiles on the Aegis ships aren't also doing some cleanup as well.
And so I want to take another live look there at some of these vantage points that we have in the Middle East at this time. This is Tel Aviv, another view of Tel Aviv as well in the top right hand corner of your screen, as well as a shot of Jerusalem. It's been a lot calmer in Jerusalem today because most of these attacks have been centered on Tel Aviv. Also want to put this up by Aisha Hasni there with Fox News as well, saying that the Navy has two...
Okay, folks, we saw about 15 minutes ago ballistic missile from Iran that connected in downtown Tel Aviv. This is footage on the ground of that. This is in Tel Aviv. So this one did a lot of damage. This was that direct hit that we saw. Brutal. Put a location label. Is that something you guys want to see?
But I will tell you, they've been shooting down a lot of stuff from Yemen with the Houthis, and yes, with the several big Iranian attacks again in April.
That's from last year? Oh, okay.
And there's only so many
give me one moment
launch canisters on a given ship, but maybe 96 or so. Not all of them are going to be defensive missiles. Some of them are going to be other effects. And so there are only so many interceptors to go around, and that's why that capacity challenge, as I keep emphasizing, is a big deal.
And as you see there, another update from Aisha Hassi saying that there are just a lot of those U.S. assets there in the Middle East. The 2 destroyers in the Eastern Mediterranean were already there for scheduled deployment. And the USS Thomas Hudner guided missile destroyer is now on its way to the region as well. So the U.S. is positioned there in the region. Tom, this is expected. I'm assuming we've been talking a lot about what the role could potentially be with them being there as well. So we'll continue on here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate your time as always. I do want to say, though, lastly, before I let you go, I want to show you this image that we have of the airspace right now above the Middle East. So, again, huge gap in anything that's in the air right now. Expected. What else are we expecting to see in the next few days as well?
Yeah, well, look, these are passenger aircraft that we're looking at here, presumably that have their transponders on, therefore communicate their location. Military aircraft going into Iran are probably not going to be doing that to flag their location, but it is a very good idea, extremely good idea in this sort of circumstance for passenger aircraft to keep a wide berth. Recall the early days of the Ukraine conflict and past conflicts with Iran, where tragically passenger aircraft get shot down. We don't want to do that.
Absolutely. So again, this was put out by the State Department, travel.gov, saying that U.S. citizens should not travel to Iran for any reason and should depart Iran immediately if you are there. U.S. citizens who are unable to depart Iran should shelter in place. As of Friday, Iran's civil aviation organization closed the country's airspace. So did want to get that update in for you here on Live Now from Fox. And again, with the Center for Strategic and International Studies.
طيب والله منزلين علينا والله طلع هيو اسمعوا وعرض اختنا نزل علينا هدول جد نازلين يا هيو هيو اوبا هيو نزل على الجسر السيارة راحت.
Israeli interceptors are working hard to take out as many Iranian ballistic missiles as possible. Salam alaikum.
طيب والله منزلين
Inshallah.
والله طلع هيو
والله
وعرض اختنا نزل علينا هدول جد نازلين يا هيو اوبا هيو نزل على الجسر السيارة راحت يا الله.
Amazing. Okay. Commercial break. Okay, I'm going to try to find some more updates. Like I said, though, I think at the moment right now, I think everything is just kind of chill. The IDF hasn't posted anything in about 40 minutes. I do have this small little update. A woman who was critically injured by the Iranian ballistic missile attack earlier tonight has now died, marking the very first death in Israel since the beginning of the most recent kinetic conflict between Israel and Iran. So far, okay, so breaking news just as of 1 minute ago, we regrettably have our first Iranian casualty. I'm sorry, our first Israeli casualty, I'm sorry. And there's that. Okay, well, looking for updates. What is going on around here? Not good. We still do not really have a statement from President Trump yet. Nothing super firm. We have an update from Steve Bannon. We're on commercial break. Why don't we take a look at what Bannon has to say about all this?
I don't want to hear, oh, we got American troops in Iraq. Why we got American troops in Iraq? Because Fox News and all of them and Bush lied to us. Lied. This was not a it wasn't a failure of intelligence or we made some bad calculations. It was bald-faced lies. Let's talk like adults today. Let's have an adult conversation. Bald-faced lies. Go over to section 60 at Arlington National Cemetery and tell them about Yellow Cake and tell them about all the lies and spin of the neocons. Isn't this movement in reaction to that war? Is it in reaction to the financial collapse brought on by the Bush administration? Yes. I know the Democrats ton to do with it, and the Wall Street guys, they were all guilty. That's where this movement came from. Stop the forever wars, because your sons and daughters are fighting them just like your sons and daughters are going to be fighting this one. So if we're going to do it this time, let's have an adult conversation. Do not come here and say, oh, we got to protect America, and then get them out. Get them out of Iraq, get them out of the embassy. That's not a call for us to get engaged in a shooting war, and that's what we're engaged in a couple hours into this. You either got it. If you're going to go alone, you can take care of your deal or not. You don't need us. Decide to go alone. Decide to reject it. No, we don't need you. We're going to go it alone. And the go it alone lasts about 6 hours. Not only do they want defense, they want us to go on offense. Don't believe me. Tucker Carlson's got a tweet up. I will not repeat the names on this show at this time. I have not verified that. But Tucker Carlson's on fire right now, calling out names, naming names. Folks, we have 10 million, just on Biden's watch, in our country, illegal alien invaders. And if you don't think that's a war in the streets of L.A., in Chicago, in New York, and everywhere you're going to see this weekend, and that is our number one priority, because that's where the CCP is getting us, and not getting drawn into something else in the Middle East. That's a secondary, tertiary, yes, second.
All right, folks, real quick, go ahead and give me a true or a false. Is all of this true or is this false? I'm saying true.
Secondary or tertiary. Secondary or tertiary. Just like we said for years, Ukraine. The Russian-speaking eastern border Ukraine is not in the vital, let me repeat that, the vital national security interests of the United States, just like taking down the nuclear weapons is very important, had to be done. President Trump said we're not going to allow him to have it. But you've got to go up the escalatory ladder and the tools you have. Particularly, we haven't done anything in economics. You know why? Because they were chomping at the bit to get in there and mix it up. And if you're going to do that, that's fine. Go ahead. Go. Do it. Hammer. It's audacious. It's bold. You got one of the finest militaries in the world. We've seen that against Hezbollah. We've seen that against the Muslim Brotherhood of Hamas. We've seen that take down air defense. But don't set it up that we're going to get wrapped up in this thing in the first day, and now people want us going offense into bombing runs on this. And Mike Pompeo sitting there going, everybody in the Gulf region is so excited. Is that your paymasters in Qatar, Pompeo, that you took the money from? Is that your paymasters in Qatar are telling you this? Is that what they're saying? Is that you're a puppet for them now? Oh, the Gulf.
You know, I'm going to make a little bit of a joke here. I have been, I don't know, a relatively successful right-wing commentator now for 7 or 8 months. Everybody always talks about how right-wing commenters, content creators are bought off. They're getting paid off by Russia or Qatar or I don't know who else. There's all this money coming in buying off right-wing commentators. I have had no one even tried. I'm a little bit offended, honestly. Nobody has even tried to buy me off. I'm like, yo, where's the money? No one has even tried to get in contact with it. Hello? I have an email address. Nobody has even tried to send me $10 million to get me to spit their bullshit or propaganda. Nobody has even sent me an email. What's wrong with me? Everybody else is getting bought off. Nobody's buying me off. Nobody's, what am I? What am I, the ugly duckling? I don't know.
Had launched more retaliatory strikes against Israel. I want to read out again, if you're just now joining us, the statement that we had from the IDF. In response to this, the IDF says that they identified that missiles were recently launched from Iran towards the territory of the state of Israel. The defense systems are working to intercept that threat. You must enter the protected areas and remain there until further notice. Exiting the protected area will only be possible after receiving explicit instructions. You must continue to act according to the home front command's instructions. So also want to put this tweet up as well, just so you can
There's
see
a lot of nothing
what that
going on
looks
right now,
like
I
in
think.
the region. Israel is putting this out on their X account, saying that millions of innocent Israelis are running for shelter as sirens echo across the country, following yet another wave of missile attacks
There you go. Thank you.
from Iran.
Thank you very
we do
much. I
want to
appreciate
continue on with our conversation here
Massive.
as we're breaking down the very latest with some of our experts who have so generously joined us throughout these last few hours, and now want to bring into the conversation here.
You don't need to be bought off. You already admitted to having a bias. Why would Israel need to give you more? I'm not. I think Israel probably wouldn't be interested in. I'm not exactly the biggest Israel shill in the world. I think there are much bigger Israel shills. That being said, also, hey, I don't know. Everyone has a bias. Every single person you will ever watch in the media. This black woman has a bias. This guy with a thin head and a big nose has a bias. Every single person you have a bias. In fact, any person that ever tries to tell you that they don't have a bias, you know you're talking to a liar. I don't have a bias. I have no bias. You're a liar. Okay? I do have a bias. And I'm honest enough, I'm respectful to all of you enough to admit I do have a bias. I will give you the respect of being honest. I have my bias. I have my own personal beliefs and my own political leanings. Of course I do. I have a bias. Anybody that says they don't, they're a goddamn liar. That's the truth.
It will be a fast and a relatively fast operation. The predictions are about 2 to 3 weeks. But Iran is a large and still strong enemy to Israel. So even when seems to be the initial attack by Israel was very successful in targeting some of the Iranian targets, we still don't know how it's going to end.
And we don't. I just want to show some video footage. The IDF did put this out as well on their X account of those initial strikes there in Iran. As we're looking there on this screen, they've described them as targeted. And again, some of those officials who were killed as well were a part of
all
the
silent
high
right
ranking
now,
there in
guys.
Iran's government. Can you sort of speak to what that impact?
Okay, stop spamming the chat, Jojo Monkeys. I appreciate that, but no more spamming. Guys, everything is silent. It is total, nobody, I'm tracking all of these different media sources. I have another monitor over here. There's nothing going on. It's kind of weird. This is the first time all day that there are no updates going out at all. What is going on here? Nobody is saying anything.
Intervention and all the forces out
what is going
throughout
on?
the Middle East. And the other is the Iranian military, and Israel basically killed the
what is
the
going
heads of
on?
both of them. So it's substantial damage, but
President Trump, by the way, has not released a Truth Social. Guys, how abnormal is this? President Trump hasn't said anything anywhere in 11 hours. When is the last time we have gone 11 hours without hearing from President Trump? 10 years? 10 years? I don't know. President Trump likes to talk. He likes to tweet or truth. He's on Truth Social. Even he hasn't said anything in 11 hours. What's going on here?
Here as well on Israel. Can you sort of speak to that relationship and what it's looked like?
Right.
I don't know.
So the conflict is going on for decades, right? Since the Iranian Revolution. I think the very important point in this was the agreement that the Obama administration reached with Iran, JCPA, in 2015. And that agreement was then later on abrogated by the first Trump administration with the support of Netanyahu in Israel. In the last 2 years, Iran is the major supporter and the backer.
Okay, we do have a little bit of an update from the IDF. I'll post this here. Breaking: the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, urges the public do not share strike locations or videos. The IDF strongly warns against publishing or sharing footage and locations of missile impacts. Such content is monitored by the enemy to refine their targeting. Yeah, okay, listen, IDF, I get your thing. We live in the era where everybody has smartphones and everybody is live streaming everything. I'm sorry, IDF, that's not going to happen. You're never going to convince everybody to not post pictures and videos on the internet. That is completely out of touch with reality. That is not going to happen. Sorry. I get it, but that's not freaking happening. Now, by the way, vilify, my bias is common sense. Yeah, true. True, I've got a bias for the truth and for reality and common sense. There you go. That's my bias. That's a good bias to have. I like that. There you go. Yeah, IDF. I think that's not going to happen, IDF. Sorry about that. Okay, well, we're sitting here scanning for updates. Like I said, it seems like everything is just chill. Outside of that request from the IDF, we haven't heard about any sort of updates in 52 minutes from them. Beyond that, it is all quiet. It is all quiet out here.
Long this has been going on, and you said it. It goes
little bit of a
all the way
reprieve
back to
here
the
for a
Iranian
moment.
Revolution, which happened in 1979. So the contention there in the region.
Well, this is the other thing. There are no riots or protests tonight either. I'm keeping an eye on that too. Everybody is waiting until tomorrow. Everybody is waiting until the No Kings protests tomorrow. New York City says they are expecting 75,000 protesters in downtown NYC. 75,000. And that's just New York City. We're not even talking about LA and every other city, Portland, Seattle, whatever. So tomorrow is going to be nuts. It's going to be off the hizzy, off the chizzy, off the nizzy, off the busy. It's going to be off of everything. And of course, we will be here tomorrow. Matt, you're making the big bucks today. You just broke over 15K. I made $15,000. Oh, maybe you mean 1,500. Yeah, maybe 1,500. 15,000? I think probably not 15,000. But no, I'm very lucky. I'm very fortunate. So many of you folks are tuning in, watching the videos, subscribing to the channel, a part of the community here. I really do sincerely appreciate it. Really, I do. And of course, we're going to be here all day tomorrow. Covering the riots and the protests. We're doing it all. But right now, it is a little bit calm,
Arabia
frankly.
Is a major regional player, and Saudi, of course, is a foe of Iran, but it wants to resolve the conflict with Iran peacefully, and
we do have a kind of an unrelated breaking news update, folks. We have a new information. This is a political polls survey. Donald Trump right now has a 52 national approval rating, 52%. Disapproval, 46%. Okay, a couple weeks ago, this same poll had him at 49. He's gone up 3 points. Why? Why has Donald Trump gone up 3 points over the last couple days or last couple weeks? It's because of all of these illegal alien protests. Reasonable, common sense Americans don't want their country to be overrun with tens of millions of violent, illegal alien, cartel, gang member, terrorists, whatever, human traffickers, fentanyl dealers. People don't want that. And so as all of this is happening here on our streets here in America, President Trump's approval ratings to the moon. And I'm telling you, tomorrow is going to be nuts. Tomorrow is going to be crazy. His approval rating, I'm promising you, is going to go up even higher after tomorrow. Griffin Street says, I found the channel yesterday. I appreciate your coverage and America First views, sharing your channel with like-minded friends. Well, hey, I'm happy you found your way here. Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm gonna come back to this coverage here.
Have a significant effect on oil, and
I'm looking for updates.
Thing that may
I'm
have
looking
an
around.
effect is if Israel would decide
maybe everybody went to bed.
Oil or
Michael Lyons,
oil refineries or natural
Michael
gas
Lyons, thank you
fields.
very much. Thank you very
much. Have a major effect on oil prices throughout the world.
USA for life, America first. America first. USA.
This happened about an hour ago at this point. So if you're just now joining us here on Live Now from Fox, I want to reset for you. These were some of the missiles that we saw raining down there in Tel
That's a
Aviv
recap there.
just about an hour ago. And so,
a lot of members,
the Israeli defense system,
oh, Bruce gifted 10 memberships. Thank you, Bruce, again. Dirk Bailey.
They have there in the country were actively there,
thank you, folks. Thank
trying
you.
to combat and defend some of these missile strikes that Iran has sent once again. I want to give an update.
So I'll show you guys something here real quick. Can I'm going to turn these off here. So Twitter has, or X has, a cool functionality. You can actually set up a live tracker. So I'm following the IDF. I'm live tracking. This is an OSINT defender, so it's live updates about the war. An aggregate tracker also. And so anytime something happens, it just automatically pops up at the top of this feed, and then I see it pretty much immediately. So I'm looking over here. I'm browsing around Twitter on the other monitor. Is anything happening? It really is breaking news. This is pretty much the fastest you can possibly get this information out there. I'm keeping track of everything that's going on. I'm browsing through the homepage. I'm seeing what is going on. But right now, I'm telling you, nothing is happening. Nothing's happening right now. Nothing is going on. I'm doing my best, but there's no news. The news has come to an end. Can I turn these back on? There we go. It's over.
Is this typically how these conflicts go between these Middle Eastern countries, coming in waves as those strikes are coming, and then also seeing retaliatory attacks from another nation?
We have to remember that this is a conflict that never.
Okay, hey, we actually have an update. We finally have an update here. Well, frick. Here it is. Okay. All right, folks. Something finally happened. Right here. A major strike within the last few minutes on the Iranian capital of Tehran. It is not known yet whether... it is not known yet what was targeted, but a fire can be seen burning and black smoke is pouring out from the site. So, black smoke. When I think black smoke, I think this is like an energy facility, it's like a gasoline depot or something. I don't know. It's an oil refinery. I don't know. Chat, live chat. What is pumping out black smoke? What is that? What do you think? A major strike within the last few minutes in Iranian capital city Tehran, and we have pillars of black smoke coming out. So Tehran is still under siege. Iran is still getting bombed, is what's going on right now. There's our most recent update. And you know what? Hey, given Tehran is still under attack, they might decide to send a couple more ballistic missiles towards Tel Aviv as a response, as a retaliation. I don't know.
It's a major threat. You don't want to fight
we gotta see
a war in several fronts when you have such a strong and important foe as Iran launching missiles at you.
Dr. Azdili, I'm so glad you brought that up, because we had been talking about the fact that, of course, we've been so focused on the conflict there between Israel and the war that's happening there in Gaza. But it's still ongoing simultaneously as these attacks are also incoming from Iran, as Israel also sent those targeted attacks over to the country. So when it comes to the region in general, there are several other states that are there. How are they going to play a role in response to what they're seeing now at this point?
There it is. Okay.
So again, I think it...
tangentially related, well, actually totally not related at all. U.S. Marines have just been deployed into L.A. to carry out the first detention of a rioter in U.S. history. That just happened an hour ago. I'm going to try to find a video of that. Hold up. Hold that thought.
Saudi Arabia, even though they don't have diplomatic relations with Israel, but they all have the same threat, the same enemy, which is Iran. But all these countries cannot actually cooperate significantly with Israel so long as Israel keeps on the war in Gaza, keeps on the ferocious attacks in Gaza and the starvation of the population there. So if Israel is smart and it will go along with what President Trump is wishing, which is to end the war in Gaza and to find a resolution, perhaps with the help of other Arab countries to control.
Oh, hey, whoa. So Iran has struck the Kiryat compound, which is Israel's equivalent to the U.S. Pentagon. Fox News has confirmed.
Correspondent Trey Yingst has been up all night, is standing by with all the details. Trey, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Laura, following that Israeli attack against Iranian nuclear facilities and top IRGC leadership overnight and into today, the Iranians have responded with 3 waves of ballistic missiles. This is Israel's version of the Pentagon, the Kiryat. And the building on this compound was just hit.
Please go back, please, go back, please.
You can understand here, it's very tense at this specific location because the Iranians are now targeting the defense establishment of Israel. And so I'm going to have my cameraman pan up here to this building just across the street from the Kiryat. And so
that's a big deal. That was posted just a moment ago, 3 minutes ago. That is a big deal. So you know what this means, by the way? This means that Iran is not only able... Think about this. Iran not only has ballistic missiles capable of flying all the way from Iran over to Israel, and also making it through, sometimes, Israel's Iron Dome, but also they're capable of... How can I put this? Hitting very highly precise select targets in Israel after powering through the Iron Dome. So they're not just lobbing missiles and, you know, randomly hitting things. These are very highly targeted, precise attacks. These are, you know, guided missiles, and they're successfully hitting things. So it's not as, very pinpoint. It's not as if they are completely incompetent. They actually are finding some amount of success here, undeniably.
But I think I don't actually think that the Israeli action against Iran would create the possibility of a nuclear deal to be more likely. I think Iran will be hard pressed to actually go back to negotiation now that they are in a position of weakness. They do not like to do that. They are more likely to escalate rather than to go back to a deal. I think the Trump administration, the Republican Party has two different groups with regard to this conflict in the Middle East in general. One group is a sort of like traditional Republican Middle East hawks, if you will, that wants to be on the side of Israel no matter what, even if Israel is on the attacking side. The other group is more isolationist. They would like to engage in the Middle East, but only in terms of like trade and deals, not militarily. And the position that Trump is taking right now.
We do have a little bit of an update here. Following up on that fire in Tehran that we looked at, now we actually have a video. This is Tehran right now. So in Tehran, it's got to be, what? Probably 3 in the morning. I think it's 3 a.m. in Tehran right now.
The Israeli attacks.
I was in, about 8 months ago, I went on a trip to Kazakhstan. And Kazakhstan is 12 hours exactly opposite of where I am now, and it's a little bit further to the east of Iran. So yeah, it's got to be... I think they're 11 hours ahead of us, of me at least. So yeah, 3 in the morning in Tehran, I think.
Before they are willing to go back to the negotiation table.
And we appreciate, we've been speaking here for the last few minutes here with Dr. Boaz Etzili. He's an associate professor
there you go.
There at American University.
So they're off by a half hour then. That's kind of weird.
We appreciate your time for being with us to help us break down the very latest. Any final thoughts before I let you go?
I'll end with the same thing I started, that you know when and how you start a war if you're the one who started it.
Looking for updates here, folks.
Israel in this case. but you don't know where it will lead you. You don't know how.
This is from the Steve Bannon War Room here. We can play this a little bit.
Where do you think this could potentially really hit the MAGA legacy where it hurts?
Yeah, I mean, I think all three of them, frankly. So, I mean, very quickly, Russia, Ukraine. Russia is an ally of Iran. Iran is an ally of Russia. Additionally, the U.S.'s word in negotiations is now questioned by this maneuver, and so it makes it less likely that the Russians will trust the American word. I think that's a recoverable reality. It is not the end of the world, but I think it is a negative precedent for a durable deal with the Russians, and one that should be swiftly corrected by Washington and the White House. On immigration,
Real quick, as of 24 minutes ago, sirens at the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad are going off. We will see what happens with that. I'll keep you posted.
This was very much done at the urging of the Israeli state. This was, in fact, affected by the Israeli state. Part of what the Netanyahu government wants is mass deportations in Gaza. So the U.S. can barely do mass deportations in the United States, as I'm sure both you and your viewership is well aware. If the U.S. puts all of its hard power resources into mass deportations in a country that is not the United States, that's a pretty clear trade-off. And then third, trade negotiations going on of 190 countries. Again, the U.S. word, forget the U.S. word, Trump's word is now in greater question, and I think it does affect the American leverage to extract concessions for the American worker and the American consumer. And so, yeah, look, this might be part of a longer arc that makes sense in 3, 4, 5 days. So I think it's very important to keep our powder dry at this moment. But if the entire Trump project is going to be geared and driven by a foreign capital, that raises serious questions about how credible and how effective all of this will be. And the reality is we've seen this show before. The George W. Bush White House worked hook, line, and sinker with the Israelis. It's a complex situation, but much of the Israeli establishment wanted what the George W. Bush White House wanted, and those people are gone from power, and the Bush legacy is terrible, and it's one that President Trump should actively avoid.
Regardless of what you think on the situation, I believe this is just the truth. We've had this conversation a million times. Americans getting involved in another war in the Middle East is the least popular thing in the world. Right now, 90%, 89, to be fair, 89% of Americans nationwide, that's Democrats, Republicans, 89% of Americans in this country do not want to have another war in the Middle East with Iran. 89% of Americans do not want Americans to be deployed back to the Middle East. If Donald Trump does that, you guys know I love Donald Trump. If Donald Trump did that, it would destroy his legacy. It would destroy the Make America Great Again movement. It would destroy the America First movement. It would be over. And by the way, because this sort of populist nationalist Make America Great Again, America First, brand would be so tainted with another war in the Middle East, it would be maybe decades until we were able to try it again. It would be a tainted brand. Nobody would want it. It would be over. We absolutely cannot have another American war in the Middle East. I don't know why people are posting EMP in the chat. I don't see anything about an EMP. I do see a breaking news update that says major explosions in Tehran are continuing to come in. Major explosions in Iran are continuing to come in. I see a guy that says nobody stands with Iran. No. This is not about Americans standing with Iran. This is about Americans standing with America. I think most Americans right now are like, listen, I don't really care about Iran or Israel. They can manage their business. That's on them. The majority of Americans right now are like, listen, we have problems in our own country. We need to focus on our own country here. That's the majority of Republicans, at least. That's the 80% of Republicans. And of course, all of the people on the left don't want anything to do with this. So this is what's influencing this. Most Americans want to focus on America right now, not another war. Imagine that. Another war in the Middle East is not popular. Another war in the Middle East is the least popular thing in the country. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. Okay. I don't know why people were posting EMP. Why are we posting EMP in the chat? I don't know. Okay. We voted for no war. We voted for no war. Yep. That's right. I'm looking around for updates. Oh, here's another angle of that Iranian fire in Tehran. Take a look at this, a different angle here. This is a massive... That is a... Listen, consider how far away from this we are. Folks, that is a massive fire. That's huge. Wow. This is happening right now. It's a big old fire. Looking for more here. Fires continue to burn in the capital city of Tehran, following several strikes, possibly targeting something at or near the Mehrabad International Airport. Okay, do me a favor here, folks. Hold on. Stand by. I am going to try to pull up Google Maps here and figure out maybe what this possibly could be. Mehrabad International Airport. That's the Imam Khomeini International Airport. Where's the... Hold on here. Hold on here. Oh, okay. Okay, so folks, allegedly, this is maybe where this fire is. So, by the way, we are right in the heart of Tehran. There it is. And we think maybe this massive fire... Got all these airplanes... Maybe this massive fire is somewhere in this area. Okay, so recreation center. I'm just looking around this here. Aviation center. I don't know possibly what this could be. You know what? Okay, so most certainly at the airport they have like massive jet fuel reserves. Israel might have just bombed the living hell out of their fuel reserves at the airport. They might have just blown up all of their jet fuel. That might be what this is. Yeah, exactly. Totally could be. So they're just grounded, Curious. Now, yeah, let me double check on that embassy.
To any impacts that could potentially arise in terms of global energy supply from the situation that remains fluid. At the White House, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Our thanks to Alexandria Hoff for that.
I don't see anything else about the U.S. Embassy in
footage
Baghdad
that we're just now getting into our newsroom. This is dynamic footage there in Jerusalem as they are now responding in some of the aftermath of those attacks that happened there. This is the second, again, set of missiles that have been launched from Iran into Israel as those search and rescue efforts are underway right now in Jerusalem. Our camera footage here is going to continue to shift and move. I want to see if we're able to listen into anything. Let's try. All right, Al,
I don't see anything about the Baghdad embassy.
The sights and sounds that are happening right now as the search and rescue operations are underway in Jerusalem. So we did get confirmation from the IDF about an hour.
Now, I will say real quick, I've done a very bad job at shilling myself today. So, hey, if you are new tuning into the show, make sure to follow on Twitter. That helps a ton. Everybody new on Twitter helps a ton. That's the best place for updates. Also, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe to the channel. That really does help a lot. The channel's growing very quickly because of you guys. Thank you very much. And hey, tomorrow, folks, I'm telling you, tomorrow is going to be the craziest day we have ever had here on this channel ever. Tomorrow is going to be absolutely bonkers. Today is bonkers.
Instructions as
Every
well.
day is bonkers.
So in the aftermath of this, we've been seeing some of this happen across the country and
I'm looking for
Israel
updates
throughout the day. We've been seeing these search and rescue operations earlier today in Tel Aviv, as well as now Jerusalem. And this is the other latest update. So once these search and rescue efforts are able to go on, this is after it has been deemed safe for folks to come back outside. I want to read this out as well, saying from the IDF, saying after assessing the situation, the Home Front Command issued instructions that it is possible to leave the protected area and that people should continue to stay near it in all regions of the country. You are requested to continue to obey the instructions of the Home Front Command. And with these live images coming into our newsroom, viewer discretion is advised.
No more wow. No more
continuing
wow.
to do our best to watch and keep our eye, but these are active search and rescue operations that are happening there and the aftermath of these attacks. And so we just lost our shot there. It happens from time to time.
We've got a little Fox News video here. Take a look at this.
This is a Fox News alert. Israel's version of the Pentagon just got hit by a missile barrage from Iran. New reporting from the Iranian state media say that there are explosions in Tehran now. Here to respond, Daniel Davis, retired Army Lieutenant Colonel, and Eli Kohanim, former deputy envoy under Trump and an Iranian refugee. Lieutenant Colonel, let's start with you. The question Americans want to know tonight, I think, is are they safe, given the fact that we've had a porous border for 4 years under Biden, and obviously this is seen as a proxy war that the United States is helping at least wage against Iran?
Well, honestly, with what we've seen with how the Israeli Mossad operated behind enemy lines,
well, that video cut off at an unfortunate time.
Of Israel.
What is this here?
Madam President, first, I would like to thank USG DeCarlo and Director General Grossi.
I don't think this is live. I think this is footage from the UN emergency meeting a couple hours ago. Okay, I'm going to try to find another live feed here. Man, I really wish we had a live feed coming out of Iran, but I don't think they do that. Hey, maybe, you know, I'm gonna try. Tehran live. I'm looking for a live feed. Okay, did I ever play Command and Conquer? I did play Command and Conquer a long time ago, in like the late 90s, early 2000s. And I remember playing Yuri's Revenge. Yeah, I don't think that Tehran has any live feeds. Not allowed. Illegal. No, we're not. They entered the border, had 4 years. That's right. Yeah, no. How many, okay, so we had 20 million illegal aliens enter the country under the Biden administration. How many of those were Iranian sleeper cells? All it takes is one. Hey, all it takes is one. All it takes is one Iranian sleeper cell to blow up some key piece of American infrastructure, to do something terrible. All it takes is one person. And Vivek's hand has just gifted 10 community memberships. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you very much a lot. What are we doing here?
For years,
maybe this is live.
Iran has declared its intent.
I'm going to take a quick 90-second break here, folks.
Without hesitation. Less than a month ago, Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei called a, quote, cancerous tumor that must be eradicated. IRGC commanders have vowed to, quote, open the gates of hell on Israel. This is a picture from the main square in Tehran. The streets of Tehran display a countdown clock. At the time of the photo, you can see it in Arabic, it was at 8,411 days. It is tracking the regime's planned timeline for Israel's destruction, paid by the government, putting it in the main squares in Tehran. These threats have been made on a near-daily basis. Never again will we dismiss such threats. For too long, the world convinced itself that these were just words, that genocidal slogans and threats to erase us could be ignored or rationalized. But Israel has never had that luxury. We know our enemies. We know their ideology. And when a regime builds ballistic missiles, enriches uranium to near weapons grade, and openly declares its intent to destroy us, we believe them. We take them at their word. And we take action before it is too late.
Okay, I'm back.
Colleagues, Israel did not act.
So, folks, where we left off here, Tehran is on fire. There's that massive fire going on at what is probably the airport there. Beyond that, guys, there is nothing going on. It feels almost eerie. It feels like something is happening, or slowly building up. It seems like we're building up to something. Iran is being curiously quiet. I'm going to take a look at Khamenei. Am I following him? Yeah, I am. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. It really does feel like something is going to happen here any minute. The calm before the storm, so to speak. I don't know, folks. It's feeling a little crazy. Try to find something here, folks. Prayer hour. Who knows? I don't know. Don't Islamic people, they pray 5 times a day. They've got their scheduled prayers. We can take a look at this maybe. What is this here?
Then anything is possible. I think if Iran does develop a bomb, then Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Egypt, Turkey will also develop nuclear weapons. We're going to have even worse anarchy in the region than we have now.
So do you believe, Mr. Kushner, do you believe that even after these strikes, Iran would have the capability to come up with a bomb quickly enough?
Maybe not quickly, but in the long run, developing bombs, as we've seen across the world, is not that difficult.
This is an interesting point. It does seem like... Why am I hearing audio? It does seem like Israel's goal is not really just to engage in a few targeted strikes against the Iranian, nuclear refinement facilities. They want regime change. Now, folks, now that this situation has kicked off, now that this situation has begun, this is not going to end until Khamenei and the rest of his colleagues are out of power. Now the push, this is bigger than nuclear weapons going forward. This is the goal of Israel. Complete and total regime change in Iran. Khamenei, we are not done. They are not done until Khamenei is out. This is much bigger than just nuclear weapons at this point.
How would you describe the extent of the strikes in Tehran and other cities today?
Good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I want to let you know something. This is my house, and the thing which I want to make this clear, that the Israeli government is saying that it has targeted atomic facilities and army facilities. But as you can see, this is 100% residential area in Tehran city, and We have about 4 children that died in this flats. You can see in front of yourself just now.
So, by the way, this footage is old because in the footage, this is daytime, and right now it's 3 in the morning or something. So, also, I'm not exactly looking to get tech support for my copy of Windows 11. So, I'm just going to go ahead and move on from that video. Alarms at the embassy in Baghdad, apparently due to the launch of a drone by a pro-Iranian Shiite factions. Yeah, there's some stuff like that I'm seeing, but I'm seeing a lot of these news updates from random Twitter accounts with no followers, with no likes, there's no interaction, etc. So it's like I don't really trust a lot of this stuff. I think really there was a lot of fake news. There was a ton of fake news going around on Twitter right now. I'm sifting through it all day. And I think a lot of it just cannot be believed. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Right now, almost everything we see, we kind of have to take with a grain of salt. Also, I just need to clue you guys in. I keep searching in the Twitter or the X search bar. I search Tehran, I search Israel, I search Iran, I search bomb, I search drone, I search ballistic missile. Something has started happening, and I have to say it is absolutely shameless. You have a bunch of pornographic accounts on Twitter that are hijacking the words bomb, Tehran, Israel, Iran. There are porn accounts on Twitter that are trying to promote their pornographic content by including the word Israel or Iran or Tehran in their posts. So if you search the word Tehran, then your feed is full of a bunch of pornographic content. And the reason why is because all of these pornographers, they know that everybody right now around the world is searching Iran, Twitter, or Iran, bomb, drone, strike, whatever. And so I'm also sitting here on my other monitor sifting through all of this porn. It's like it's getting a little bit out of hand. It's getting a little bit out of hand. So I'm really in the trenches right now. We do have a breaking news update right here. As of 8 minutes ago, Israel says that it has destroyed numerous bases belonging to the Iranian Air Force as of 8 minutes ago. And so this ties back to what we were talking about a moment ago. This is the Mehrabad International Airport in Tehran. So that's what they were doing. So that fire that we saw, do we still have that? Yeah, this right here. Now we know almost conclusively this is an elaborate strike at the Mehrabad International Airport. Israel is taking out the Iranian Air Force. Now, so far, have we even seen one Iranian plane amidst all of this? I don't think so. I don't even think we've had one Iranian airplane at all. And I mean, hey, you know they have them. They have airplanes. You can see them, but they're just not using them. They've just decided they have helicopters. They've just decided not to use them, I guess. These are like, passenger planes. They've got all types of planes, I guess. Anyway, hey, let me take a look at the super chat. It was these 10 gifted memberships from Vivek's. Thank you, Vivek's. Thank you. And Martin D. Turner says, tired of being Israel's lapdog. I think the degree to which in this specific situation we are Israel's lapdog is up for debate. I know, I'm looking at Twitter. I know one of the ongoing narratives right now is that Israel is bitch slapping President Trump and President Trump is just doing whatever Israel wants. I don't buy that narrative. In this case, I think things are a little bit more complex than that. I don't think that's exactly what's going on. Keep in mind, President Trump just forced Israel to wait 60 days before engaging in these attacks. President Trump said, hey, Israel, listen. Hey, Netanyahu, hey, listen. You are not going to attack Iran for 60 days because I am pursuing a diplomatic relationship with Iran. We're going to try to work through this nuclear deal. Now, obviously, that has fallen through. Obviously, Iran ended up not agreeing to make that nuclear deal. And so now Israel's popping off. But you'll note, why did Israel attack yesterday? Why yesterday? Why not the day before or the day before or the day before? Why yesterday? The reason why is because yesterday was day number 61. Trump made them wait 60 days. Yesterday was day number 61. Okay? So to be very clear, Trump said, hey, listen, you are not attacking for 60 days. He said, Netanyahu, you need to sit there and wait while we try to have these negotiations. And he did. He waited. He listened to President Trump, and now it's day 61. And also, so far, America is not participating in any aggressive actions against Iran. We are participating in defensive actions, defending our partners in the Middle East, defending Israel, helping intercept some of these drones and ballistic missiles. But so far, America does not have boots on the ground. America is not attacking Iran. America is not dropping bombs in Iran. Hopefully that doesn't change. I suppose that could change. I hope it doesn't. I hope America continues to not be aggressively engaged. But so far, anyway, the narrative that President Trump is Israel's bitch right now, I don't really think that is the case in this situation. Oh, hold up. We might have an update here. What is going on here? Wait a minute. Okay, we have two things, and maybe one of these is not good. Take a look at this. Okay, so the first thing here is reports now suggest that the Israeli Air Force has targeted a fuel and munitions depot, as well as several possible military aircraft tonight at Mehrabad International Airport. That's what we've been talking about in the Iranian capital of Tehran. So there's that. That's what this is. Yep. Did you hear the missile that hit Israel? Well, I didn't hear it because I don't live in Israel. I live in Washington. No, we saw the video. Yeah, actually, so far, something like 10, 11, 12 of Iran's ballistic missiles have hit Israel. Israel's been hit on numerous occasions now. Now, do you guys see anything going on? Okay, there's another page here that I have been tracking on Twitter, and I don't know what they're doing. So I see this. This is 2 minutes ago. Israeli sources report that over 150 missiles were launched in the latest wave of Iranian attacks. Okay, so this page is reposting old news. They must be. I was like, is something happening right now? No, nothing is happening. Watch as Israeli air defense attempts to intercept incoming Iranian missiles over Tel Aviv. And we've seen this too. Okay. This is from maybe 2 hours ago also. Yalla we Allahu Akbar, inshallah. Okay. Okay. Well, I guess I'm not going to follow that page anymore. I was getting updates from them, but they're like reposting stuff that happened 2 hours ago. I'm not interested. We've already seen that. It seems like the most current news is that Israel has torched this air base in Iran. Whoops, my bad. My bad. We have a better view right here. Yeah, this one right here. Yep. Iranian Air Force. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Official intel. Okay, let me take a look at that here. I'll try to get that set up.
Closer rockets, the kind that would be fired by Hezbollah from the north or Hamas from Gaza. What the system was not designed to do was to intercept and prevent ballistic missiles that are traveling at hypersonic speeds, rapid speeds coming in from Iran. And for that, Israel has other weapon systems, defense systems, one of them known as David's Sling. And then we now know that the United States assisted with its own missile defense systems, helping Israel intercept these missiles. It has what's known as the THAAD missile battery system, some of which are in Israel, others are scattered throughout the Middle East in locations that have not been disclosed. So the Americans assisted. We know the Jordanians shot down several missiles or drones that were flying over their airspace as well. Not necessarily to help Israel, though implicitly, that's what happens, but more so that it seemed like some of these rockets or missiles or drones that Iran fired would fall short of their targets and land in Jordan. So the goal was to prevent any casualties or minimize casualties there. So the point being is that there's a robust system Israel has in addition to the support it gets from the United States to intercept Iranian projectiles.
And so when we're talking about this, I'm so glad you brought up the international element, because I think that's the portion that many folks are focused on at this point. I want to put this up on the screen before we continue to dive into this. This is a tweet that we have from Fox's Trey Yinks. He's on the ground there in Tel Aviv as this is ongoing, saying we're in rolling live coverage, so I'll post more when I can. But there is a massive amount of damage in the suburbs of Tel Aviv on a few blocks. They are still digging through the rubble looking for survivors. I imagine that this situation is going to continue to go on. But in the face of this, Iran is are they still able to send yet another attack, not giving time to conduct these search and rescue operations and for folks?
It won't be Trump. It will be the uniparty CIA. What? Well, what won't be? What won't be?
Attacked. Yeah, that's a good question. We have no reason to believe that Iran doesn't have the capability to launch a second or possibly third wave. We know that Israel tried its best to take out not just the existing battery sites it knows about, but also the control systems and the control centers that launch these missiles, and then also the top military leadership. The senior commanders who operate these missiles are in control of when they're launched and where they go. So I think what Israel's been able to do successfully is to minimize the ability of Iran to use its ballistic missile capability to inflict damage back against Israel. But to say that all of those missiles have been wiped out would be premature.
And let's talk about those targeted attacks, Benjamin. I want to put up some of the video.
I want to show you folks a video. This just got released. So this is from a ballistic missile impact from about 2 hours ago, but this video is nuts. Take a look at this. You see that? Look at this and pay attention. You can actually visually see the shockwave here. Wow. Look at that. You can see it. That's nuts. Ooh. Well, on the plus side, it seems like it's kind of a good thing that things have maybe kind of mellowed out a little bit. Right now, it is time in Tehran. It is 3:22 a.m. in the morning. Maybe people are sleeping right now, hopefully.
For knowing that the Israelis had this capability and this level of access and were able to do so undetected.
Is this a level of maybe warfare of the mind in this way, trying to show, hey, we can get to you anywhere that you want. We have eyes that are able to target and do exactly what we would like to do as Israel, trying to say that to Iran.
Absolutely. We heard Netanyahu in his address a few hours ago that he made to the Israeli people and broader to the Iranian people, to the Iranian government, I should say. He said that you didn't know this was coming and you don't know what is coming next. The idea is the element of surprise, to keep them guessing, to keep them anxious, to keep them stressed, and to put maximum pressure in the hopes that they will just capitulate and agree to unilaterally dismantle their nuclear program altogether and to really satisfy the objective that Israel's looking for. Absolutely, this is putting tremendous psychological pressure on the Iranian leadership to really give in light of what they don't know might be coming next.
Because this is really the focus of it, as we're still continuing to showcase some.
If you are the Iranian leadership, you must acknowledge that you don't really have any options. right? Israel is able to fly all over your airspace, to trample all over your country's airspace with complete and total impunity. You are incapable of shooting down the Israeli fighter jets. You can't stop their missiles. You can't stop them from bombing the living hell out of you. And the extent to which you are able to fire back at them is you can fire ballistic missiles, which you only have so many of those. You don't have an infinite number of those. And with every ballistic missile you fire, there is a 6 or 7% success rate. Over 90% of them, 98, 97, I'm sorry, 92, 93% of these ballistic missiles from Iran end up getting intercepted and shot down before they do any damage. And it's like, even if you do have a couple of these ballistic missiles land, you're not going to stop. Okay, you kill a couple Israelis. You blow up an apartment block, an apartment building in Tel Aviv. That's terrible. People die, but big picture, are you overthrowing the Netanyahu's government? No. Is Israel going to stop? No. Are you able to stop them? No. And so, really, genuinely, if you are Iran right now, you are pretty much completely helpless. You are totally at the whim of Israel. You can't do anything. We have news update as of 2 seconds ago here. Iran will intensify its attacks on Israel and target the regional bases of every country that defends it, according to a senior official on the Iranian regime who just spoke to CNN. Okay. Do you hear that? So Iran has decided that they are going to start attacking the regional bases of everybody that is allied with Israel. What does that mean? What does that mean? That means that Iran is about to start attacking American military bases. That's what that means. That means that now Iran has decided to start bombing American military bases in the Middle East. And so, folks, this is exactly how we here in America get dragged into this war. Not a wise move. That is breaking news. I'll read it again. Iran, quote, Iran will intensify its attacks on Israel and target the regional bases of any country that defends it, according to a senior official of the Iranian regime who just got done talking to CNN. That is the most unbelievably incompetent, stupid thing that Iran could do. They could not make a worse decision than that. That's like saying, hey, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to become a meth addict. My life is going really well, and I'm going to start smoking meth. No, that's a bad idea. It's a bad idea. Why would you do that? It's just like objectively a bad idea. There are no upsides to this. Okay, see, can I find a CNN live stream? CNN live stream, do we have live? Let me see here. What do we have here? Anything live? Maybe we've got something here.
Neutralized serious opposition, including from Iran. So far you've seen, and I'm going to say this because it's relative, only 100 drones have been sent in retaliation, but no missiles yet.
Listen to this
nothing.
For a moment here.
And also Hezbollah is not involved, Hamas is not involved, other Iranian proxies are not involved, in great part because they have been defanged. Israel apparently feeling that it, though, was reaching what they call, I believe, a zone of immunity.
Okay, so folks, I see this breaking news update right now. Breaking: Iraqi residents are reporting a fresh round of Iranian Shahed 136 drones. 136 drones are over Iraqi airspace and headed towards Israel right now. But this is from that page a moment ago I was talking about that doesn't really seem that trustworthy. So they're right this moment, there might be another round of ballistic missiles headed towards Israel, but probably not. I don't put a lot of stock in this page here, so we'll see.
Go to Oren Lieberman now. Oren, you've been covering this since the wee hours of the morning as this was playing out.
Okay, this is 2:06 p.m. This is old news. This is not a live channel. This is not live.
again, these are figures who don't necessarily have the expertise that the predecessors did, and it remains to be seen whether they will be even more hardline about how to respond and about whether to go full steam ahead with the nuclear weapons project. But nevertheless, it does create not just turmoil, but it paralyzes Iran's ability to respond to Israel in a meaningful.
I think that page is
way.
bullshit, by the way.
Because again, it's senior leadership
in
charge of operating these missile sites, in charge of coming up with strategic defenses and how to retaliate. Those leaders have now been taken out. So this next sort of tier, if you will, this B squad, remains to be seen whether they're up to the task of filling in those shoes and carrying out a response that would send a message to Israel that Iran feels satisfied.
And since we're talking about the internal structure inside of Iran, we also need to talk about the internal structure of Israel as well. Quickly after these attacks were first launched yesterday, Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister, got up. He said his speech as to why. We touched on that. But it was also an opposition leader in the country, the voice of the other side.
How did any get through the Iron Dome? Okay, so far we've been keeping track of all of the ballistic missiles being fired at Israel. So far, the Iranian ballistic missiles have about a 7% success rate, meaning for every missile they fire, 7% of them are able to make it through the Iron Dome and actually do some damage to Israel, connect and blow up in Tel Aviv. 7% success. So what does that mean? That means 93% fail rate is what that is.
There's a unified resolve in Israel to once and for all eliminate the existential threat of Iran's nuclear weapons program. And it's a position that I think for now is sustainable, assuming that it doesn't become worse in Israel. By that I mean, if Iran is able to, let's say, continue a barrage of missile launches in the days and weeks to come, making life untenable for Israelis, whether there'll be public pushback remains to be seen. But for now, there definitely is a unified front, which is not surprising given the magnitude of this operation.
By the way, right now, folks, the Americans, I am American. I'm getting a little tired. America has 40,000 troops stationed across the Middle East, not in one spot, but all over the place. 40,000 Americans are in the Middle East right now, is what I'm reading. And Iran just said 10 minutes ago that now they're going to start attacking the regional bases of any country that is defending Israel. Guess what? We are defending Israel. America is defending Israel right now. We have 40,000 American service members in the Middle East. Iran is now going to start attacking them. Folks, this could spiral out of control. We're at that point now. I know it seems like kind of nothing is happening right now. Listen, the building blocks are being put in place. Things could get very bad very quickly. It's this type of rhetoric, this type of situation, things could get very bad very fast.
You mentioned Russia earlier in the conversation. Let's dive into that relationship between Russia and Iran.
We've been set up. Listen, America, I don't know, there's a lot of historical precedent. America got involved in World War I because the Germans blew up an American trade vessel off the coast of the United Kingdom. We said, all right, we're getting involved. We obviously got involved in World War II because of the Pearl Harbor attack. It's not a good idea to attack American bases or American troops. It's not a good idea to attack America. In fact, everybody that has ever attacked America has pretty much gotten completely freaking destroyed. It is not a smart idea to attack America. And that is what Iran is talking about doing right now.
Netanyahu, maybe not the strongest or the warmest, but they are definitely, you could say that there is solid diplomacy between the two states. Russia is not interested in becoming more of an international pariah by coming to the defense of Iran in this instance. But we have seen more, I think, vocal criticism and opposition to Israel's actions from China. But again, the Chinese are not as invested in Iran to the way that the Russians are. They're not dependent on Iran to the way the Russians are. So I think it gives Chinese a little bit more room to take a different position, a contrarian position in light of what's been going on.
And so I think you summed that up beautifully as well. Again, we've been speaking here with Benjamin Rad there with UCLA. I have to ask you, before we move on here, you're talking about some of these other countries. The other countries there, right there, the neighbors that you have. You mentioned that Jordan was able to shoot down some of those missiles that Iran had sent towards Israel, not necessarily.
Okay, once again, hey, some of you guys are coming here, you're advertising or promoting other channels, other live streams. I'm not going to sit here and watch another YouTuber's live stream. I'm not going to do that. And then also, I don't know if you are, if you're being paid to promote other people's stuff in my chat or what. I see there's a couple people spamming this. Hey, we're doing our thing here. If you want to go watch someone else, you can do that. But you got to shut up. You got to shut the hell up. You got to stop spamming and promoting and advertising other people's stuff in this chat. Go watch them. You can go watch them. It's a little bit weird. I'm just going to start permanently banning people. It's a very, very strange behavior.
And then when we talk about the other Arab states, specifically the Gulf states, now the Saudi Foreign Ministry did condemn Israel's actions and did convey that it was going to speak with the Iranian foreign minister and discuss what's going to happen next. But privately, everyone is very certain that the Saudis, the other Gulf states, the Jordanians, the Kuwaitis, others, the Syrians have to be pleased with what Israel is doing. They do not want a nuclear armed Iran. They do not want to see Iran with the ability to fund and support and promote its ideology and proxy groups and to destabilize Arab regimes in the area. So for them, this is something that would be beneficial, but you're not going to hear them publicly say that.
And so it'll be interesting as we're still continuing to watch all of the things that are coming there out of the Middle East.
Okay, hey, we do have a little bit of a breaking news drop right here. Take a look at this. Reports within the last hour of renewed airstrikes against or near the Kermanshah underground facility in western Iran. Kermanshah was heavily targeted by the Israeli Air Force earlier today, resulting in damage to several surface structures as well as possible major damage to the underground complex, which is operated by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, IRGC. So Israel, this is the entrance to the bunker complex in the side of this mountain here. Israel has been trying to blow the living hell out of this thing. The Iranians, they are bunker people. They're living in these bunkers. They're living in the bunkers. So you don't want to live stream around. What is the hey Zachary? I'm talking about you. Listen, when I tell you kind of how we do things here, why are you arguing with me? Like I really try to be civil and just like tolerate it. Why are you arguing? I told you stop in a very respectful way, and now you're arguing in the chat. I said you got to shut up. You need to drop it. You've got to shut up. First I try to ignore it. I see maybe he'll take a hint, and then I directly address it, and now you're arguing. Shut up. Stop. Take a hint. Okay? Goodness gracious, I'm sorry. Goodness gracious! What do I need to say to get through to someone like this?
So we'll
what do I need to do?
Stay on top of it as this goes on. All right, let's slide away now for a 2-minute commercial break. Stay with us.
Commercial break. 2. According to the Associated Press, the Pentagon is shifting its resources, including naval ships, to the Middle East in response to Israel's strikes today against Iran and a possible retaliatory attack against Israel. The USS Thomas Hudner, an Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyer specializing in ballistic missile defense, has been ordered to head to the Eastern Mediterranean, while another unnamed destroyer has been instructed to head. Okay, so pretty much the U.S. has told not one but 2 specialized naval vessels that are designed to intercept ballistic missiles. We are deploying those off the coast of Israel, pretty much is what is happening now. And here we go. And here we go, getting involved. And now we are getting involved. And here we go. We are getting further and further involved. When I was in high school, my Bible teacher said that if Israel ever was destroyed, it would mean the end is near. Yeah, some people think that. Some people think that. What is this here? I'm looking around. Dun, dun, dun. Iran threatens to hold the U.S. accountable for Israeli escalation. Yeah, we've seen. Yeah. As far as Iran is concerned right now, because America has been helping defend Israel over the last 24 hours, we've been intercepting some of their missiles and drones and all types of stuff. Iran holds the U.S. accountable alongside Israel because we have been, as far as they are concerned, directly involved with this. Moderators equal censorship. You want to know something? I'm going to give maybe an unpopular take here. Maybe some of you are not going to like this. I'm a free speech guy. We need to remember what free speech means. Free speech means the government doesn't get to throw you in a prison cell or fine you for saying something. If you're on my YouTube chat or in the YouTube comments, you don't have the freedom of speech to just say whatever the hell you want. I don't owe you freedom of speech. The government owes you freedom of speech. That is what freedom of speech is. If you're being an annoying prick in my live chat, I'm going to ban you. Of course I'm going to ban you. I'm going to ban your ass so fast. Of course. I don't want to be surrounded by a bunch of annoying pricks in the chat. When we talk about the American conception of free speech, it means the government can't fine you or imprison you for saying something that they disagree with. I've got no obligation to be surrounded by a bunch of annoying people in my YouTube chat. No way. Now, do I think you should go to jail for being annoying in my YouTube chat? No, of course not. Of course not. But does that mean I want you in the chat? We'll take a look at this here.
The regime says they will continue to target Israel as Israeli strikes are hitting not only their nuclear facilities, but also many of their top officials, including those from the IRGC and their nuclear scientists.
I need a Jerusalem live feed.
We'll keep you updated as this story develops.
And again, that's Trey Yinks there on the ground in Tel Aviv as he's been watching and reporting, which we appreciate his reporting here on Live Now. I also want to play out a soundbite that we have from the Israel police. They're also there on the ground, warning some of those folks who are there of what's going on.
Perfect.
Let's listen in.
Officers of the Israel police are currently responding to and handling reports of projectile debris impact sites. Our bomb disposal experts are some of the best in the world, and they're dedicated right now working to ensure the public safety for all of our loved ones as they secure these sites. We call on the public to listen to the Homefront Command directives and demonstrate responsibility. Do not
Folks, President Trump still has said nothing. You guys know how much President Trump loves to talk and make Truth Social posts. Trump has not said a single thing in 13 hours. How long? 12. It's been 12 hours since we have heard anything from President Trump. Nothing.
I now want to bring into the conversation Jonathan Panikoff. He's the director of the Atlantic Council's Middle East Security Initiative. Jonathan, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks for having me.
Let's start off with the very basics. Of course, we know that Israel launched a targeted attack in the early morning hours on Friday.
A new voice.
Iran. They were able to target some of the top officials there in the country. And in the aftermath, we've now seen a few attacks back from Iran onto Israel in response. What have you been paying attention to in the last few hours?
Well, I think one of the things that's actually fundamentally different than, say, the attacks that happened in April or October of last year is actually the scale has been smaller. The damage so far has been certainly more. We've seen more injuries, and we've seen greater Iranian ability to hit targets and going after civilian targets in Tel Aviv itself. Last time they were intentionally seeming to avoid that. But in this case, still, the numbers are not what they used to be. You saw 100 drones defeated last night, and the missile numbers are lower. And I think that's frankly owing to the job that Israel did last night. They took out a lot of ballistic missile sites. They took out a lot of launchers. There was a large plan going into this to try to mitigate what Israel knew would be an effort by Iran to retaliate. It's certainly not 100%. It's not going to be. There's still going to be a lot of days left of this, and so that means more danger and more retaliation. But I am wondering at what point Iran is going to have to try to change strategy here and make a decision that it's not going to get the success it wants with ballistic missiles, and says we're going to go towards something like asymmetric attacks, terrorist attacks, not in Israel, but against Israeli or Jewish targets across the world.
And so we're taking a look at some of this footage from yesterday.
Okay, folks, this is the best example of what Iran is at the moment, right here.
Right, I'll do you for that. You what? Come here. What are you going to do, bleed on me? I'm invincible. You're a loony. The Black Knight always triumphs. Haven't you?
This is pretty much where we're at right now. It's not looking good.
Those high-ranking officials in Iran's government, what the purpose was.
Sure, and of course, I was talking about the incoming into Israel. For Israel's outgoing, it was incredibly specific and it was incredibly effective. I don't know that it was intentionally psychological, but it has that effect. I think from the folks I've spoken to, what Israel was trying to do was three things. It was going after the nuclear sites, which I think is the most prominent known part of this equation tonight. I think that it was trying quite hard to ensure that the retaliation would be minimized by having the launchers and the ballistic missiles be targeted, which it did well. But I think there's another giant part of this equation that's probably not getting enough attention, which is the individuals that were taken out. Very senior military officials, but also a number of very senior scientists.
Trump is pissed. You know what? That's actually a curious... We haven't had that conversation. How does Trump feel right now? Trump hasn't said a single thing in 12 hours. He hasn't released any public statement. I'll tell you something, guys. I'm sitting here. I've been scrolling on Twitter now for 8 hours. I'm seeing everything that everybody is saying about all of this. I'm in all of the right-wing circles on Twitter. I'm seeing everything that everybody is saying. I'm going to be honest. We need to keep it real here. Trump right now, at least from the online right-wingers on Twitter, Trump is getting a lot of hate. Okay, we can't deny that. Trump is getting a lot of freaking hate because there are a lot of people right now that are saying, hold up, Trump, we voted for you to keep us out of a war. We do not want a war. Trump, you look like Israel's bitch, whatever. Trump is getting a lot of hate right now. Undeniably, I'm seeing it's a lot on Twitter right now. So I am positive that Trump is seeing this stuff. He probably is pissed right now. He has a lot of his own base right now that are upset with him because maybe things are looking like we are going to get directly involved in this war, and that's not what Trump voters want. Trump voters do not want a war in the Middle East. A lot of people are upset right now, undeniably. It's undeniably true. So, hey, we gotta see how he handles this. We need to see how he handles this. That's why I keep checking his Truth Social page. I'm like, hey, it's been 12 hours. What are we saying? Hey, Trump, hey, President Trump, what are we doing here? What are we doing here?
They voted and they said that Iran is not in compliance with its non-proliferation obligations. That is the diplomatic side of this coin. You saw the military side last night.
And so I appreciate you breaking that down. And you also brought up the fact that there are so many international factors at play here. When you're talking about the key players around the world, we know that the United States is one, of course, Russia and China as well. Can you speak to what we could potentially be?
The biggest threat of Iran to the U.S. is terrorism attacks in the U.S. Most certainly there are Iranian terror cells, sleeper agents, whatever you want to call them, inside of the U.S. right now. Absolutely.
Do with this, you had President Trump's.
I'll say this. This is PSA because tomorrow's going to be crazy. You guys should not go to any public settings, any public events tomorrow. If you're thinking of going to the county fair, to the rodeo, to the bar, to the club, to the party, to the you know, walking around downtown, going shopping at the shopping mall, I would say, hey, listen, take the day off. Hey, tomorrow, I would probably not go to any super populated social events because I'm worried. I think tomorrow is going to be a bad day. I think tomorrow, if there are any, you know, radical Islamic Iranian terror cells in the U.S., tomorrow is the day that they do that. Tomorrow, we already have all of these illegal aliens protesting and rioting. Tomorrow is going to be a rough day. I'm worried. I'm worried about it. I'm worried about it. Also, something that you need to watch out for tomorrow. I almost guarantee that this will happen. Tomorrow, what we are going to see are far left, progressive, anti-Trump, anti-America, radically progressive radicals that are dressing up like Trump voters. I promise you, we're going to see Antifa members or something like that, okay, that are where they've got a Trump hat, they've got a Trump flag, they've got a Trump t-shirt, and they are in public at these events instigating and they're trying to cause drama and violence and mayhem to make Trump voters or Trump supporters look bad. I can almost guarantee you we will see that. A little false flag of sorts. I think we'll see that too. What is this here?
Have no issue piling onto and blaming for and refocusing attention. So I expect both to publicly call for peace, but the motivations here are going to be a little bit differently behind the scenes.
And again, Jonathan, I know you will have to step away here in just a second, but I have to ask you before you go. We know that there have been multiple conflicts happening in the Middle East, now a few simultaneously. The war in Gaza is still ongoing. How is this going to be impacted by these recent missile attacks back and forth between Israel and Iran?
Well, it's certainly going to set aside the negotiations for a hostage.
Okay, take a look at this, folks. We do have an update right here. I'll take a look here. Geo appears to confirm that hangars used by the IRGC Air Force at Mehrabad International Airport are burning, with the squadrons stationed at Mehrabad flying both the MiG-29 and the F-14. Okay, so check this out. So this is what we were taking a look at on Google Maps. Those big fires we saw in the videos, these are IRGC military or Air Force hangar bays at Mehrabad Airport, and they have now been blown up by Israel.
Back to an agreement that can release the hostages and either end the crisis or at least suspend it again under a 60-day agreement, as was being discussed. It also gives Hamas, frankly, a bit of a break here. Israel's going to try and keep the pressure on, but it's going to need the reserves that it has in Israel caught up more. Israel can only fight on so many fronts at the same time for so long. For a short amount of time, it can succeed. Longer term, or even medium term, a week, 2 weeks, it starts to really strain the Israeli military and what's capable. And so I think the impacts on Gaza are going to be fundamentally tied, really, to what the length of duration of the Iran-Israel crisis ends up being.
All right, it has certainly going to be something that we're continuing to follow as well. We certainly appreciate you for your time. Again, there with the Atlantic Council, Jonathan Panikoff, we appreciate you for joining us here on Live.
Looking around here.
Thanks for having me.
All right, we do appreciate him because some of these times when we're watching what we're seeing on our screen, it's important that we're adding context behind it as well. So these conflicts have been going on in the region for so many decades.
Okay, this is unrelated, but also worth talking about real quick. This is 6 minutes ago. A massive group of ICE agents just rushed and tased anti-ICE rioters blocking the gates of the Newark ICE facility. They're trying to break in.
Just go to the other side of the line. Go to the other side of the line.
Get up and go. Get up and go. Get the fuck off. Get out. Stay right there. Get on the sidewalk. Get out. Get out. Get right there. Fuck out of here. Stay right there.
It's a Fafo moment. That is a Fafo moment. This is your typical leftist. We're tolerant, we're accepting. I hope you die. I hope you take your own life. I hope you... These people are nasty. These people are sick in the head. They talk about how loving and charitable they are. These people really are just deranged. These people are just sick in the head.
Make sure you go. If they fucking over there, pepper the shit out of that. Go. Gotta go. We're waiting for the gate. Come on. Come on.
Deported. You're getting deported. You are getting deported. Get that guy. Yeah, that's the guy. Get that guy. They got him.
Get back. Get back. Get back. Get back. Get back.
Calm the fuck down.
Man, listen, these people are getting too rowdy. They are pushing the freaking boundaries. Seriously. We have got to put an end to this type of behavior. This is way too far.
Let's go. Y'all don't gotta do that shit. Nazi scum! Nazi scum! Nazi scum!
Nazi scum. And by the way, they are looking at 3 black ICE officers. Black dude, black dude, black dude. Oh, it's the legendary black Nazis. You remember Adolf Hitler had a secret battalion of black Nazis. You're a Nazi. These people are so stupid. These people are so freaking stupid. Insane, dog. Yeah, I'll let her out here in a second. Let me take a look at these super chats. Matt, there were several escapes from that Newark ICE facility the other day after the ingrates rioted. Food not up to their discerning standards. Guards may be activated in New Jersey if it continues. I'm sure tomorrow. I'm sure. Listen, I hope we have National Guard units deployed across the entire country tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm telling you, tomorrow is going to be bad. Tomorrow is not going to be good. We're going to be here live streaming the entire thing. Tomorrow is going to be total chaos, mayhem. It's going to be terrible. It's going to be nuts. And by the way, thank you, Michael, Mr. P. There was another one here. If I had a nickel for every F word I heard on these videos, I would make Scrooge McDuck jealous. And frankly, honestly, you're probably right. If you had a nickel for every, I don't know what I was going to say. Hey, thank you. I don't know. I was going to try to come up with something witty to say, and then I realized I'm just too stupid. So, hey, thank you. Thank you very much for the $20 super chat. I'm going to let the dog out here. Thank you guys very much.
Have been received.
And then, there we go.
So we'll continue to keep you updated here on Live Now as we're continuing to watch all of this as it unfolds. Want to also put this up on your screen. This is some of the moments of the aftermath that happened as well to that second round of attacks. Your discretion is advised, but this is some of the search and rescue efforts that were ongoing in Jerusalem.
Oh, wow, look at that.
At the time. Folks, as soon as they were able to step down to try to help those who've been impacted. So once we continue to get those updates in from the Middle East on some of the death tolls, if there have been any deaths reported or injuries, we'll do so as well.
Okay, Thomas, yeah, I think so.
We're going to slide away now for a 2-minute commercial break. Yep. Stay right here with us on Live Now.
Yeah, no, to be frank, like I am, as an American living in America, I am personally more worried about the millions of illegal aliens in my country than Iran. That's my deal. I think America, our sole and exclusive priority ought to be getting rid of these illegal aliens, getting them the hell out of the country. They have got to go. Now, we do have a little bit of an update here. Speaking of Iran, let me take a look at this here. Open this up. Okay, so take a look at this. Despite several rumors over the last couple hours, the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad and the Consulate General in Erbil have not been attacked by Iranian-backed forces in Iran. Explosions heard earlier in eastern Iraq were the result of the ongoing air campaign against Iran. Okay, so hey, here we have the confirmation. The U.S. Embassy in Baghdad in Iraq is okay. Everything is fine regarding that. Now, do I have anything else to show you folks here? Give me 1 minute here. No, I don't think so. Guys, everything is just, I was going to use the word peaceful. That's not the right word. Things are not peaceful. However, things are mellow. Not a lot is happening right now. Is it the calm before the storm? I don't know. Breaking news, Iran is officially threatening to target U.S. military bases. Yeah, we've talked about that. That is the case. Iran has said that they are considering doing that. And the reason why is because we are right now, America is helping defend Israel. So given we are helping defend Israel, Iran views us as being, a part of the equation for doing that. It's still early. Yeah, it is early. Also, what we saw yesterday, all of this popped off in the early morning in Iran and Israel. It was early morning. And so right now it's about 4 in the morning. It's about 4 in the morning over there. So when sunrise hits, was that 2 or 3 hours from now? Probably 2 hours from now. We might see things pick up again at sunrise in 2 hours. That could be the case. That totally could be the case.
They're at the Emergency Operations Center. They're speaking ahead of some of these planned protests this weekend. Let's listen in.
Is taking from us to cut Medicaid. It will close community clinics that are...
Yeah, whatever. The only people President Trump is taking Medicaid from are illegal aliens. That is it. Okay, I'm gonna... What was that Israeli news website that we were watching earlier? I'm trying to find the name of that. Was it... well, now I can't find it. It was like something 13 News. 13 News, Israel, something 13. Well, frick, do I have it up somewhere else? No. Israel Live. Things really are just kind of calm at the moment. I guess that's maybe a good thing, you could say. What I've noticed over the last couple days is, I-24, that's what it is. Thank you. 24, I-24 News. Yeah, over the last couple days, there have been a lot of these YouTube channels that are live technically, but they're not really live. They're just replaying old footage from previous days. Oh, I-24 isn't even live right now. Okay. America first, America first.
Today on X that an Iran without a nuclear weapon
we do have
is
this
an
here.
Existential threat to the survival
Take a look
of the
at this.
regime itself. How likely is it that this attack on Iran will lead to a total overhaul of Iranian leadership, which is what many Iranians...
Hey, by the way, do we know where Netanyahu is right now? I see this post on Twitter. It says Netanyahu has fled to Greece. Is Netanyahu really in Greece right now? Is that true? There's no way that he is perched up in Greece as all of this is going on. There's no way.
I think there's a real concern that if the current theocracy is pushed out, horrible and horrid as it is, what comes next is actually IRGC-istan. In other words, the elite Revolutionary Guards who are all hardliners.
We don't know if he
and
was on that plane
fundamentally
yesterday. Maybe he
defend
was, maybe he
principles
wasn't.
Of the 1979 revolution. And so I think that becomes a bit of a challenge. It certainly could happen, but I think we're still quite a ways away from that. And I don't think that's Israel's ultimate intent here. Doesn't mean it can't emerge. But right now, I think the focus is on the nuclear program, not eliminating the actual political leadership.
And it's worth noting that Iran is in a much weaker position than it even was 2 years ago, because their axis of resistance or network of militias have been weakened substantially. Hezbollah condemned the attack, but didn't say if they were going to get involved in this.
I need a quick
the Houthis in Yemen didn't either.
Right,
and of course, Hamas in Gaza has been weakened severely by the war with Israel. Is Iran in any kind of position to respond with equal force to Israel?
No, they're not. Look, we saw that in April and October of last year, Iran was struggling to respond in a manner that would be viewed as parallel to the strikes Israel undertook. And those were not against the nuclear sites, the most important aspect for a lot of Iranian leadership when it comes to regime stability. Now, as you said, Hezbollah has been greatly diminished. Actually, there was a statement that has been attributed to Hezbollah that they condemned it but will not get involved. Hamas, as you said, is challenged. My sense is the Houthis will launch strikes and probably Iraqi Shia militants as well. But it's not close to what Israel's capabilities are. And I think we're even seeing in these strikes Iran did today that the reality is their ballistic missile program is challenged because last night part of Israel's efforts was to try to mitigate the response. That doesn't mean it can't be effective, but it's probably not going to be as effective as what Israel is launching. And so in turn, what's likely to come if Iran is really frustrated and the hardliners are frustrated is asymmetric attacks. In other words, terrorist attacks that have long been planned for operations, but not in Israel, but against Israeli and Jewish targets throughout the world, Southeast Asia, Europe, Latin America.
Jonathan Panikoff, thank you so much for joining us and for your insight there. All right, from the Middle East to Southern California, where 200 Marines are now in Los Angeles after numerous demonstrations.
You know, why don't we talk through a couple scenarios here? The question here is, what would it take for President Trump to start deploying American soldiers on the ground? We are like invading Iraq. We are invading Iran, similar to our invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan. What would it take for American boots deployed on the ground? It is time to invade. It's a war versus Iran. What would have to happen to make that happen? You know, okay, so let's go through a couple scenarios here. Let's say Iran fires a ballistic missile at an American military base in the Middle East right now, and 15 American military personnel die. Would we invade Iran? Do we have American boots on the ground? Or are we invading Iran? I actually don't think so. I don't think so. What we would do is bomb the living shit out of them. We would drop a lot of bombs. Would it be an American boots on the ground scenario? I don't think so. Okay, let's do another one. Let's say Iran, verifiably, we know it was them. They carry out a terror attack on American soil and 100 Americans die in America. Like, let's say they blow up a shopping mall and 100 Americans die. And we know it's Iran. Iran says, yeah, we did that. Then, do we invade Iran? Do we have American boots on the ground? Are we invading Iran if that happens? I still think no. I think we bombed the living hell out of them. I think we are bombing the living hell out of them, but I guess the reason I'm kind of thinking through this, I think it's almost an impossibility. It is at least, you know, this is my opinion, of course. I think it is almost an impossibility that we actually invade Iran in a similar way to how we invaded Afghanistan and Iraq. Okay, here is the most extreme example. Iran assassinates President Trump. This is the most egregious thing they could do. Iran assassinates President Trump. Then are we invading Iran? Yeah, we probably. At that point, yeah, I think we are. I think we are if that happens. That, in fact, that might be the one thing that could happen conceivably, and I think of course it's not going to happen. I highly doubt that. God forbid. I think that is probably the one thing that could happen that would compel us to go all in Iran. All in, all the way. Everything, we're all in. All the chips on the table. You know, that might be the one and only thing that would compel us to do that. Everything short of that, I don't see it. I can't see it. I don't know. I don't see it. Well, let me, oh wow, we have a lot of super chats here. Hold up here. Yo, Matt, I'm Sax from Twitch here. Haven't seen you a bit. Hope the new format works. Keep up the great work. Hey, long time no see, and thank you very much. Yeah, you know, I went 7 months really without streaming. I've been doing a lot of YouTube videos, and just really over the last week have we been doing streams now again because of these riots, the protests, and because of this whole situation with Iran and Israel. It's kind of a nice little I'm kind of being reminded, man, I like streaming. I like doing these streams. I think I'm going to keep on doing streams. I like streaming. I kind of forgot. And thank you. Good to see you, dude. Karen Rosen, I lost a loved one on 9/11 and the left removing all impediments so terrorists can walk amongst us while planning our demise is a feeling of disgust. So deep there's no word to describe it. I agree with you. I did not lose a loved one on 9/11. I can only imagine. But yeah, no, I'm with you. They have, I mean, you know why. That's what it's what they wanted. They want situations like that. They want riots and protests like we've all seen over the last week. They want foreigners marching through our streets, waving foreign flags, attacking federal officers. This is the chaos that they want. They have manufactured the chaos. They want attacks being carried out by these people. They have wanted these sort of situations. And you know what? Tomorrow they might get them. Who knows? I hope not. But tomorrow I think is going to be a crazy freaking day. He's celebrating with his BF Lindsey Graham on the Greek islands, sharing a single-size king room on the coastline, celebrating, drinking champagne, counting and making love. Counting money and making love. You think Netanyahu is gay with Lindsey Graham? I don't know. I don't know anything about that. On a side note, Greece seems cool. I would love to go to Greece someday. Maybe someday I'll go to Greece, but not for those reasons at least. Not interested in that. Okay, let me take a look here.
Anyone that doesn't agree women should.
This has nothing to do with any of this. This has nothing to do with any of this. Folks, I think we have pretty much lost all of our news coverage regarding Israel and Iran. Not a single one of these channels are talking about this. We're flipping between 3 different news channels here. None of them have anything about this. And also all of the Twitter sources that I have been following here are totally silent. There are no updates. There's no news about this right now. Nothing is happening, which, yeah, I keep saying this. This is probably a good thing. That is probably a good thing. But, there is nothing happening. Not for a couple hours. Pretty much. So now, I don't know. Calm before the storm. I would not be surprised. Yeah, so by the way, right now, over there in Israel, it is like 3 or maybe 4 in the morning, something like that. I would guess that things kick off in another probably 3 hours once the sun rises. I think once sun rises, things will probably happen again. Right now, it is the dead of night. It is very dark and very, very dead right now. So nothing is happening. The weekend protests are happening tomorrow. Well, you know what we might do? Given I am going to be streaming and live broadcasting tomorrow for 10 hours, and I mean that for like 10 hours tomorrow, because by the way, we have all of the riots, all of the protests in all of these cities across the entire country. It is President Trump's birthday. It is the U.S. Army's 250th anniversary, and it is Flag Day. There's going to be a big military parade in Washington, D.C. on top of all of these things. Dude, what what is with, okay, can I say something real quick? I have had so many people come in this channel promoting another channel that I'm getting a little bit conspiratorial. I have had so many of these people come into my channel spamming, go watch this channel, go watch this other channel. This does not feel natural. I don't believe it. There have been way too many people doing this. I do not believe that this is a legitimate thing. Okay? You guys have to be getting paid or something. What? Because it's been going on for hours. It's been going on for hours. There, it's in the chat again. What is going on? This is a little bit weird. Are they bots? Are they is it paid promotion? This is a little bit weird. I don't know, man. I don't know about this. Because it's been happening for hours. Multiple accounts. Something is weird here, folks. I don't know. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm going to wrap it up. Things have come to a standstill here. I'm going to wrap it up. I'm going to rest. I'm going to recoup. I'm going to have a dinner. I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to read a little bit. I'm going to go walk outside, get some exercise with the dog and the family. I'll come back tomorrow morning. Tomorrow is drama day. Tomorrow is going to be a crazy day. So everybody come back tomorrow. I will be live in the morning, probably noon Eastern. I will be live noon Eastern, I think, or around noon Eastern, and we're going to go all day for 10 hours or something like that. Okay, so thank you all very, very much for tuning in today. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. And also, if you have not already, follow on Twitter, follow on X. It's called X, not Twitter anymore. There you go. Thank you all very much. I'll be back tomorrow. It was great. It was very kind of all of you to tune in today. And let's hope that, you know what, the best case scenario is that tomorrow is boring. Let's hope that nothing bad happens tomorrow. Nothing crazy, nothing bad tomorrow. Everybody is going to be peaceful and civil. We can hope for that. Okay, so I'm out of here. Have a great night. Have a great morning. I'll see you folks tomorrow. Take care. And thank you, as always, very